This magician is simply not scientific. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301 Soul Crown. The Forbidden Seal Place. At the entrance of the number 2 sealed cabin. After listening to Tucker's explanation, not only the 3 bishops of the temple were completely stunned. Even Archbishop Leyaja looked at Tucker in disbelief. Are you sure that all the dangerous and death-level forbidden seals inside have been killed by you? Only 3 terrifying forbidden seals are left. Tucker thought about it and nodded honestly. Yes. For a while, the entire underground sealed forbidden corridor was silent and quiet. That is the accumulation of all the forbidden seals in the entire island for hundreds of years. At this time, a bishop on the side couldn't help but speak. Tucker solved the huge problem of the forbidden seal ecology. Moreover, no one has died because of the forbidden seals now, which is the most perfect ending. Archbishop Leyaja on the side saw it very clearly. Moreover, most of the forbidden seals here are difficult to activate. Even if they are activated, it will cost a great price. Those forbidden seals are gone, and there is no loss for us. On the contrary, this big trouble has been solved, and our Padron New Island will be completely safe in the future. We contain these forbidden seals in order to prevent them from destroying our world. Isn't this the result now? Archbishop Riaj nodded to Tucker. Well done. The bishop on the side wanted to say something, but since the archbishop had already said so, he would not say anything more. After all, it is a good thing that this huge trouble has been solved. Tucker, come with me, I have a lot of things to discuss with you. Yes, Archbishop. Tucker nodded and followed the archbishop along the sealed corridor. The 3 bishops began to organize the Forbidden Seal team to enter gradually. Although the death level and dangerous level forbidden seals were solved by Tucker. But there are still 2 of the 3, horror level, forbidden seals that need to be sealed, and 1 needs to be reinforced. These 3, horror level, forbidden seals alone are enough to keep them busy for a long time. The top floor area of the Three-Eyed God Church's temple tower. Looking out along the wide open-air balcony, looking at the entire Padron New Island, traces of the ocean evil spirits rampaging a few days ago can be seen everywhere. Houses collapsed, the skeletons of the dead were scattered on the streets, and the island residents and extraordinary people were buried. From time to time, there were mournful cries coming from the collapsed ruins in the distance. Looking at the scene after the war with the ocean evil spirits, Tucker couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows, taking a deep breath and exhaling. At present, the entire Padron New Island is in a state of recovery and reconstruction. Fortunately, Tucker resisted the outbreak of the forbidden disaster this time. Otherwise, the outbreak of the forbidden disaster plus the attack of the ocean evil spirit. Now it is not a simple post-disaster reconstruction situation. It's a question of who will collect the bodies. Even more, no one dared to collect corpses on this island ravaged by forbidden disasters, and the entire island would become a disaster-forbidden area. Did those bishops who pushed the evil spirits deep in the clouds chase them? Tucker asked after returning to the archbishop's private reception room and sitting down. The archbishop shook his head while searching for something in the secret compartment. When the evil spirits of the ocean were defeated by the ecological wave, the bishops who pushed the evil spirits of the ocean found that there was no forbidden disaster outbreak, so they fled on their own. The deep sea is very dangerous, and it is not wise to chase them out. Oh, that's right. The archbishop suddenly remembered something and asked, "You are very strong in ecological warfare, right?" "It's just that I am stronger in St. Lander." Tucker responded lightly. "Here, I can only say that I am a little bit stronger than ordinary supernatural beings." "Well, that's true. St. Land's steam ecology is indeed enviable. That great old star, Reagan Joe, has mentioned it to me many times, and he mentions it every time he writes to me. Can the steam ecology of Padron New Island also have extraordinary life activity like St. Land?" The archbishop, who was searching for things, turned his head and looked at Tucker. Tucker shook his head. St. Land itself is a world-class supernatural ecology with magical activity. And Padron New Island is just an island with a good supernatural ecological environment. The steam ecology built in the island is okay, but the island itself does not support the cycle of steam and the world. So that's the case, I understand. Leyaja nodded. Originally, Leia planned to let Tucker help Padron New Island to complete a certain ecological cycle of steam and the world. With Tucker's nature of liking to take benefits, if Padron New Island can do it, he will definitely not miss it. Since Tucker said it's not possible, there is really no way. Padron New Island is not small, and it intersects with the ocean too deeply. This makes it part of the ocean, not an independent island world. After all, Saint Lander has been developed for thousands of years and is itself a huge magical creature. Padron New Island is just in a good location. Padron New Island has developed greatly only in the past few decades, after the rise of the steam wave. Even some old sea demon ships are more qualified than Padron New Island. Moreover, the sea demon ship has a strong sea demon ship ecological spirituality. When I was writing letters to Bishop Martha Clark, I heard that you like to drink. I have good wine stored for many years here. You can't miss it this time. This way you can have some entertainment time when you are sailing. Thank you, Archbishop Riage. Thinking about his wine that had been almost drunk by the core crew, Tucker naturally did not refuse. For a superhuman of our level, it's good to have some hobbies. Lord Riage continued to search for things. Well, you're right. Killing some people from the Dark Sun Church, or making living sacrifices, or twisting off their heads and kicking them like balls, are all pretty good. Ahem, your hobbies are indeed a bit different. Until this time, Archbishop Riage finally found what he needed in the secret compartment of the magical wall. A black superhuman storage bag. When the superhuman alchemy forging technology was not strong enough, the superhuman storage bag was used instead. This superhuman storage bag made of black material is probably older than Tucker. When I was communicating with Reagan Joe a few days ago, I mentioned that your level improvement speed was amazing. After sitting down, Riage slowly spoke. Now, you should be about to be promoted to the 5th level. Tucker shook his head. My superhuman state is not as fast as I imagined. I should stay at the level 48 and 49 nodes for a while. What Tucker said was true. Before, Tucker's extraordinary state progressed very fast. But after Tucker completed the transformation of the leader level life frame, leader, old day, light flame state, the required old day characteristics, although not as much as the life tankiness, increased by more than 20 times. But the demand has also increased by 4 to 5 times. Originally, Tucker had already advanced to the extraordinary state of about 15%. With the transformation to the leader, the progress of the extraordinary state has become 3.4%. This is a great thing. After all, a more solid extraordinary state means a longer health bar and higher defense. Many people want it but can't get it. At present, it is leader, old day, light flame state. It will soon become lord, old day, light flame state. This 3.4% share may be reduced by more than half again. Lord. That starts with 50 times the life frame. The precipitation of the old day characteristics of the extraordinary state cannot be increased by the system. Tucker took one step at a time, using old star meditation to precipitate his old characteristics, consolidate his extraordinary foundation, and steadily move forward. Tucker, who likes to develop steadily, likes the feeling of piling up his strong extraordinary state step by step. This time, His Excellency the God's Favored One saved Padron New Island and solved the huge problem of the Forbidden Sealed Land. This 5th level soul material, the crystallization of the Crown Lord, is my personal small gift to His Excellency the God's Favored One. 5th level soul crown material? Although when the other party took it out, Tucker already knew that this was an extremely rare soul crown material. But Tucker never expected that the Archbishop would actually give such a precious material directly to him. Chapter 302 Ancient Chaos Continent. Lord level extraordinary life forms. In terms of blood and life frame, they are already the top life forms that the extraordinary world can accommodate. But a strong will of life will not be limited to the world's own accommodation and restrictions. There are many powerful Lord level life forms with wisdom. Like humans, they will use their own abilities, blood, or magical powers to comprehend the mysteries of runes. They will constantly accommodate the power of the mysteries of runes into their own life frames and constantly improve the essence of their life frames. When the power of the Lord's blood and the profound rune mysteries of the perception are integrated, the rune crown will also be born. A human crown strongman needs a single system of 20 rings of rune mysteries to condense the crown. And the Lord creatures, thanks to the powerful life frame, extraordinary blood and extraordinary physical body, Only need 10 more rings of rune mysteries to become a powerful crown lord. The power of the powerful rune mysteries will be infused into the life frame and the lord's blood. At this time, the ordinary attacks of the crown lord will carry the powerful power of the rune mystery. At the same time, all of its lord means attack, defense, magical powers, and even ordinary source energy bursts will contain extremely strong rune mystery power. Between the gestures, the rune mystery will respond. And this is the power of the rune crown. Crown Lord is the name extended from the outside world by the Principality of Syrian. In different extraordinary worlds, there are other names such as Rune Lord and Crown Lord. In general, the Crown Lord has officially entered the realm of the rune mystery. Just like the crowned strongmen of humans, they all have the hope of being promoted to the level of 100 and ascending to the Master's Hall. The power of the Crowned Lord is beyond doubt. After this kind of Crowned Lord is killed, the extraordinary crystal condensed by its Lord sequences a rare Crowned Lord material. This kind of material is more effective than the normal Lord material. It is a rare treasure in the extraordinary world. Crown Lord materials contains rune mystery origin and Lord origin. When promoted, take the Crown Lord materials. A small part of the Lord origin will be absorbed by the extraordinary, and the effect is equivalent to the world star grid. This feature is not possessed by the Lord materials, and the rune mystery origin contained in the materials. After taking and digesting the rune mystery origin, although the extraordinary cannot absorb it by himself. But if these rune mystery origins are suitable for oneself, they can be used to strengthen one's rune witchcraft and extraordinary ability. Upgrading the witchcraft sequence that fits oneself is also one of the benefits of Crowned Lord materials. At the same time, you can also use the rune mystery origin to improve the various aspects of the extraordinary state of the extraordinary, such as the basic extraordinary attack and extraordinary defense. This is the case for the lords who condense the crown. The crown sequence crystal after the death of other human crown powerhouses. It also has a similar effect. It's just that the crown sequence crystal of the human extraordinary who mastered the sequence is more complicated and not easy to use. Crown Lord material. This is the top material among the extraordinary advancement materials that Tucker knows. Tucker has never seen this kind of resource in Saint Land. It is a treasure that is priceless. Crown Lord materials are rare. And this low-level 5th level crown material is even rarer. After all, a 5th level lord can condense the crown, and this talent is undoubtedly strong. Take Tucker's Shadow Demon Spider Lord for example. Tucker estimated that even if it reached the 7th level, the Shadow Demon Spider Lord might not be able to condense its own shadow crown. Although Tucker wanted this powerful 5th level crown material very much, but Tucker knew very well that getting good things always requires a price. In the Battle of Padlin New Air Island, Tucker traded with the Archbishop for the Deep Well Land and the World Star Grid. It was the top promotion resource. Even if this is a gift from the Archbishop, it is not easy to take it. If you have any needs, Archbishop, please tell me. After examining the black extraordinary storage bag for a moment, Tucker said slowly. Archbishop Layage's face full of ravines and wrinkles, and a smile appeared on his weathered face. It is comfortable to talk to a wise man like Tucker. I need you to help me refine a batch of 5th level and 6th level leader level materials, and a large number of 4th level and 5th level elite materials. Tucker's eyes condensed slightly, thinking for a moment and said, about how many? Leader level materials, about 20 to 30 pieces. Elite quality materials, about 200 to 300 pieces. Listening to Archbishop Layage's explanation, Tucker breathed a sigh of relief. The means and abilities of the powerful refiner are beginning to show their power. Without this powerful refining method, I am afraid I would not even be qualified to see this 5th level Crowned Lord material. After thinking for a while, Tucker asked again. Are there any Lord level materials that need to be refined? 7 or 8 4th and 5th level Lord materials, all of which are heavily contaminated. You also know that when killing a Lord, if they don't die suddenly, or die naturally, their Lord will be immersed in the depths of the crystal material, trying to survive. If there are 5th level materials suitable for you, I won't be stingy. But these 5th level leader materials are not in line with your wizard sequence. Archbishop Reich shook his head. Tucker paused and said, I think I should be able to refine them. Can contaminated Lord materials be refined? Archbishop Reich was obviously a little surprised. Perhaps I am not the same as other refiners. Tucker smiled and said, in that case, it's settled. Archbishop Riage's smile bloomed on his face. With such a batch of top-level materials, it can be foreseen that in the future, Padron New Island will definitely give birth to a group of extraordinary people of good level. After all, after so many years, the foundation of Padron New Island is not weak. After chatting for a while, Tucker looked at Archbishop Liege and asked carefully. Senior Archbishop Liege, our Auga twin star supernatural world has been constantly involved by foreign supernatural forces during this period. Do you know which forces are among them? The Forbidden Star Curtain Society, the Ancient Ring Snake, and the Black Witch God Court. Of course, there are also some demigod forces in our three-eyed God Holy Spirit Empire that have also intervened in our supernatural world. Liege quickly spoke as if he had expected Tucker to ask this question. So many forces. Tucker raised his eyebrows slightly. Yes. Liege nodded. Even a few days ago, a foreign bishop of the Forbidden Star Curtain Society had some contact with our temple. He said he could help us solve the troubles of Padron New Island. Is it a foreign bishop carrying a bloody legendary longsword? Tucker asked. Liege raised his eyebrows and nodded. Yes. Have you met that guy? I met him once. He didn't doubt his good intentions. Moreover, the Forbidden Star Curtain Society may have colluded with the Dark Sun Evil God Church. Tucker nodded. Liege nodded. We had this suspicion at the beginning, so we didn't agree to his help. Now you also infer this, then it is likely to be the case. Tucker thought for a while and asked carefully. Senior Liege, so many powerful forces of foreign supernatural beings have entered our supernatural world. Just because of the opening of the Auga twin star supernatural world, I'm afraid, it's not so attractive. Based on the knowledge of supernatural studies that I know, our Auga twin star supernatural world, although it is a binary star world, there is nothing too special about it. It can even be said that the steam process of our Auga twin star supernatural world is relatively backward. Do those foreign supernatural worlds enter our world for other purposes? Tucker's question made Liege examine Tucker a little. Then he said slowly, it seems that Reagan Joe did not expect your cultivation progress to be so fast. Before you left St. Land, it seems that you were not yet at the 4th level, right? Now, you are about to be promoted to the 5th level. Originally, Reagan Joe should have told you all the information about why the Principality of Syrian was open. But since you have already asked, I will tell you the truth. At this point, Riage paused, and his expression became much more cautious. At present, there are very few people in the entire Auga twin star supernatural world who know this information. You must keep it secret after you know this information, understand? Secret. Tucker's eyebrows moved slightly, and then nodded. After brewing for more than a dozen breaths, Riage slowly spoke. Ancient Chaos Continent, you should know it. Yes. Tucker nodded. The Ancient Chaos Continent is the highest place, the place where the cosmic ladder originated. Our extraordinary world, even the extraordinary world that we humans occupy now, and even the extraordinary worlds that many extraordinary worlds occupy, are all peeled off from the Ancient Chaos Continent. Many powerful people, when they reach a certain level, will enter the multi-domain Ancient Chaos Continent to explore and seek opportunities for breakthroughs. Some extraordinary people have gained something, and can make further breakthroughs after returning. For example, the Grand Duke of our Principality of Syrians, he was promoted to Master of Extraordinary People only after returning from the Ancient Chaos Continent. And many high-level extraordinary people have never come back after entering the Ancient Chaos Continent. There are many recorded high-level extraordinary people in our Principality of Syrians who entered the Ancient Chaos Continent, but most of them eventually disappeared without a trace. Even those great gods, the location of their kingdoms will choose a location closer to the Ancient Chaos Continent. Riage nodded. Since you know about the Ancient Chaos Continent, then I need to explain less. All you need to know is that our extraordinary world is currently intersecting with an ancient vein of the Ancient Chaos Continent. The rune power from the Ancient Chaos Continent, Chaos Runes. It will gradually appear in the extraordinary world of the Auga twin stars. The first place it will appear is the world barrier. Especially the double world barrier, which is the weakest position of the world barrier and the easiest place to present the mysteries of Chaos Runes. After that, as time goes by, the entire Auga twin stars extraordinary world will gradually present the mysteries of Chaos Runes. This so-called rune presentation is about the same as the presentation of other rune mysteries. Those who have the ability to comprehend the mysteries of other runes are qualified to comprehend the mysteries of chaos runes. And extraordinary people who do not have the ability to comprehend the mysteries of conventional runes are also not qualified to comprehend the mysteries of chaos runes. Just as you said before, our extraordinary world is not attractive enough to attract those foreign extraordinary people. But the chaos relics veins are not only there, but also huge. And this is also the reason why our extraordinary world has continuously welcomed a large number of foreign extraordinary people. At the same time, this is also one of the reasons why the Principality of Syrians will receive assistance and support from other extraordinary worlds. Those extraordinary worlds and forces that assist, they all want their masters and geniuses to enter our extraordinary world to occupy a good position and establish a practice base. When the Chaos Rune mystery begins to truly appear in a few years, they will arrive in our extraordinary world in large numbers to comprehend the extremely powerful Chaos Rune mystery. Following the explanation of Archbishop Layage, the vast world began to reveal the tip of the iceberg in front of Tucker. Chaos Rune. Tucker's eyes condensed slightly, and his fingers under the blood shadow wizard robe gently rubbed. The mysterious rune power from a higher world. The power that the ordinary world cannot contain at all. There are some records in some ancient books and documents before. I just never thought that this chaos rune actually came from the ancient chaos continent. Tucker has now achieved a profound understanding of the rune mysteries. In fact, Tucker has high ambitions on the road of rune mysteries. If Tucker is willing, he can take a single rune mysteries route. Tucker can complete the 20-ring rune mysteries achievement very early and achieve the rare 3rd level crown in the entire extraordinary world. At this time, the chaos rune that many powerful people in the extraordinary world are paying close attention to appears. Tucker will naturally not miss it. You know, Tucker's next stage goal is the dual world barrier. And the most likely place for the chaos rune to appear is at the dual world barrier. While thinking, Tucker looked at Archbishop Layage and asked slowly, "Senior Layage, although I know the name of this chaos rune from some documents, I don't know much about it. So many powerful people in the extraordinary world want to comprehend the chaos rune. Is this chaos rune very powerful?" Tucker asked curiously. Layage laughed softly. "More than powerful. That is the power of the rune mystery that is stronger than the mystery of the time rune and the mystery of the space rune. It is the top rune power in the depths of the extraordinary stars. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many extraordinary worlds that want to take root in our extraordinary world and seek the opportunity to comprehend the chaos rune." "Indeed." Tucker nodded. "So many extraordinary worlds? Even those powerful organizational forces have extended their tentacles of power to our world. This chaos rune is naturally not weak." Thinking this way, Tucker's mouth curled up a little smile. "The stronger the mystery of this chaos rune is, the better. After all, I have steam, world, origin spiritual state. I have an absolute advantage in comprehending the mysteries of runes. It is not difficult at all to comprehend the mysteries of ordinary runes. I wonder how difficult it is to comprehend the mystery of chaos rune. Even if it is difficult, I can also continuously improve my steam, world, origin spiritual state in the next few years to reduce the difficulty. The mystery of chaos rune is coming to our extraordinary world, and I am really looking forward to it," Tucker thought secretly. However, to comprehend the corresponding rune secrets, you either need the corresponding chaos rune stone, or the corresponding rune tome. This way you can better match the rune secrets, thereby resonating with the rune source of the surrounding world, and then quickly comprehend it. It is possible to simply rely on powerful talents to match the chaos rune, but the efficiency will be relatively slow. A guide is indispensable. The bishop-level extraordinary swordsman with a legendary sword on his back should have similar resources, otherwise he would not have come to our world. Well, I'll go back and find trouble with that guy later. Chapter 303, Boarding a Foreign Bishop. The higher the extraordinary talent, the more in tune with the origin of the world. It is easier to comprehend the rune mysteries. Tucker's SSS exclusive extraordinary talent steam, world, original spiritual state allows Tucker to actively fit the origin of the extraordinary world. It is equivalent to privilege above talent. The steam, world, original spiritual state that breaks the upper limit of the extraordinary world by 2100%, combined with a rune world tower built by Tucker, allows Tucker to listen to the fluctuations of all rune mysteries perfectly and carefully. At this time, Tucker, who was sitting cross-legged in the magic hut, was doing this. Moreover, Tucker has maintained this state for half a day. Woo woo. As the heavy and dull sound of the steam iron wheel whistle sounded on the sea outside the window of the magic hut, Tucker exhaled lightly and slowly ended this half-day of comprehension. After communicating with Archbishop Riage for half a day, Tucker returned to his own magic hut. Then Tucker began to try to comprehend the chaos rune. Tucker gained nothing from this half-day of comprehension. According to Archbishop Riage, the current world of the Augu twin stars is just barely touching the ancient relics of the Chaos Ancient Continent. Even the barrier may not show the mysteries of the Chaos runes, let alone the origin of the world. After my confirmation in this half-day, the basic content is 0. Thinking this way, Tucker smiled and shook his head. It will take about 2 years before the barrier area of the extraordinary world of the Augu twin stars will have a slight chance of showing Chaos runes. However, for me, I can begin to comprehend it by going to the barrier area after half a year or a year. After 4 to 5 years, the Chaos runes will truly appear in the barrier area. After enough time, the entire world will gradually present the Chaos rune mystery. The duration is about 5 or 6 years of strengthening. Then it will enter a slow decline period for a long time, which will last about 10 or even 20 years. To sum it up, it is a fast bull and a slow bear, coming fast and going slowly. The overall available time is not much but not little. For me, it is more than enough to condense the Chaos rune crown. For others, it's hard to say. With this in mind, Tucker exhaled lightly and looked out the window, where the steel steam turbine was rumbling on the surface of the ocean. After examining it for a moment, Tucker gradually retracted his gaze. In line with the veins of the Forbidden Curse, the Forbidden Curtain stage emerged around Tucker. At the same time, a relatively clear picture appeared in a cloud of steam-gray fog. A man wearing a short-sleeved white shirt and carrying a blood-red extraordinary long sword was sitting cross-legged in the cabin of a steam sea demon ship. Want to leave Padrin New Hang Island? Tucker's mouth drew a cold smile. It's too late. In the past few days, Tucker has been paying attention to the movements of this foreign swordsman master. He hopes to catch some of his accomplices through this guy. I don't know if Padrin New Hang Island has no accomplices of this guy, or if he is particularly careful not to contact his accomplices. Tucker did not see the scene of him contacting with powerful masters. Catch this guy first, ask him carefully, and everything will naturally become clear. With this in mind, Tucker quickly threw several pieces of Forbidden Rule fragments into it. At the same time, Avar, who was sitting cross-legged in the cabin of the steam sea demon ship, was slightly alert. The next moment, the dimensions of time and space around him were quickly pulled into abstract and hazy lines. He lost his senses quickly, and he had no control over his body. The whole world began to become gloomy, heavy, and depressing. He seemed to be falling into the abyss, and he was completely powerless and could only watch. When Avar fell to the ground, a huge and vast Forbidden Curtain stage bloomed in the depths of his pupils. This is the Forbidden Curtain stage. I have been cursed. In an instant, Avar's heart sank to the bottom with a dry throat and pale face. Looking at the 6th level foreign bishop who was easily pulled into the Forbidden Curtain stage by him, Tucker thought secretly in his heart. This is the end of the 3rd round of the Forbidden Curtain stage. At most, we can hold on for a month, and this 3rd round of the Forbidden Curtain stage will end. And the Forbidden Curtain stage will officially end after the 4th round. Using this Forbidden Curtain stage, we can have fun for another half a year at most. Thinking this way, Tucker couldn't help but sigh that the Forbidden Curtain stage could only last for half a year. The Taboo Curtain stage, with the help of the power of the gods and Tucker's own Taboo Rule fragments, can have such a good effect. Even if Tucker gets the ticket to the Taboo Curtain stage in the future, using it on himself, it will not have the current effect. Without the gods to pull the distance of the cursed dimension, the curse will follow one after another. It will never be like now, using the curse as a cage to harm the foreign bishop. With this in mind, Tucker matched the veins and escaped directly into the Taboo Curtain stage. As soon as he entered it, the small forbidden spell that had been prepared in the ecological magic network was directly cast by Tucker. Boom! The terrifying and horrifying explosion and roar broke out at the moment when the taboo cursed dimension erupted, and Tucker had already withdrawn. The implosion of the closed space will increase the power a lot. The foreign bishop can just slowly enjoy the implosion of the forbidden spell in it. Tucker just wants to be a spectator who eats melons and watches the show. What's more, he is watching the big show of the Taboo Star Curtain Association that has cooperated with the Dark Sun Church. Boom boom. The first round of forbidden spells erupted. The prepared foreign bishop immediately used his speed to distance himself, and at the same time used his supernatural defense method, like a sword and shield, to take some of the damage. However, the powerful flame radiation still directly ignited this 6th level foreign supernatural swordsman bishop. This guy's supernatural state seemed to be more condensed and heavy, and it was impossible to cut and separate his supernatural state at will. After being ignited by Tucker's flame, it was difficult for him to break free for a while. If this bishop swordsman could not separate the ignited supernatural state, he might really be burned to death by Tucker's flame. After he fumbled for 2 or 3 minutes, the foreign swordsman bishop finally took out a bottle of unknown nature. After he drank it, Tucker's magical forbidden spell flame was actually quickly extinguished. Interesting. Tucker smiled lightly. But it's just a desperate struggle in the cage. Immediately, Tucker did the same thing and sent the second forbidden spell starburst inside. The desperate 6th order bishop from a foreign land was under the second forbidden spell. Although he avoided the bombing annihilation area of the main core and was not taken away by a wave, the huge explosion power still tore his sword shield-like defensive state apart, and his extraordinary body was blown into blood, his flesh turned inside out, and his internal organs could no longer hold back and kept falling. At the same time, the body of this foreign bishop, from the inside to the outside, and even the deep extraordinary ecology, was ignited again. The flames were like a demon, constantly devouring his life source and annihilating his extraordinary state. The almost crazy foreign bishop, carrying Tucker's flames and holding the blood-colored legendary longsword, frantically attacked the curse barrier of the Forbidden Curtain stage. This Forbidden Curtain curse, Tucker couldn't break it with a forbidden spell, let alone this 6th order bishop. Until the foreign bishop's injuries became extremely serious and even began to deteriorate further. Cack, cack. A group of crows emerged from the Forbidden Curtain stage. When the bloody taboo crow landed on the shoulder of the broken 6th level foreign bishop, the flame of the forbidden spell was restrained. Then, the flame of the crows wrapped the broken 6th level foreign bishop, hanging his life, and quickly completed the boarding of the Sagir's crow. Looking at the foreign bishop caught by him, and the forbidden crows that began to devour the veins of the taboo curse imprisoned in the foreign bishop, as well as the terms and constraints of various taboo contracts, Tucker knew that this time, he might have caught a big fish. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304 Chaos Runestone. Not only are there contracts from forbidden curses, but there are also contracts from the origin of life. Of course, although the soul contract is not very effective, it should be used as much as possible. After all, soul memory is a key link in carrying information. So many constraints are anchored inside and outside this guy's extraordinary life framework. I'm afraid this guy will say one more word. The whole body, except for the ecology, is anchored, the anchor of confinement. Looking at the life state of the 6th level bishop, Tucker couldn't help shaking his head. Joining this kind of mysterious organization is really asking for trouble. The important part of the contract is anchored in the forbidden curse and the origin of life. If this guy wants to actively explain those secrets, or if others use similar methods to interrogate and explore the soul, this bishop-level strongman will immediately suffer a powerful forbidden curse, thereby destroying this part of the information. The means of keeping secrets are indeed good. Unfortunately, Tucker's eyes narrowed slightly. These contractual constraints are basically useless to me. Tucker, who has the talent of high dimension world, can see the contractual curse veins of these constraints. The taboo crows feed on this. The combination of the two allows Tucker to remove the enemy's imprisonment and restraints, and then use the true word ability of the Sagir's crow to conduct in-depth inquiries on the enemy, and even dig out all the information on him. About 10 minutes later, the taboo imprisonment and life source constraints of the 6th level bishop have been torn apart by Tucker. Looking at the foreign swordsman bishop who is burning with the flames of crows and sinking into the depths of death, Tucker, who has entered the shadow state, slowly asked, "What is your identity and name?" "I am Avar Bali, the Star Chaser of the Forbidden Star Curtain Society." "What is a Starholder?" Starholder is the name given to the middle-level extraordinary people by the Forbidden Star Curtain Society. Low-level extraordinary people are Star Learners, middle-level ones are Star Chaser, and high-level ones are star holders. What about the extraordinary masters? The extraordinary master class is already qualified to obtain the star curtain robe woven by the Forbidden Star Curtain Society, so the master-level strongman is also called the Star Curtain Master. After noting down the rough division within the Forbidden Star Curtain Society, Tucker asked again, "What is your purpose in coming to the extraordinary world of the Augu twin stars?" Tucker's question seemed to touch upon a forbidden area that he could not answer. But this forbidden area had long been lifted by Tucker. After adapting for a moment, the broken body of the extraordinary swordsman trembled and slowly responded. "I am following the order of Lord Solomon Miles to go to the extraordinary world of the Augu twin stars to meet with the Bishop of the Dark Sun Church and the Bishop of the Black Witch God Court, seeking to establish a holy tower base to welcome the advent of the Great Miracle." Tucker's eyes narrowed slightly. The advent of the Great Miracle naturally refers to the appearance of the Chaos Rune of the ancient Chaos continent in the world. For the extraordinary world of the Augu twin stars, this is most likely the only chance to touch the Chaos Rune in its extraordinary plane history, and its rarity is indeed comparable to the Great Miracle. Tucker asked again while thinking, "What are your other purposes, or do those strong men have any instructions?" Avar Pali, who was completely bored, continued to explain under the effect of Sales truth. "Also, we must find a way to investigate and confirm the true identity of Tucker Lamore, the favored one of the three-eyed god. If possible, we must catch him and kill him. As far as I know, the three-eyed god attaches great importance to Tucker, the favored one of the three-eyed god. He even sent down the projection of God's gaze to solve the problem of his death curse. Lord Solomon's secret covenant told me. It is very likely that Tucker, the favored one of the three-eyed god, is not an S-level extraordinary talent, but an SS-level extraordinary talent, or even close to SSS level. The legendary wave of the extraordinary world of the Augu twin stars has already been pushed up by him. If he does not die, he will most likely become an extraordinary master, and there is a small probability that he will achieve the status of a legend. He must be killed. At the same time, the Black Witch God's Court is also investigating in secret. Either capture Tucker or wipe him out. In addition, the Black Witch God, who extremely hates Tucker, the favored one of the three-eyed god, will take action personally if possible. Tick, tick, on the broken remains, the bloody flames of the flock of crows continued to burn, and blood dripped with it. When enough blood dripped onto the ground, quantitative change became qualitative change. Gaga. A sales crow drew a lot of blood from the crow flames, screaming and breaking free. Looking at the newborn sales crow for a moment, and the broken bishop's body that was burned and hosted by the crow flames of the horror-level forbidden crows, Tucker thought about the words of the foreign bishop, and rubbed his eyebrows at the same time. Has the Black Witch God Court really set its sights on me? No matter how much hatred and resentment there is, the Dark Sun God has not tried to attack me. Do you, the Black Witch God, want me to die? But think about it, it's true. It takes more than 10 years for an extraordinary world to give birth to an S-level extraordinary genius. And they speculate that I have an SS-level extraordinary talent, which belongs to the type with extremely high potential. While the world is open, it must be strangled in the cradle. If it were me, let alone S-level or suspected SS-level, I would not let go of even A-level. After thinking for a moment, Tucker asked again, what is the power above the sky that can see through the extraordinary ocean world? It is the eye of the stars, of the Forbidden Star Curtain Society, which can gather the vast power of the stars, so as to conduct detailed exploration of the world's area at the location of the world barrier. Sure enough. Tucker raised his eyebrows slightly. Immediately, Tucker gradually gathered his mind, and at the same time opened up his own knowledge veins, and said slowly, tell me all the information you know about the Forbidden Star Curtain Society, the Black Witch God Court, and the Dark Sun Church one by one. This is a rare opportunity to collect information about the three major forces. Tucker will naturally not miss it. Use the knowledge veins to sort out and organize the content expounded by this foreign extraordinary swordsman bishop, and have a deeper understanding of these three major forces. Tucker will be able to deal with them better in the future. This 6th-level extraordinary swordsman who has refined a 4th-level legendary longsword looks miserable, but his extraordinary state is quite strong. If Tucker lets him go, he can completely recover. It is impossible to let him go. This guy is the 6th-level soul curtain shadow prepared by Tucker. Unconsciously, Most of the day passed quickly as Tucker collected information about the 6th Order Extraordinary Bishop Swordsman. After Tucker solved the forbidden curse of the foreign Bishop Swordsman Avarpali, he was like a small treasure trove of information. A lot of the information he told was of great use. For example, their Dark Sun Holy Sun plan in the East Continent. Yes, the Dark Sun Church really planned to recreate the Holy Sun in the East Continent of the Augu twin stars. And he was a very talented genius in the East Continent. I don't know how much the East Continent sacrificed to the Dark Sun evil god to get this quota. Tucker shook his head. Well, it seems that Michelle is involved. If Michelle sends away the newly born son of Dark Sun again, that would be great fun. The name of the Sun Terminator cannot be escaped. Also in the East Continent, the 7th level, Angel of Dark Sun, has descended. It is said that this 7th level angel is quite powerful, and his crown rank is higher than Michelle's. Well, the East Continent is gradually becoming lively. In addition to the information about the Son of Dark Sun and the Angel of Dark Sun in the East Continent, the hidden place Avarpali of the Extraordinary Ocean Tribe also knows a place, and it is a very critical and important place. In addition, there are many other scattered information. This information was originally completely impossible to be leaked. As long as there is an intention and action to leak this information, the forbidden curse will immediately come. Unfortunately, these taboos and restrictions, as well as the constraints of the life framework, were grasped by Tucker. However, Tucker, who had the upper hand this time, did not despise the powerful Forbidden Star Curtain Society above the stars. After all, the forbidden ecology that imprisoned and constrained Avarpali was only a death level forbidden ecology. Above the death level, there was a more powerful terror level ecology. And Tucker learned from Avarpali that the Forbidden Star Curtain Society had a very, very deep control over the forbidden ecology. It was far more amazing than Tucker had imagined. They used a continent to breed a destruction level forbidden ecology. They even used all the creatures in an entire extraordinary world to carry a disaster level forbidden ecology. The Forbidden Star Curtain Society, they really would do this, and they had already done it. In the depths of the extraordinary world, many extraordinary worlds had forbidden ecologies deployed by the Forbidden Star Curtain Society. In the depths of the Star Curtain, the cold eyes of the taboo controllers examined many extraordinary worlds. The stars were like pastures. In them, they wantonly launched terrifying forbidden disasters, breeding disasters that were beneficial to them, and at the same time, spreading terror among the stars. A large amount of information was collected. Tucker decisively started the Soul Curtain ceremony. With the shadow sacrifice of the 6th level Bishop Avarpali, a powerful 6th level Soul Curtain fell from the shadow flame. So far, it ended its sinful life. And next, he was greeted by a journey of atonement. A palm turned into a shadow and reached into the body of this 6th level Soul Curtain. Tucker felt it carefully. After a while, a satisfied smile appeared on Tucker's face. Not bad. The bishop of the 6th level Bishop Soul Curtain is really powerful. Whether it is a long-distance escape between soul curtains, or a super long-distance projection of extraordinary will for help, or when you can't beat the enemy, you disguise yourself as the main body and escape in 18 ways, the effect is very outstanding, a life-saving expert. Moreover, let the soul curtain of this 6th level bishop completely match my shadow state. Using the soul breath of the 6th level bishop to completely match my own breath is also a very good hiding method. After dealing with Avarpali's main body, Tucker looked at Avarpali's 4th tier legendary blood red longsword. Thanks to Avarpali's sacrifice by Tucker, he dropped the soul curtain. Avarpali died, but not completely. Therefore, the legendary fire of this 4th tier blood red longsword is still burning. Although the 4th tier legendary longsword has weaker legendary characteristics, it is still a legendary longsword. It is 1 tier higher than Tucker's legendary demon ring staff. It is a very rare trophy. If you meet hunters who can hunt legendary weapons, this thing can be sold at a high price. After a careful exploration in Avarpali's extraordinary storage bracelet, Tucker turned out a fist-sized, withered yellow color, exuding a runestone that Tucker had never felt before. And this is a Chaos Runestone. With this Chaos Runestone, can you feel the Chaos Rune? The answer is yes. After all, the Chaos Runestone also contains the power of the Chaos Rune. But without the response of the Chaos Rune source, it is too slow to chew this runestone. With the response of the rune source, Tucker can use his innate ability to form a sea of mystery origin around him. With a state of perception, Tucker can have the current perception of more than 30 rings of rune mysteries. And chewing this small piece of chaos runestone. A year of perception may not be as much as a day of perception of the chaos origin. This chaos runestone is not for perception, but the key to the origin. Borrowing the guidance of external objects is very necessary in the early stage of perceiving the rune mysteries. When the extraordinary person condenses a ring of rune mysteries, he does not need this external object such as the chaos runestone. At this time, the extraordinary person can use his own ring rune to match the origin of the world. When the extraordinary person goes one step further, condensed the rune crown that can be materialized, and achieve the crown realm. At this time, the extraordinary person has already initially condensed the corresponding rune ecology. At this time, there is no need for the response of the external source. The rune crown of the extraordinary person is the embodiment of the original power. Immersed in the rune crown, the rune source mystery can naturally bloom, and the extraordinary person can comprehend it by himself. The strong man who has condensed the rune crown. He has condensed his own rune ecology, which is a new realm. And the rune ecology with the crown as the critical point is also the only way to become an extraordinary master. After stroking the chaos rune stone in his hand for a while, Tucker carefully put it away. This is Tucker's stepping stone to the door of the chaos rune mystery. After a day of meditation in the magical hut, Tucker took the sorted information and went to the Temple of the Three-Eyed God Church on Padlin Zinhang Island. This time, Tucker did not go down the deep well to absorb the world star grid, but to deliver information. The important stronghold of the ocean tribe obtained from Avar Pali's top-level confidential information. After returning from the Temple of the Three-Eyed God Church, Tucker began to practice meditation and comprehend the mysteries of runes. First, the forbidden ecology of the Forbidden Seal of Padrin New Hang Island was directly destroyed by Tucker. Within half a year, Tucker had no place to go. Living and practicing is victory. Moreover, the captain and the doctor also need time to settle down. They just broke through and followed Tucker to Padrin New Hang Island. Taking advantage of this rare time node, the two of them can also check for omissions and make up for the shortcomings, and thoroughly consolidate the bishop realm. Secondly, Tucker's extraordinary state is a bit slow. Tucker wants to settle a little more extraordinary state, so that when absorbing the world star grid and constructing the Lord's life framework, the strength of the life framework will be higher and the origin of life will be more stable. About a month later, Tucker suddenly received a letter from the doctor. The doctor told Tucker that a few days ago, the Boiling Blood Adventure Group participated in a siege war on Nightbed Island. When Tucker saw Nightbed Island, he was a little stunned. Nightbed Island is the core ocean base of the Ocean Evil Spirit tribe that Tucker told Archbishop Riaj. Unexpectedly, the Boiling Blood Adventure Group actually participated in it. But thinking about the identities of the captain and the doctor, Tucker was relieved. Although Tucker did not participate in this siege war, but the doctor's 7-page essay made Tucker clearly understand the entire process of the siege of the island. The war between the extraordinary people was truly displayed in this battle. First, the huge steamship and the steam sea demon ship blocked the barrier built on the entire island. The sky and the ocean were completely blocked. Even the island source energy veins in the deep sea were directly locked. Then came the ship-borne magic cannons to bombard the entire island with the magic. After that, the wizards with the ability to fly began to release fire magic in all directions to burn the island town on a large scale. In half a day, the entire island was burned. Even the marine residents on Nightbed Island were killed without a single one left. The repeated attacks of the evil spirits of the ocean caused Padrin New Hang Island to suffer heavy losses. The marine residents on Nightbed Island were already part of the marine tribe. In a state of war, necessary retaliation was inevitable. After that, it was a 3-day assault on the mechanical magic gate. At this time, the doctor mentioned that if Tucker participated in this assault, it would not take 3 days to break through the mechanical magic gate, or even 3 minutes. After the mechanical magic gate was blown up, many marine tribes inside rushed out aggressively. A great war began. There were strong confrontations between 6th-level bishops. There were life and death games between 5th-level vice-bishops. There were also a large number of 3rd-level and 4th-level extraordinary people fighting in groups. From the peaks to the foot of the mountains, to the beaches, and even to the sea surface and even the bottom of the sea. The battle was pervasive in every corner of the island, and corpses could be seen everywhere. Fortunately, this time Padron knew Hang Island dispatched many large sea ships and more people. Even Captain Abraham and the doctor were pulled over. Basically, it can be seen as a full-scale battle. This battle lasted for a whole day and night. And this battle also yielded fruitful results. On the side of the Ocean Tribe, 1 7th level bishop died in battle. 5 6th level bishops died in battle. More than 25th level deputy bishops died in battle. Countless 4th level, 3rd level, and 2nd level supernatural beings died in battle. On the side of Padron New Island, several 5th level bishops were seriously injured, and a certain number of 3rd level and 4th level supernatural beings died. A few days later, Tucker reported this great victory in the Ocean Steam Daily. And this battle on Nightbed Island also made Padron New Island famous in the depths of the supernatural ocean. After the battle on Nightbed Island, Tucker continued to practice steadily on Padron New Island. Occasionally, there would be letters from Bishop Martha Clark and the doctor. Apart from daily study and occasional outings, Tucker was completely immersed in the understanding of the mysteries of runes and the practice of the extraordinary state of leader, old days, flame state. Unconsciously, more than 3 months had passed quietly. Chapter 305, Deep Sea Mermaid Lord. Zinc Island, more than 20 nautical miles north, in an isolated bay. Amid the busy back and forth of many barnacle crew members, the blood demon hand slowly emerged from the ocean. The second mate Matthew Bartley, who was 2 meters and 5 meters tall, with arms thicker than the waists of ordinary crew members, was like a little giant, and his steps on the deck made a creaking sound. While walking, Matthew Bartley also unscrupulously released his 5th level aura, and at the same time, like a megaphone, he roared in a low voice. "Hey! You damn barnacle crew members, all of you should be diligent for me. This time the captain let you go ashore, so that you can have a good time for more than a month. Even, I gave each of you a lot of magic gold. If any bastard still works without working hard like before, if I catch him, I will pry his head open on this spot and fill it with barnacles." As Matthew Bartley patrolled back and forth, those sneaky barnacle crew members had to restrain themselves a lot. Thanks to the 5th level harmless leader level materials given by the captain. 2 months ago, Matthew Bartley finally completed the 5th level promotion using the materials of 1 leader plus 2 elites. If it weren't for the top level harmless leader level materials, he was not qualified to complete the leader advancement at all, and at most the 3rd elite advancement. And now Matthew Bartley, who has completed the leader realm, not only has his strength improved to a higher level, but also has retained the position of 2nd mate. You know, the 3rd mate Bloodina has also completed the 5th level promotion. And the time of promotion was only 3 days later than him. With a manipulation of the crew, after the mainsail was pulled up, the Blood Demon Hand Sea Demon ship set sail towards the double boundary barrier, the real deep sea of the extraordinary ocean. On the top floor of the rear cabin, squeak, Tucker pushed open his water-soaked first mate cabin, letting the fresh sea breeze blow in, taking away the dampness and the fishy smell of the seabed mud that had been deposited on the seabed for half a year. Turning around, Tucker threw several football-sized magic fireballs into the magic fireplace, and the flames flew up. Soon, the magic fireplace with magic flames quickly dried up the entire area of Tucker's house. When it was almost done, Tucker cast the micro-hurricane again. The strong hurricane turned into a long and thin wind duct, sweeping away the silt deposited in the house, the sea urchins and starfish climbing in the corners, and the small shrimps, crabs, and fish that sneaked into the room and didn't have time to escape. Marine creatures, such as small shrimps, small crabs, and small fish, were all swept out. After cleaning up the house, Tucker released the steam magic bracelet and attached it perfectly to the roof. Magic space release. As Tucker completed the interlaced fusion of internal and external space, Tucker lightly tapped the space in front of him, accompanied by the blooming of magical ripples. The living room space area of the magic cabin was perfectly loaded into the empty first mate cabin. It was as if it was directly attached to the real domain from another space domain. Perfect fit with the real domain. This is the space delivery function of Steam Magic House. After doing all this, Tucker came to the window and looked to the east. There is a deep sea area, and it is also the habitat of the extraordinary Ocean Wisdom Tribe. It is the area where Tucker will look for the last 5th level Lord material next, deep in the deep sea. In the area where the end of the world intersects with the sky, Tucker can vaguely see that the outline of the towering dome barrier is gradually emerging. That is the Great World Barrier. And there is the end of the world, and it is also the place where Tucker's next stop is for retreat. The middle link of the Trinity. In the few months on Padlin New Navigation Island, Tucker has been immersed in the practice of rune mysteries all the way. Of course, Tucker's main advancement is the progress of his own extraordinary state. Finally, more than half a month ago, Tucker's extraordinary state was once again pushed to about 8% by Tucker. So Tucker found Archbishop Layage and said that he was ready to absorb the world star grid. The underground well of Padlin New Channel is simpler than that of Saint Land. At the same time, the world star grids deposited are not many. But it is enough to help Tucker complete the advancement of the Lord level life frame. In about 3 days, Tucker completed the transformation of the Lord's life frame. The life strength increased from 22 times that of the basic steam wizard to 65 times. Now Tucker, who is level 49, has 65 times the life tankiness of his basic steam wizard sequence. A real humanoid lord. However, the proportion of extraordinary life has also dropped sharply from 8.6% to 3.8%. The improvement of life tankiness has brought about a significant increase in the upper limit of the extraordinary state. And this Lord level extraordinary life form with a long blood bar is the dream of countless extraordinary people. During the training on Padlin New Channel Island, Tucker contacted Bishop Martha Clark to inquire about the 5th level materials on St. Land's side. Bishop Martha Clark went to Archbishop Reagan, and only then did she help Tucker find a 5th level Lord's life material. The 5th level Lord materials are already very scarce. Even Tucker needs to search for them in many ways. At present, among the 5th level materials, Tucker has the soul crown material of the Red Dragon Lord and the life material of the Stonebone Bird Lord. Tucker still lacks a source energy material, and he can complete the 5th level promotion. After Tucker sent a magic letter to Dr. Stanley to inquire about this, Tucker did not have much hope. As a result, Dr. Stanley told Tucker he knew where the source energy material of the 5th level Lord was. As Tucker completed the transformation of his own Lord life frame, Tucker did not continue to stay in Padlin Star Navigation Island. Today, as Tucker arrived at the Blood Demon Hand Sea Demon ship, the Boiling Blood Adventure Group began to move towards the deep sea, and on an island in the deep sea, there was the 5th level Lord material that Tucker needed. Just as Tucker was observing the wonderful rhythm of wind runes in the wind blowing through the gaps between his fingers. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. He opened the door and saw Captain Abraham and Dr. Stanley. "You came just in time." Seeing this, Tucker smiled. "I brought a lot of good wine from Archbishop Redditch when I came back from Padlin New Island this time. With a magical steam cabin, it is equivalent to having a huge portable warehouse. No matter how many things there are, they can be stuffed in." Archbishop Redditch's wine collection. Abraham raised his eyebrows. "It seems that we are in for a treat this time." While drinking, the three gradually got to the point. Tucker, in the depths of the extraordinary deep sea, near the world barrier, this vast deep sea area is not controlled by us humans. The knowledgeable Dr. Stanley began to talk. The extraordinary deep sea area is an area controlled by intelligent marine creatures, such as the marine fishmen, giant sharks, or dolphins, etc. These marine tribes can hunt various powerful but generally intelligent elite creatures, leader creatures, lord creatures, etc. in the deep sea. You can completely regard these marine fishmen as a large-scale extraordinary marine city-state. Tucker nodded. Tucker had naturally collected some information about these aspects before he came. The extraordinary deep sea world is a world controlled by those intelligent extraordinary marine tribes. This time, the 5th level Lord level source energy materials you need, as far as I know, are on Mermaid Island. Mermaid Island. Tucker raised his eyebrows. Are we going to kill directly to Mermaid Island and rob the treasure of the mermaid tribe? Cough cough cough. Tucker asked this, and Captain Abraham beside him seemed to be choked by his wine and started coughing violently. Tucker, don't talk nonsense. There is a son-in-law of the Merman tribe in this cabin. Mermaid tribe? Son-in-law. Tucker was stunned when he heard it. Love across species is so close to me. Some people like to play with snakes. Some people like to play with ghosts. In the deep ocean of this extraordinary world, some people even don't let mermaids go. At this moment Tucker suddenly felt. This extraordinary world really requires more travel to gain more knowledge. Chapter 306. Captain Abraham, I didn't expect you to be such a captain. Tucker said with a smile, shaking the wine glass in his hand. Haha. I wish it was me, but it's not me. Captain Abraham said lazily. Abraham, who has the steam vampire sequence, has an elegant temperament that ordinary people can hardly possess in his conversation. Oh. Tucker raised his eyebrows and looked at Dr. Stanley beside him. I didn't expect that the real man was Dr. Stanley. Dr. Stanley, who was sitting steadily on the sofa, was used to big storms and waves, and was not surprised by Tucker's surprised expression. He slowly began to tell the story. The Thousand Mermaid Tribe is the largest mermaid tribe in the depths of the extraordinary ocean. It is also the tribe of my lover. The original ocean tribes did not have much intersection with our principality of Celians, and the ocean tribes in the deep sea area around the double realm barrier were also relatively peaceful. But during this period, as some extraordinary strategic actions were launched in the East Continent, the Thousand Mermaid Tribe was affected by the strategic plan from the East Continent. Strategic actions in the East Continent. Tucker's heart moved slightly. Is it the creation of the Son of Dark Sun? Or is it preparing to open up the barrier tower to welcome the arrival of the miracle? The former is the cultivation of potential seeds, which belongs to the kind of movement that the smaller the better, and it is unlikely to have a big move. And the latter, whoever needs it from the foreign supernaturals can build it, and the East Continent doesn't have to make wedding clothes for others. In addition to these more important things that can be called strategic actions in the East Continent. Tucker took a deep breath and looked at Dr. Stanley, and spoke slowly. Lord of the Stone Golem Empire, have you started preparing for the Transcendent Master's promotion ceremony? Yes. Dr. Stanley nodded slowly. As expected. Tucker felt his palm and raised his eyebrows slightly. Before, Tucker had also heard some news about the Stone Golem Empire Lord Ferdinand Felix being promoted to Transcendent Master. But he didn't expect that he had actually started preparing for the promotion ceremony. As the level of the Transcendent increases, the materials taken will become more and more difficult to digest. At the same time, the difficulty of promotion will continue to increase. At this time, you need to build a promotion ceremony suitable for yourself to assist yourself in completing the advancement. During the promotion process, whether it is suppressing the powerful negative characteristics of the material itself, or the sequence transformation, when touching the transcendent origin, the indescribable foreign whispers from the depths of the dimension, or, when the transcendent ecology transforms, those distortions, uncontrolled unrest factors, all need to be restrained by rituals. High-level transcendents all need to use transcendent rituals to assist themselves in their promotion. Transcendent 9th level peak 99th level promoted to Transcendent Master 100th level. At this point, he entered the gate of the Transcendental Temple and became a life form of a higher realm. It is conceivable how difficult this would be. Therefore, the ceremony for the 9th level promotion to the Transcendental Master is extremely grand. Even the preparations take several years to prepare. I guess Padrons in Hangdale will definitely not watch the Lord of the Stone Golem Empire prepare his own ceremony and complete the promotion safely. Tucker said slowly. Yes. Dr. Stanley nodded carefully. Once the ruler of the Stone Golem Empire completes the promotion to Transcendent Master, the entire structure of the Augu Twin Stars Transcendent World will undergo a huge change. First of all, the Dark Sun Evil God Church will completely become an Orthodox church in the Eastern Continent, and it will expand rapidly. After all, the current ruler of the Stone Golem Empire is himself a believer of the Dark Sun. He has not yet become a Transcendent Master, and the top masters of the other two tribes can still have some say in the Stone Golem Empire. Once a Transcendent Master is born, the Stone Golem continent will have only one voice. A unified empire, a unified force of faith, will allow the entire Stone Golem Empire to seize the hub of the world barrier and turn channel. Although the Grand Duke of the Principality of Syrian is of a higher level. But the two supermasters, the Lord of the Sun Rock Empire and the Lord of the Stone Golem Empire, will not necessarily lose to the Grand Duke of Syrian. In addition, the Dark Sun Church in the Northern Territory is eyeing them covetously. The Principality of Syrian may not be able to withstand it. Once such a situation is born, we may be the party that is driven out of the super world. Although it is very difficult to be promoted to a supermaster, and the probability of success is not high, we still have to do our best to destroy it. The cost of success is too great, and we can't afford it at all. Dr. Stanley's explanation made Tucker frown. The birth of a supermaster has indeed had a huge impact on the super world of the Augu Twin Stars. This is more serious than the consequences of the breach of Saint Rand. It can even be said that the birth of a supermaster on the stone golem continent is not a situation that the Principality of Syrian can bear at all. Although in the future, with the advent of the miracle of the Chaos Rune, there will be many extraordinary masters and mid-level and high-level extraordinary people coming. But the world ecological will of the Augu twin stars extraordinary world does not allow foreign extraordinary masters to enter casually. The extraordinary masters who come from foreign lands can only stay on the world barrier. They can examine this world, project extraordinary masters, and even comprehend the chaos runes on the barrier. But they can't get in. The external forces can have some influence on the internal affairs of the Augu twin stars extraordinary world. But the real reliance is still the Principality of Selians itself. After Tucker digested this information, Dr. Stanley continued to narrate. According to the information I have learned so far, this time, the promotion ceremony prepared by the Lord of the Stone Golem Empire is on a large scale. All aspects of the Eastern continent are involved. Especially in the dual world barrier node, it is the top priority. Hearing this, Tucker said thoughtfully, "That king, who values the double world barrier so much, probably wants to guide the power of the barrier to counter the whispers from the foreign land when he is promoted. He even uses the barrier to strengthen his own ecology and resist the potential risk of distortion and loss of control." Barrier, Tucker is an expert in this area. Looking at the entire Augu twin star supernatural world, no one knows barriers better than Tucker. Sure enough, you are still good at barriers. Dr. Stanley smiled. Although world barrier is not as incredible as Great Barrier, it also contains the power of barriers. It is an important part of the promotion ceremony of the King of the Stone Golem Empire. Nowadays, many strong men in the Stone Golem Empire are constantly attacking and occupying the hub nodes of the double world barrier. Obviously, they want to occupy more world hub nodes to bring greater help to their king. About half a month ago, when I wrote to you, Dr. Stanley continued, I received a request for help from the Kyanaya Fishman tribe. The chief of the Kyanaya Fishman tribe told me, General Dragon Shark, one of the 9 demon seas, led his Dragon Shark pirates to contact the Volcano Giant Shark tribe and captured an island of the Kyanaya Fishman tribe. Then the strong men from both tribes held talks. The content of the talks was roughly that the Kyanaya Fishman tribe would surrender to the Volcano Giant Shark tribe and give up the large world barrier hub node currently occupied by the Kyanaya Fishman. The talks were postponed by the chief of the Kyanaya Fishman tribe. He said that he needed to discuss it with the tribe. In fact, this is a delay plan. At present, the Kyanaya Fishman tribe is seeking help from outside on the one hand, and strengthening the defense of the hub node on the other hand. That large dual world barrier hub node is the core nest of the Kyanaya Fishman tribe and the gathering place of a large amount of source energy. The extraordinary source energy ecological environment is no worse than the source world island where we were previously entrenched. And as a dual world barrier hub, it can freely shuttle between the 2 major oceans of the east and the west, and it is a strategic location in itself. Once this large dual world barrier hub node is occupied, it will provide the Stone Golem Empire with a considerable barrier ritual shelter power. After listening to Dr. Stanley's explanation, Tucker frowned slightly. I have heard of the volcanic giant shark tribe under the sea, and its reputation has always been not very good. Then General Dragon Shark. Tucker looked at Dr. Stanley, and saw Dr. Stanley nodded. The Dragon Shark pirates led by General Dragon Shark, one of the 9 demon seas, are the pirates that the East continent has been secretly investing in. They are the ocean power affiliated to the Stone Golem Empire. General Dragon Shark. He is one of the 9 demon seas in the extraordinary ocean. He is a powerful ocean warrior with the same name as General Bloodfall. They are all powerful warriors in the 7th level. At the same time, he rules the notorious Dragon Shark pirates. General Dragon Shark is very famous, extremely cruel and bloodthirsty. His extraordinary body is an extraordinary shark lord with the blood of a dragon. It is said that his father is a dragon and his mother is an extraordinary giant shark. Well, creatures like dragons have done this kind of thing in many extraordinary worlds. The powerful extraordinary life origin of extraordinary dragon can always combine with the extraordinary origin of other extraordinary creatures and give birth to strange life. The extraordinary state condensed by the Dragon Shark General with the ability to transform is more like a shark man, which is the kind that has changed but not completely changed. That is to say, Our destination, Kayanaya Fishman Island, is more welcoming to us. At the same time, it will be one of the key nodes in the promotion ceremony against the Lord of the Stone Golem Empire. And, the key materials for my promotion to the 5th level are also there. Tucker asked thoughtfully. Yes. Dr. Stanley gave a positive answer. Although his face was calm, Tucker was very happy at this time. There are only a few large dual world hub nodes. Originally, Tucker was thinking about finding a smaller medium-sized hub node to cultivate for a period of time, at least to reach the bishop level, before he was qualified to occupy a large dual world hub node. Unexpectedly, a large dual world hub node was placed in front of him. Although it is not Tucker's personal. But the problem is that Tucker does not need to take it for himself at present. Tucker only needs to anchor and develop. There are many benefits to going to the dual world hub node of the Kayanaya Fishman tribe this time. It can severely hit the ocean power of the Stone Golem continent and at the same time increase the strength of the promotion ceremony of the Lord of the Stone Golem Empire. Tucker is naturally happy to cause damage to the Stone Golem Empire. After all, the Stone Golem Empire is the place where the Dark Sun Evil God Church has been cultivating. It is good when there are many benefits. This time, the battle to the Kayanaya Fishman Island will also be a tough battle. Only after winning can you be qualified to develop. After all, the enemy this time is the powerful dragon shark pirates and the volcano giant shark tribe under the sea. After digesting a lot of information carefully, Tucker looked at Dr. Stanley and asked, Doctor, this time, in addition to seeking the power of the world barrier, what other aspects does the promotion ceremony of the Lord of the Stone Golem Empire involve? After thinking for a while, Dr. Stanley narrated. As far as I know, in addition to seeking the protection of the world barrier, there is also the protection of the Dark Sun faith and the ecological national strength of the kingdom ecology. Dr. Stanley is obviously very familiar with the promotion ceremony requirements for the promotion of high-level strongmen. Dark Sun faith and kingdom ecology. Tucker quickly mobilized his knowledge veins to explore relevant information. The Dark Sun faith requires the Dark Sun Evil God Church to build the church temple, and Dark Sun missionaries to preach, gather believers, and slowly guide them. And the kingdom ecology needs to use the state form as a framework, plan the management of the people, and use policies as a driving force to complete the ecological construction of the community form of humans. When necessary, it is necessary to use the nobles and city-states as hubs to strengthen the people's identification, obedience, and honor for the kingdom, thereby strengthening the stability of the kingdom ecology. The identification and centripetal force of individual life will are. This national ecology is of great help to the king of the empire and the extraordinary people who master the core power of the ecology. I remember that many ninth-order strongmen in the extraordinary world would borrow the kingdom ecology to complete the advancement of extraordinary masters. The king of the Principality of Syrians, the Grand Duke of Syrians, was promoted from the throne of king. Even such a powerful divine kingdom as the three-eyed God Holy Spirit Empire is unwilling to give up the benefits brought by the huge power of kingdom ecology, and still maintains the kingdom form and kingdom ecology to this day. The kingdom ecology is the most critical part of the three major elements of the promotion ceremony for Ferdinand Felix, the Lord of the Stone Golem Empire. And the best way to destroy the kingdom ecology is war, which means physically flattening it. If the kingdom is destroyed, the ecology will also be destroyed. Even if it is revived, it will not be as powerful as before. But it is a bit difficult for me to destroy it alone. But I can create panic and disasters. People are the most basic unit of the kingdom ecology. As long as there are enough terrors and disasters, and enough people are killed, it will be enough to shake the kingdom ecology. When Tucker's murderous intent rose in his heart, crackling deep in Tucker's pupils, there was a faint cry of crows. The slayer of the Stone Golem Empire sounds like it's pretty good. Well, the wanton slaughter of the residents of the Stone Golem Empire who believe in the Dark Sun is to a certain extent against the kingdom's ecology. The kings will feel my presence. And this is why the Dark Sun Church dare not easily send strong men into the kingdom ecology of the Principality of Syrians to cause large-scale chaos. The ecology will instinctively tend to be stable, and those who guide the turbulence will be rejected and hated by the kingdom ecology. Tucker thought quietly. But if I use the forbidden spell to nuclear explode a supernatural city-state, and then correct the kingdom ecology's rejection of me, How will the Stone Golem Empire respond? The three of them drank while listening to Dr. Stanley's explanation of many things about the Thousand Asian Mermaid Island, the knowledge and experience of the supernatural world's ocean. The two of them combined are far less than Dr. Stanley. It is true that an old man on a ship is like a treasure. Dr. Stanley's explanation made Tucker's strange knowledge continue to grow. Unconsciously, dusk has arrived. After sailing with the wind for a whole day, the Blood Demon Hand has entered the real extraordinary deep-sea area. Here, sea tribes have begun to appear. At the same time, this is also the world of pirate ships. In the area of Paddling New Island and the continental shelf, there may be naval steamships, steam merchant ships, passenger ships and the like. And across the deep sea of Paddling New Island, everything you encounter is an enemy who wants to take your life. Push open the stern window of the rear cabin. Tucker, who wanted to see the sunset, found that the ghost sail full of sequence undead had been opened, blocking the red light of the sunset. It's been a long time since I left the area covered by the ashland. I missed the long gray night period and the gray day period. Tucker pushed open the door and walked to the stern. His eyes intertwined with the sunset in the back, and stared at the sparkling sea for a moment. Tucker rubbed his eyebrows. It's a rare opportunity to enjoy the sunset, and those sea creatures really know how to find opportunities. Well, there are about 4 or 5 sharks of level 30 or so that are being herded, following behind. The extraordinary sequence, Ocean Herder, should be more than level 40, shark sea creatures with extraordinary wisdom. They are following the ship from a distance underwater behind the ship and are very careful, obviously worried that the sea demon ship will find them. They dare to follow it even though they know that this sea demon ship is the Blood Demon Hand. It seems there will be a night battle at night. Tucker fumbled with his fingers, a little expectant. Tucker is looking forward to the upcoming battle. At the same time, he is also looking forward to the shark fins of those extraordinary sharks, which are top-notch marine delicacies. If you don't eat a meal of shark fins on a trip to the sea, you will be soulless. Chapter 307. Ding, ding, ding. The silence of the night was suddenly broken by the crisp and loud sound of the ship's bell. On the mast watchtower, the extraordinary warrior of the barnacle crew rang the ship's bell vigorously. And another extraordinary assassin stretched out half of his body and screamed downwards. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! At this moment, a 4th-level undead sea eagle came quickly, and its claws grabbed the barnacle crew assassin like an iron hook, and flew out of the ship. At this moment, bang, 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 a series of bullets brushed the assassin's forehead and shot into the body of the undead sea eagle. The scorching bullets containing the power of light burned the undead sea eagle and made it struggle and scream, throwing the extraordinary assassin out. The extraordinary assassin who broke free from the restraints quickly controlled his body and quickly used the double jump ability. Although he was stepping on the air, the double jump, whether it was 1 or 2 stages, could use the source energy to produce a very good bounce effect, and there was no difference with or without a footrest. After a short jump, the assassin reached out and grabbed the rope at the landing point. Damn undead, how dare you catch me? The pale-faced assassin cursed furiously. He almost became a undead. The angry assassin swung out the source energy in his hand, and an assassin's flying knife with a little light power quickly condensed and hit the struggling undead sea eagle in the air. Bang! The undead sea eagle was directly blown into pieces. The 2nd-level assassin was stunned. This assassin's flying knife is only level 15. Although it has some light power, it is not much. It can't directly blow up this 4th-level big guy. But when the light power that was scattered everywhere radiated, the assassin suddenly realized it was the light power carried by the gun bullet just now. At the same time, splash, bang, splash, bang, splash. The sound of breaking water mixed with a dull sound of heavy objects hitting the deck sounded one after another. The 3 or 4 meter tall burly bodies were looming in the darkness and light. Damn shark, you dare to board the ship, take my blow. The second mate Matthew Bartley, who had been fully prepared and sharpened his knife, was the first to rush out with a ferocious look. Ordinary playfulness is playfulness. When the naval battle broke out, the second mate Matthew Bartley really dared to rush up first. With a thunderous roar of the second mate Matthew Bartley. In the cabin, behind the door, in the wooden box, in the wine barrel, under the table, the extraordinary crew members of the Blood Demon Hand who had been waiting for a long time, all rushed out with a howl. The battle broke out instantly. At this time, there were not only the 4th level, Extraordinary giant sharks with extraordinary states on board. There were also a large number of extraordinary magic crabs. These fourth-level extraordinary magic crabs were the size of cars and had amazing destructive power. Facing these sea monsters landing on the sea demon ship, the extraordinary people fought with them head-on to delay them to a certain extent. The spellcasters who occupied advantageous positions opened fire at full force, continuously releasing various spells and supernatural powers at these sea monsters that landed. For a sea monster ship, the number of spellcasters must account for at least 1/3. Only in this way can it be effectively attacked on a large scale. As more and more sea monsters landed, the bow, the middle of the ship, the stern, the deck, the cabin, the ship's stairs, even on the sailmast, fights broke out everywhere, and the sound of fighting was endless. The entire Blood Demon Hand has completely become a three-dimensional battlefield. Among the attacking sea monsters, there are some 4th-level and even 5th-level sea monsters with amazing destructive power. But the Blood Demon Hand's level of sea monster ships is extremely tough. After all, Tucker used the forbidden spell Starburst to blow the Black Eclipse into 2 pieces. As long as the forbidden spell is not used, even if 2 bishops fight on the ship, it is difficult to dismantle the Blood Demon Hand's level of sea monster ships. In the fight, the 5th Order Lord Creature Shadow Demon Spider that Tucker had released long ago was extremely dazzling. Those 5th Order superhuman giant sharks that other superhumans could hardly contend with. The Shadow Demon Spider stuck to them, and after several rounds of melee, it would be able to pierce the body of the 5th Order superhuman giant shark with holes. The Flame Demon Hedilla was also released by Tucker. Don't set fire casually, this is Tucker's restriction on him. Although limited by the Demon Ring Staff itself, the Flame Demon Hedilla has not advanced, but he is also a Demon Lord at the peak of the 3rd Order. It is still very simple to deal with those 4th Order sea monsters, especially for soul attacks and harvesting souls. This is completely his own specialty for the Flame Demon Hedilla, which highlights a fast, accurate, stable, and ruthless. Moreover, the soul abilities of these sea monsters are generally not strong. A soul attack of the Flame Demon Hedilla's Soul Roar. The 4th Order or even 5th Order sea monsters will be stunned on the spot, and then everyone will rush forward. Tucker opened the window, holding the 4th Order Fate Revolver. It fits the precise vein. Bang, bang, bang. Tucker fired one shot after another, even when facing an enemy in a state of confusion. Tucker's incredible accuracy allowed each of his shots to hit the target accurately. Generally speaking, this level of battle does not require Tucker to participate at all. But for the harvest of the Source of Life, Tucker will not miss it. The Fate Revolver likes to fight this kind of large-scale melee the most. Tucker can continuously harvest the lives of the enemy and replenish his own life source. After more than a dozen rounds of shooting, Tucker still feels the Fate Revolver carefully. It's the same as before. One attack can only harvest 1 or 2 hours of life essence. If the enemy's defense is strong, the Fate bullets will only hit the defense layer, and the harvest will be even less, negligible. Every shot will draw blood, and the life essence of 1 or 2 hours will be harvested according to the strength of the enemy's life. If the enemy is seriously injured and dying, the harvest will be more. If it is too low, the execution feature will execute it directly. After all, the effect of the micro-spirit level seal is still a bit weak. With this in mind, Tucker planned to open the system to add some taboo rule fragments to the Fate Revolver. As soon as this idea came to mind, Tucker's mouth was slightly outlined with a smile. There's really a big fish hooked. A fishbone arrow with a cold green sheen arrived behind Tucker in an instant. The means of sneak attack are very clever. Unfortunately, she is facing Tucker. Tucker stepped lightly on the veins and trajectories of the world, and his steps moved lightly. He dodged the sneak attack of the fishbone arrow with great precision. He just dodged this attack. The subsequent attacks came like a storm. Swish, swish, swish. Although the dense and cold fishbone arrows were not as amazing as the first one, the huge number of them made them extremely threatening. Tucker originally planned to continue dodging. But this was Tucker's own magical hut. If the sneak-attacking sea assassin messed up and ruined Tucker's hut that he had worked so hard to decorate, it would be a big loss. Rune, Earth Shield, the powerful shield witchcraft that was always prepared bloomed instantly. The heavy cocky halo shield barrier took the shape of an ellipsoid and wrapped Tucker in it. Bang, bang, bang. The fishbone arrows exploded on the shield one after another, and under the waves of cocky ripples, The fishbone arrows could not shake Tucker's powerful shield at all. Those fishbone arrows landed on the shield and quickly turned into green weird poisonous insects as thick as thumbs, which began to eat Tucker's shield. The place where the shield was eaten was clearly seen to have begun to change from earthy yellow to green. Some kind of extraordinary toxin containing the mystery of runes. Specially restraining shields? Interesting. The flames in the depths of Tucker's eyes flickered slightly. Hoo-la! More than a dozen green weird poisonous insects caught fire, and the red and black flames burned the weird poisonous insects, twisting and struggling to fall, making a hissing sound. Tucker glanced out the window slightly. Deep in the dark night, there was a fierce bishop. And it was the breath of a Lord-level bishop. For many extraordinary sea creatures, after becoming elite-level and leader-level extraordinary creatures and awakening their wisdom, they can also inherit the corresponding extraordinary sequence. Tucker first had an extraordinary sequence, and then was promoted to leader and lord. As for the Sea Clan, most of them first have leaders and lords, and then inherit the extraordinary sequence. The strength of the extraordinary sequence, obtained by the extraordinary Sea Clan, is not as strong as their own leader-level life forms. But the extraordinary sequence is a magical power that can better exert their leader-level means and abilities. Many leaders, or lords, have gone through a long period of research and practice. Their own leader and lord power can be perfectly coordinated with an extraordinary sequence, or even further integrated. It can be said that the mysterious qualitative change of the sequence has been completed to a certain extent. Therefore, this makes many leaders, and even Lord Sea Clan sequence powerhouses, very powerful. At this moment, the person who attacked Tucker, the level 56, flying fish, assassin, is a leader-level existence. Moreover, Tucker can obviously feel the fusion of leader and sequence from the other party. This is a very powerful 5th-level leader assassin. Chapter 308 Enemies? Allies? The shield was instantly raised, and the eyes were on fire. Then Tucker raised the Fate revolver and aimed at the flying fish assassin leader who broke into the first mate's cabin. This female 5th-level flying fish assassin leader has already condensed a high degree of anthropomorphism, like a naked woman inlaid with scales. The dark blue fish scales fit the extraordinary body perfectly, and the whole body presents a streamlined and graceful beauty. Its ears are fish fins, and even behind it are translucent dorsal fin wings. When Tucker aimed at the opponent, the fish fins and wings behind the flying fish assassin leader suddenly opened. Buzz! The fish fins and wings vibrated and flapped at high speed, and its body instantly entered a hazy and strange extraordinary state, with a tendency to be translucent. The whole room was stirred by high-speed wind, waves and air currents. In the wind and waves, the water waves mixed with the ripples of the ocean also bloomed violently. The mystery of the water rune. The mystery of the wind rune. The two rune mysteries were perfectly displayed on the strange and extraordinary state of the flying fish assassin leader. Some kind of excited extraordinary state. Tucker raised his eyebrows at the opponent's strange means. At the same time, the alert flying fish assassin leader grabbed his hands from behind his waist. Hualala. The waves gathered, and two blue water rune extraordinary short knives emerged and were held in the hands of the flying fish assassin leader. On the blade, the blue waves rippled. Possessing a very strong wind rune mystery, the water rune mystery is not weak either. This flying fish assassin leader is not weak in talent. It is much higher than the talent of the shadow demon spider leader. Tucker examined the strange form of the leader-level extraordinary person and quickly absorbed relevant information and knowledge. Tucker's own lord body is still in an uncultivated state. Tucker has not chosen a specific development direction at present, so naturally he needs to learn more about these leader-level sea creatures. Wizard. The leader of the flying fish assassins, with his body slightly bent, stared at Tucker indifferently, his voice ethereal. What? Tucker, holding the Fate revolver and aiming at the flying fish assassin leader, raised his eyebrows. You seem to be very confident in your shooting ability. Are you interested in a night duel? The flying fish assassin leader whispered. It was the first time that Tucker encountered an enemy who dared to challenge his shooting ability. Tucker smiled lightly. Wizards and assassins use the night method to duel. This is very scientific. How to duel? If you can hit me, I'll lose. As he spoke, the body of the flying fish assassin leader became more and more dreamy. It was a strange and extraordinary state produced by high-frequency vibration. Really? Tucker's eyes condensed slightly, one pupil feeding crows, and the other pupil nurturing fire. The precise veins of the world spread out from Tucker's Fate revolver and perfectly intersected with the flying fish assassin leader. Bang! Tucker pulled the trigger directly. The moment Tucker made his move, the leader of the flying fish assassins instantly pulled open 3 hazy water curtains. However, in a corner nearby, in a hidden corner where the wind had rolled up, a pop sounded. A residual image fell out of the wind and waves. A small crater on his forehead clearly emerged. This is impossible. The leader of the flying fish assassins was shocked. Her extraordinary state of water-wind transformation can use the water curtain to cover up the traces of the wind. Then she herself matched the mystery of the wind rune and quickly got close to the enemy. In the past, she had used this method to be successful and killed many powerful human masters. She even used this powerful method to escape from the hands of the bishop. But today, this wizard who was only at the 4th level was defeated. Not only did he see through her powerful method, but he also shot her with a gun. This immediately made her feel angry and angry. Die! The leader of the flying fish assassins roared. Holding 2 water wave short knives, he rushed towards Tucker in the wind. Clang! Clang! The 2 sharp short knives surged like huge waves. Tucker's earth shield blocked them steadily like the coast. At the same time, Tucker fired his gun in an orderly manner. Bang bang bang! Harvesting a little life source is a good thing. During the attack and defense, Tucker did not forget to tease. You are unreasonable, right? I thought I won you, so you would take off your clothes. To be honest, you don't have much to take off, so you don't have to scrape off all the fish scales. I'll catch you later. Do you think it's better to steam or braise it? Sashimi is also good. Tucker's provocative words made the flying fish assassin leader's anger burn more fiercely. A pair of short knives even carried a little power of the marine ecology. Every strike was like a surging wave. In the arc of the blade, you can see the traces of the waves sweeping across. One person and one fish fought fiercely in the room. Although the leader of the flying fish assassins, Heisha, was hit by 20 or 30 shots. But the extraordinary scale armor defense she practiced blocked a large number of attacks, so that she was not seriously injured. And her rune double knives containing water and wind, carrying the power of the sea, plus various means and abilities, were about to break the wizard's earth shield. Double sea, heavy waves against the wind. Heisha, who felt about the same, suddenly activated her 4-star rune, wind sea sword technique. 2 short knives, 1 knife, tornado, and 1 knife, attack the sea. Attack the sea, with a knife as heavy as the sea, hit Tucker's earth shield hard. Ka-ka-ka. The earth shield that had been hit by countless knives suddenly shattered. At the same time as the earth shield was broken. Whirlwind, a knife trembled with the sound of a hissing knife, sweeping over. With a swish, the blade cut through Tucker's head. Tucker's head was separated from his body. Heisha, riding the wind and waves, easily grabbed the head of the 4th level wizard in the air. You can hit me countless times, but I only need 1 knife, and you will die, fragile human wizard. After fighting with humans many times, Heisha knew the fatal weakness of those spellcasters who could only hold up shields and cast spells from a distance, that is, their bodies were too fragile. Even if this 4th level wizard condensed the extraordinary state. But if the head was cut off, the life frame would be severely damaged, and the soul would fall into a tearing coma. She only needed to destroy the body of the extraordinary wizard and prevent him from recovering. And this was very simple for her. Just when Heisha was about to destroy the headless extraordinary body of the 4th level wizard. But a hoarse voice was heard. You finally broke the shield. If you don't, I'll be worried about you. Is my shield really that strong? I didn't even replenish the energy. The voice came from the wizard's head in Heisha's hand. She lifted the wizard's head in front of her, listening to the hoarse and rough voice and the dull expression. For a moment, a strange and absurd feeling filled her heart. Shouldn't this 4th level wizard be struggling to death? It is difficult for a 4th level extraordinary state to support a life state without a body. At this moment. Gagaga. Hualala. Heisha raised her head, but saw that the headless body quickly disintegrated and decomposed into large pieces of black crows. When they gathered again, the body of the 4th level wizard was restored to its original state, and even the head that she cut off with a knife grew back. Even a 6th level teacher needs a long time to condense the head. This wizard, how did he do it? When she looked at the wizard's head in her hand again, Heisha's heart suddenly shook. What she held in her hand was not a wizard's head, but a blood-colored crow, and a strange crow burning with blood flames. Just as she was about to throw away this strange crow, Haitia's heart began to beat violently, her face turned pale, and endless fear came from all directions and engulfed her. She couldn't move, and completely lost control of her body. And all this was because she had tried so hard to grab this head, or should I say crow. That 4th level wizard had already calculated her attack purpose and set a trap. When she finally cut off the opponent's head and declared victory, she had already fallen into the tomb that the opponent had dug for her, and she jumped in on her own initiative. Watching the blood-colored crow drill into her body. It's over. As the crow on the blood flame completely disappeared in her hand, Haisha was completely desperate. Now she could only hope that the teacher's sea beast could destroy this damn blood demon hand. Seeing the blood demon hand, instead of running away, you dared to rush up. You really don't take the blood demon hand seriously. Tucker fumbled with a demon ring staff on his wrist, and even began to conceive his 5th level soul curtain. The soul curtain ritual does not stipulate the form of the population, and this 5th level ocean leader should also be possible. Tucker was thinking. But he heard the flying fish leader assassin cursing angrily. Damn dark sun running dogs, you will be cursed by the sea and buried in the belly of the fish, and you will not die well. Dark sun running dogs? Huh? Tucker was stunned. Did I hear it wrong, or did she get beaten unconscious and start talking nonsense? But in order to confirm that he was not wrong, Tucker slowly spoke. Can you say it again? Haisha was stunned. She had never encountered such an excessive request in her life. Damn dark sun lackeys, you will be cursed by the sea, buried in the belly of the fish, and die a miserable death. This time, Tucker was sure that he had not heard wrong, and the other party should not have said it wrong. Me. Tucker pointed at himself. The first mate of the blood demon hand, Mr. Crow, is a lackey of the dark sun. Haisha gritted her teeth and roared angrily. I don't care what crow or first mate you are. General Bloodfall has joined the Dark Sun Church and destroyed my home. You're Bloodfall pirates. If you are not the lackeys of the Dark Sun Church, what are you? Tucker's heart moved slightly, and then he asked softly. Do you know who the captain of the Blood Demon Hand is? Haisha looked at Tucker coldly, obviously disdaining to answer this boring question. The former captain of the Blood Demon Hand, Landon Jerry, died a year ago. And he was killed by us. And this blood demon hand was also snatched from the boiling blood pirates by us. Do you think I will believe your boring tricks? Haisha just looked at Tucker indifferently. Tucker felt the increasingly fierce battle outside. If it was true, this was a completely unnecessary fight. Even Tucker and the others could make some marine friends. My next move may be a little rude, but I hope you can forgive me. After all, you don't seem to be very cooperative. Satyrs, true word. The ability of Satyrs Crow was activated instantly. Even as a 5th order leader level extraordinary life form, it was still controlled by Tucker's Satyrs, true word ability. After all, this is a horror level, taboo seal. Do you really think we are members of the Dark Sun Evil God Church and that's why you attacked us? Yes. The flying fish leader assassin Haisha responded coldly and stiffly. You hate the Dark Sun Church very much and want to eliminate their members, right? Yes. After 2 consecutive simple questions, Tucker immediately released the ability of Satyrs, true word. Asshole, I'm going to kill you. Haisha immediately roared at Tucker with a distorted face. This kind of manipulation on the soul level is not easy for anyone. I think there is a huge misunderstanding between us. If you are not so isolated from the outside world, then you should know that the Blood Demon Hand is now owned by our Boiling Blood Pirates, the Boiling Blood Adventure Group. And our Boiling Blood Pirates and the Blood Falls Pirates have a blood feud. We not only killed the captain of the Blood Demon Hand, Langdon Jerry, and his many 5th level lieutenants. At the same time, we also blew up the Black Eclipse, and Jerome Mack also died in our hands. In other words, the Blood Falls General you hate is my enemy. Even if you know the location of the Blood Falls General of the Blood Falls Sky Island Group. I don't mind going over and killing this guy. Tucker's explanation made the flying fish leader assassin Haisha in front of him gradually calm down. In addition, you'd better quickly inform the Lord level bishop in the sea far away and ask him to stop summoning the sea monster to approach. If the sea monster really attacks my sea monster ship, I will take action. And once I really take action, the scene will be difficult to deal with. Believe me, You definitely don't want to see that kind of scene. Hayisha's heart skipped a beat. He knows that the sea monster is approaching. At this moment, cackle, accompanied by the low and hoarse cry of the crow. The blood-colored crow broke free from its shoulder, then jumped up and glided in an arc in the air, landing on Tucker's shoulder. Cack. Then the taboo crow called to Hayisha twice. Well, this guy likes you. Because you also have wings. Quite a strange reason. Tucker was the translator of the crow language. Looking at the blood-colored crow, Hayisha saw it clearly this time. It was a terrible taboo seal. This fourth-level wizard is using his own life to feed the terrible forbidden creature. Suddenly, Hayisha felt a chill in her heart. After examining the fourth-level human wizard for a moment, Hayisha turned around and jumped out of the window. In the high-speed vibration of the fins and wings, she quickly disappeared into the depths of darkness. After feeling the darkness intertwined with the sound of the waves and the crew fighting below for a moment, Tucker took a step and went directly to the captain's room in the front cabin. Bang bang bang. Tucker knocked on the door. Not long after, Dr. Stanley opened the door. "What's the matter?" Dr. Stanley asked. "Where's the captain?" Tucker asked instead of answering. "He is preparing to release the sequence undead inside. The number of enemies is increasing, and the sequence undead needs to join the battle." Dr. Stanley also glanced at the coast outside. Under the surging sea, there are indeed more and more extraordinary creatures. Don't release them yet. There may be some misunderstandings. These guys may not be our enemies. What? Abraham walked out of the darkness in the room and looked at Tucker with some doubts. Just now. Tucker quickly told his story. He was only about halfway through. The many extraordinary sea beasts that were originally coming with great momentum seemed to have received some orders. They immediately evacuated the sea demon ship. The three of them also noticed this scene. After Tucker finished telling the story, the extraordinary sea beasts that were still alive on the Blood Demon Hand sea demon ship were basically evacuated. Hualala. Hualala. The entire sea area, except for the sound of waves hitting the sea demon ship, was unusually quiet for a while. How can I believe that what you said is true? Not long after, an old voice sounded in the depths of the darkness. I have a handwritten letter from Lord Magben. The one who spoke was Dr. Stanley. I met the chief of the Flying Fish tribe a few years ago. How is Chief Fillion now? In the depths of darkness, there was a pause before a voice was heard. Chief Fillion died in battle to protect his people when General Bloodfall attacked our tribe's territory. The old voice contained a bit of sadness, and the night was silent for a while. At the same time, a second-level undead seagull landed on the wooden railing near the three people's location. Dr. Stanley took out a magic letter, and the undead seagull quickly sank into the darkness with it in its mouth. Soon, the old voice came from the darkness. It is indeed a handwritten letter from Chief Magben, and there is no sign of it being transferred. Our Flying Fish tribe suffered a disaster. Chief Magben took in many of our fellow Flying Fish tribe members. She is a respected ocean prophet. You are here to help Chief Magben. We are indeed not hostile to each other. This is a misunderstanding. After the other party finished speaking, Captain Abraham spoke slowly. Then how can we trust you? After all, the old man is an old man, and he does things without leaking a drop of water. He will not believe the other party just because of the other party's unilateral words. The old voice in the darkness slowly sounded. I also have a handwritten letter from Chief Magben. You can verify it. Captain Abraham and Dr. Stanley looked at Tucker at the same time. Quack. The taboo crow on Tucker's shoulder flew out. Not long after, the taboo crow came back with a magic letter. After Dr. Stanley verified it, he nodded to the captain. Captain Abraham said loudly, "This Senior Valentine Wood from the Flying Fish clan from the ocean. It seems that we really misunderstood. From your magic letter, it mentioned that the Blood Falls pirates joined the Dark Sun Church. And the Blood Falls pirates have a blood feud with us. Perhaps, the seniors can board the ship and we will discuss this in detail. That's what I mean." The old voice in the darkness sounded. Chapter 309, Blasphemer vs. Bloodfall General. Soon, 3 extraordinary leaders and lords of the Flying Fish clan boarded the Blood Demon Hand sea demon ship. The leader was an old man of the Flying Fish clan wearing a blue shepherding robe, who looked very old. The exposed scales were dull and scars were everywhere. Even the scales on the palms had fallen off, and had to be covered with gloves. His level was 69, the sequence was, Shepherd, and the life frame was Lord. Before, the Lord-level bishop with a fierce breath that Tucker felt was the very old Flying Fish clan elder in front of him. Shepherd sequence, no wonder he can control such a large range of various marine creatures. Letting him attack is indeed quite troublesome. Tucker looked at the guests on board and thought secretly. Behind the 6th level lord was a man and a woman. The male level was 62, leader level, and the sequence was ocean spellcaster. The female level was 56, leader level, and the sequence was extraordinary assassin. She was also the female Flying Fish leader assassin that Tucker had just captured. At this time, the Flying Fish leader assassin Haisha, who landed on the Blood Demon Hand Sea Demon ship, was very wary, and she glanced at Tucker from the corner of her eyes from time to time. She even whispered bad things about Tucker to the level 62 ocean spellcaster. Words like evil wizard, crow breeder, despicable, cunning, were constantly overheard by Tucker. After entering the captain's cabin and everyone sat down, Lord-level Bishop Valentine Wood looked at everyone and slowly spoke. We, the Flying Fish tribe, have always lived in the depths of the ocean and have little communication with the outside world. But because of this, we missed the changes of the times outside and suffered disasters. After a pause, Valentine Wood spoke in a slightly calmer tone. A few months ago, our Flying Fish tribe was attacked by the Bloodfall pirates. It is inconvenient to talk about the battle in detail. The final result is that our Flying Fish tribe suffered heavy casualties. The dual realm barrier hub node we occupied was occupied by the Bloodfall pirates, and we were forced to flee. In the end, it was the ocean prophet Magben of Kyanaya Mermaid Island who took in our Flying Fish tribe, allowing our tribe to catch a breath. At this time, we learned that because the Lord of the East Continent, Ferdinand Felix, was preparing for the promotion of the Transcendent Master, a large number of dual realm barrier hub nodes were needed to help him complete the promotion ceremony. That's why he launched a war against our Flying Fish tribe, with the purpose of seizing our tribe's nest territory. As Valentine Wood began to narrate, the war launched by the Lord of the Stone Golem Empire against the World Barrier gradually unfolded before the eyes of the three people. The Thousand Mermaid Island, currently guarded by the mermaids, is a large-scale dual world barrier hub node, and its location is very important. Currently, the ocean prophet Magben has gathered a lot of ocean tribe forces, and even strong men from the Principality of Syrians, to guard the Mermaid Island in all aspects. Now the Thousand Mermaid Island has become the core of a large-scale barrier war. Ferdinand Felix, the Lord of the Stone Golem Empire, has great plans for the Thousand Mermaid Island. Currently, the Dragon Shark Pirates, the Volcano Giant Shark Tribe, and the Blood Falls Pirates, these three major forces have joined forces we must take over the Thousand Asian Mermaid Island. And the leaders of these three forces are all powerful 7th level warriors. The leader of the Dragon Shark Pirates, a 7th level lord, a marine warrior sequence, is one of the famous 9 demon seas on the ocean. You should have heard of its fierce reputation. The chief of the Volcano Giant Shark Tribe, a 7th level lord, an ancient marine priest sequence, is extremely powerful. It is said that his understanding of the mysteries of runes is close to the crown level. You may not know this, but the chief of the Volcano Giant Shark Tribe is definitely as powerful as the leader of the Dragon Shark Pirates. As for the Bloodfall Pirates, you have a blood feud with them. You should also know that Captain Bloodfall has the blood of the Blood Source Demon, possesses the magical power of Blood Source Skyfall, and possesses a powerful death level Forbidden Seal. Once the Blood Source magical power is unfolded, the blood sea of heaven and earth will flow back, and the abyss will hang against the sky. The gaze from the abyss demon will also come, and endless fear, death, and disaster will swarm in. At that time, the chief of our Flying Fish tribe, who is a lord-level ocean priest, could not compete with it. As Valentine Wood explained, heavy pressure permeated the cabin. Before, there were only 2 powerful men, General Dragon Shark and the chief of the Volcano Giant Shark Tribe. Now the powerful General Bloodfall has been added. The intensity of the war on Kyanaya Fishman Island was instantly full. Even Tucker frowned at this time. Not only are there many enemies, but they are also very strong. The offensive and defensive battle of Kyanaya Fishman Island is really hard to say. Fortunately, the Principality of Syrians also participated. With those high-level masters in front, Tucker can develop well on Kyanaya Mermaid Island while secretly launching his Trinity plan. Valentine Wood continued. Our Flying Fish tribe is faster. in order to relieve the Cayenne Mermaid Island tribe as much as possible and resist the attack of the three major forces. That's why I brought my people out to patrol the sea. When I encounter the enemy, I will try my best to eliminate them. In this way, when those enemies attack Cayenne Mermaid Island, the defense of Cayenne Mermaid Island will also reduce some pressure. When I encountered the Blood Demon Hand, I thought it was a member of the Blood Falls Pirates. I didn't expect it to be a reinforcement of Cayenne Mermaid Island. I'm very sorry. Valentine Wood stood up and apologized to the three people. Senior, you also mean well. For this kind of oolong, we have only fought briefly and there are not many casualties. It is naturally great to be able to solve it in time. If we really know it at the end of the fight, it will be really uncomfortable. Abraham said indifferently. Having served as the captain of an airship for many years, Abraham naturally knew the consumable properties of those ordinary crew members. Moreover, for those ordinary pirate crew members of the Blood Demon Hand, if he randomly picked a lucky crew member and pulled him out to shoot, he would most likely not kill the wrong one. Don't look at Captain Abraham, who usually talks and laughs with Tucker. When he really kills someone, he doesn't even blink. You have to know that steam vampires are greedy for blood. Seeing that there were many casualties, the crew member, the vampire captain, just said lightly. Valentine Wood's eyes and mood tightened a little. His eyes swept across the cabin again, and his feelings were a little different from before. Sitting on the sofa like an old clock, the bishop-level gray robe wizard, who was old but obviously not weak. A fourth-level steam wizard, wearing a blood-colored wizard robe, a hood, and a shadow mask on his face. Valentine Wood learned about many changes in the outside world from Cayenne Fishman Island. Steam is the latest and most powerful extraordinary sequence. All the extraordinary people who can control the steam sequence are top geniuses. Although the level of steam vampire and wizard are both level 6, they are very powerful. But the real danger comes from the steam wizard, who is only level 4. Level 4. This is a level where being able to escape in front of a level 6 bishop is considered a victory. But this level 4 steam wizard gave him inexplicable palpitations. That vague look was like a death stare. You know, he is a powerful lord-level bishop of level 69. For a moment, even Valentine Wood was a little confused. Was he too old, or was the world changing too fast? Clearing his throat, Valentine Wood continued. Nowadays, many forces of the three major forces are cruising in the ocean outside the Thousand Asian Mermaid Island. You just dive in like this. I'm afraid you will face a large number of enemies' siege. Even if you have 2 bishops, once you are besieged, you may not be able to escape. This made the three people raise their eyebrows. If it is really as the predecessor said, it may be dangerous for us to drive the sea demon ship over like this. Captain Abraham sat up slightly. I know a safe and hidden waterway that can lead directly to the Thousand Asian Mermaid Island. In order to express our apology for the misjudgment of our flying fish tribe this time, I am willing to guide Captain Abraham and safely reach the Thousand Asian Mermaid Island. Valentine Wood said sincerely. As a transcended sequence lord, he is willing to guide, which shows his sincerity. Before Captain Abraham could respond, Tucker, who was sitting steadily on the sofa, shrank his pupils slightly and stood up suddenly. At the same time, the shadows in the whole room also rose up with Tucker's rise. Cack! The low crow's cry sounded in everyone's ears and soul. Everyone in the room suddenly changed their faces. That was the breath of the horror-level forbidden seal. This wizard actually raised a horror-level forbidden crow. At this moment, Valentine Wood understood the source of his inexplicable fear. The wizard in front of him was the walking death. Tucker turned around and looked at the stern. Despite the many obstacles of the mast, the rear cabin, and the night, Tucker still saw the situation of the night behind the ocean. Tucker looked at the captain and Dr. Stanley. General Bloodfall, he's coming. After the voice fell, Tucker took a step and disappeared. General Bloodfall, one of the 9 demon seas. Coming? In the captain's cabin, everyone's mind was buzzing, and their souls were slightly trembling. At the same time, the killing intent also emerged. At this time, this cabin was called the Avengers Alliance of General Bloodfall. The 3 flying fish tribes were wiped out by General Bloodfall. The captain and the doctor, the air pirate group with an official background, were almost wiped out. Everyone had a grudge against General Bloodfall. Bloodfall. General Bloodfall. Abraham and Dr. Stanley looked at each other and saw deep murderous intent and fear in each other's eyes. The battle on the blood-front Sky Island. The bloodfall, like a sea monster, broke through the floating island barrier, and the surging sea of blood poured in like a waterfall. Their friends and colleagues were either killed or imprisoned. It's not that they don't want revenge, but the enemy is too powerful. The 6th level bishop couldn't stand it in front of General Bloodfall. The roar from the sky abyss caused a large number of 2nd level and 3rd level extraordinary people to explode directly on the spot. Some extraordinary people who looked directly at the sky abyss had their extraordinary sequences distorted and out of control. Even if they had the strength of the 5th level at that time. But they still didn't even have the qualifications to fight back. The fierce and terrifying strength of General Bloodfall weighed on their hearts like a mountain, deeply imprinted in the depths of their souls, making it difficult for them to breathe. They longed for revenge. But they also knew that the gap between their current level and strength, which had just entered the bishop realm, and General Bloodfall, who had been in the 7th level for decades, was too big. At the stern of the blood demon hand, the 6th level soul shadow looked at the magnificent and vast ecological vision seen behind him, and couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. Hiss. It's really spectacular. Under a cold full moon, in the vast depths of the ocean, the bloodfall, which was several times larger than the blood demon hand, was like a terrifying and cold sea beast, pushing the mighty waves and chasing the blood demon hand. The ecological vision of its sea demon ship tore the darkness directly, and the blood sea waterfall was divided into two, hanging on both sides of the bloodfall and pouring down from the sky, rumbling on the ocean on both sides of the sea demon ship, and stirring up a large area of blood mist. Even at a great distance, Tucker could still smell the blood sea in the air. The reason why the Blood Falls is called the Blood Falls is because it is really a blood sea waterfall ecology. This blood sea ecology not only forms a powerful cycle in the blood falls itself. Even the large areas of seawater around it are soaked. Wherever the blood falls passes, the blood sea is everywhere. And above the sky, the abyss cracks are upside down, and the terrifying breath is peeking in it. The blood falls not only has a powerful ecology, but also feeds the blood sea sky demon community with sea demon ships. Blood sea waterfall circulation, demon abyss feeding, top sea demon ship ecology. This is one of the 9 demon seas the blood falls. Just as Tucker was examining the blood falls, the blood demon hand came from the sky above the blood demon hand with a crackling sound of cracking. This sound penetrated the source energy dimension and resounded in everyone's heart. Everyone on the blood demon hand couldn't help but look up at the sky, and everyone's face suddenly changed. General Blood Falls took action. Suddenly, a huge gap was torn in the sky. Boom. The blood sea waterfall poured towards the blood demon hand like a flood. Once poured by the blood waterfall, the blood demon hand would be finished. For a moment, everyone's emotions were in their throats. Blood source sky waterfall. This is the magical power of General Blood Waterfall. General Blood Waterfall, who came to chase them, used such a powerful magical power. Can they survive? At this moment, boom, the hot light that could not be looked at directly carried the terrifying explosion sound that shook the soul. In the huge crack gap torn in the sky, it bloomed. Boom. For a moment, the whole sky, the whole ocean, and the whole night were booing in the terrifying explosion roar. The mushroom cloud rose with the explosion, directly evaporating the magical power of the blood source sky waterfall. You have the magical blood source sky waterfall vision. I also have the forbidden spell mushroom cloud vision. Now, although his level is not high enough, Tucker, whose wings are gradually becoming full, is not afraid of the bloodfall general who is coming to kill him. If you can't beat him, you can just run away. Let's fight first. This is forbidden spell when the blood black flames illuminated Valentine Wood's old face with ravines. The horror in the depths of his pupils was slightly diffused, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Who is the one who released the forbidden spell? Dr. Stanley and Captain Abraham looked at each other. The forbidden spell of His Highness the God's Favored One seems to have increased a lot. Indeed, it has only been half a year, and His Highness the God's Favored One has improved significantly. If we can have 1/10 of this speed of progress, we won't be standing still like this now. A forbidden spell faced the magical power of Captain Bloodfall. In the depths of Tucker's eyes, high-dimensional vision and phase vision bloomed at the same time. The veins of the world intertwined and quickly emerged in front of Tucker. Now Tucker's forbidden curtain stage has the last little tail time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tucker could have caught General Bloodfall. After examining for a moment, Tucker shook his head gently. The distance is too far, and General Bloodfall is hiding very deep. It seems that he can foresee some danger. But then again, facing a forbidden spell wizard, how many people are willing to easily show their heads and take the forbidden spell? With this in mind, Tucker put one hand on the handrail of the Blood Demon Hand. The steam ecology of the Blood Demon Hand has long been completed by Tucker in the steam, sea demon ship ecological cycle. Nowadays, the Blood Demon Hand supplies Tucker with the origin characteristics of the world all the time. Although it is rare, it is long-lasting. The Blood Demon Hand is Tucker's external steam world. As Tucker's single palm fits the Blood Demon Hand. Hoo-la-la. The large number of extraordinary corpses piled on the sea demon ship suddenly rose up with the flames of crows. In an instant. Crackling. A large number of crows broke free and jumped out of the corpses. Then more and more crows broke free from these corpses. First, they were densely packed. Then, they covered the sky and the earth. Cack, cack, cack. Every crow in the vast flock of crows was filled with the flames of the crows. The crows were like a torrent of blood flames, killing the blood falls that was chasing from behind. Facing the flames of the crows, the sea around the blood falls quickly boiled, and a large number of strange and twisted ocean tentacles with the breath of the abyss rose up. These ocean tentacles and the flames of the crows were completely intertwined and fighting together. The forbidden disaster crows that breed fear and twist the mind and the blood sea tentacles from the indescribable endless abyss fought. It was like a death disaster, twisting and wriggling on the ocean. Some low-level extraordinary people would go blind if they looked at it for a few more times, and blood would gurgle. The fight between the strong and the weak would suffer if they looked at it for a little more. Soon, Tucker released all the forbidden crows. If he released more, he would have to burn the crew and even the ship. Gaga. A slight hissing sound came from deep in Tucker's pupils. Sayers, forbidden crow, vision of the end, horror level. The core ability of the forbidden crow was condensed in Tucker's pupils. This is a terrifying disaster force that will kill anyone who stares at it. As Tucker placed the destructive power of vision on the blood falls. At that moment, Tucker saw that the blood falls began to slowly gather blood waterfalls for defense. At the same time, its speed also decreased. Tucker did not make a move. He just used Sayers, forbidden crow, vision of the end, to stare at the blood falls, which was slowly slowing down. With such a powerful means in hand, deterrence is enough. If you are not sure of destroying the opponent, taking action will only give the opponent a chance to see through you. In the cold and silent deep night of the ocean, one accelerated, and the other decelerated. After a certain amount of fighting, the two sea demon ships gradually distanced themselves. In the end, each was submerged in the deep darkness. Chapter 310 Ignite the barrier and start. Hoo-la-la. The violent storm wave swept in like a sharp blade, and the slight fluctuation of the wind-room mystery could be vaguely felt. When Tucker put his palm into the storm area of the barrier wind tunnel. Swish, swish, swish. Dense, invisible sharp-cutting wind lines bombarded Tucker's palm. With a sound of swish, Tucker's palm emerged with a golden halo, blocking all these strong wind lines like sharp blades. It contains a little power of the wind-room mystery, and the destructive power is quite amazing. Looking at the huge barrier wind tunnel, with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters in front of him, Tucker made a rough judgment. Barrier wind tunnel is the channel for the energy wave of the world barrier. Looking down, you can't see the end at a glance, and looking up, it spreads and disperses to the extreme depths of the sky. There are many similar barrier wind tunnel in the world barrier. It has rune dragon scales that fit the body, and the quality is not low. At the same time, Hyisha, who was standing by, had sharp eyes. Through the emerging golden light and the faintly visible scale texture, she instantly judged the powerful means hidden by the powerful forbidden spell wizard in front of her. On this road, Hyisha's eyes were mostly examining and sizing up this powerful human steam wizard. After all, before coming here, the teacher had already ordered that this time, the garrison of the barrier wind tunnel should be based on this human wizard Andre. Of course, Hyisha had already known the real name of the wizard in front of her after following the Blood Demon Hand sea demon ship all the way, Tucker Lamore. At the same time, he also has another identity, the god's favored one. And Hyisha, who is on Kyanaya Fishman Island, had heard this name countless times. Until now, Hyisha still couldn't believe it. The 4th level steam wizard in front of him turned out to be Tucker Lamore, the blasphemer and God-favored one who had a great reputation in the extraordinary world of the Augu twin stars in recent years. Feeling the destructive power of the 20-level wind magic in the barrier wind tunnel, Tucker looked at the 4th level marine fish warrior who sent him and Heisha here with a little curiosity and asked, "Will someone really pass through here to sneak attack Kyanaya Mermaid Island?" The 4th level marine fish warrior wearing silver white fish scale armor first glanced at the 4th level human wizard who asked the question. He waited a little, and for the sake of the 5th level leader, the extraordinary flying fish tribe strong man, he opened his mouth and answered. "Those people from the East Continent are very good at using the forbidden magic stone, which can resist the destructive power of the barrier wind tunnel to a great extent, and then ride the wind to launch a sneak attack. Before you, many people have been injured here, and even lost their lives. In fact, spellcasters are not very suitable for defending the sneak attacks of those extraordinary people from the East Continent here. Their forbidden magic stone is very restraining for spellcasters like you. Find your own cave and do a good job of defense. In addition, I wish you good luck." After saying that, the 4th level ocean fishman warrior jumped directly into the source energy waterway in the world barrier on the side and quickly disappeared. "It sounds good, but the speed of escape is not slow," Tucker said secretly in his heart. Immediately, Tucker followed the rock shelf of this huge barrier wind tunnel, with a diameter of 1 kilometer, and began to look for a suitable cave for shelter and guarding. Half a month ago, after fighting with General Bloodfall in the depths of the ocean, under the leadership of the old flying fish Lord Valentine Wood, the Blood Demon Hand arrived safely at the Thousand Asian Mermaid Island after a week of sailing. The Thousand Asian Mermaid Island is more than 10 times larger than the Source World Island that Tucker had been looking for before. The Source World Island is an island area that was opened up by pushing open the gray fog of the dead. The Thousand Asian Mermaid Island is a core world hub area that was opened up by pushing open a large area of world barriers. It has many various channels and is connected in all directions. On the way to the Thousand Asian Mermaid Island, Captain Abraham privately discussed with 3 flying fish masters. He hoped that they could keep the identity of the forbidden spell wizard as secret as possible. Although the information about the Blood Demon Hand, the forbidden spell wizard, the God-favored one, and Tucker Lamore will definitely be leaked out over time. However, if we can delay it for a little longer, we can buy more time for Tucker to practice and grow. In this regard, the flying fish Lord Valentine Wood naturally agreed without any hesitation. After several people arrived at the Thousand Asian Mermaid Island, just as Valentine Wood, the leader of the flying fish tribe, said, "Today, the Kyanaya Mermaid Island has become a frontier fortress of war. It has become a battlefield for the game between the East and West continents. The mermaid tribe itself is huge. In addition, there are other extraordinary sea tribes taken in by the mermaid tribe, as well as supporters from other hubs of the Principality of Syrians. There are also alien extraordinary people who come to Mermaid Island from foreign lands to earn merits, etc. This makes the Kyanaya Mermaid Island unusually lively. Just arrived here. From those fluttering battle flags, armed to the teeth sea magic ships, various large and small steam magic fortresses, a large number of steam magic towers, steam magic turrets, etc. Tucker felt a strong breath of war. Compared with the Principality of Syrians, it is more inclined to ecological war and strong combat. Kyanaya Mermaid Island here has obviously accepted more advanced steam magic technology from the outside world. From the caliber of those magic cannons that can fit themselves in, Tucker can see that the development of the outside world is probably more advanced than what he has come into contact with. With the identity of Dr. Stanley, and the Blood Demon Hand coming from afar to help, there are 2 bishop-level strongmen, and their own strength is not weak. On the second day, Tucker got the long-awaited 5th-level Lord-level materials. So far, all the materials for Tucker's promotion to the 5th level are complete. Since it is here to participate in the war and defend, the Blood Demon Hand naturally cannot get resources for free without working. The captain and Dr. Stanley were sent to the outside of the world barrier waterfall, which requires frontal support and fighting, to participate in the frontier war. Tucker planned to choose to garrison the world barrier on the side of the East continent because of the need to break through an anchor and hang up, as well as some subsequent needs. When Tucker chose to work as a defender, Valentine Wood of the Flying Fish clan found Tucker privately, after a private secret transaction. In the end, Tucker got what he needed from the Lord Bishop Valentine Wood. and the leader-level assassin of the Flying Fish Clan, Haisha, will follow Tucker to practice for a period of time. The area that Tucker finally chose to practice was the barrier wind tunnel. First, there was not much pressure on defense here, and the Shadow Spider of the 5th level Lord could fully serve as the garrison. Second, this was the easiest place to comprehend the mysteries of the wind runes. Third, the barrier wind tunnel was also the fastest way to spread the power of the steam world fire to the depths of the entire world barrier. Fourth, from here, Tucker could effectively enter the stone golem empire of the East continent. Tucker didn't plan to go there now, but soon, Tucker could use the entire stone golem continent as his own test site. Not long after, Tucker chose the barrier cave. And Haisha chose the cave barrier not far from Tucker. As a leader who is proficient in the mysteries of the wind runes and had the ability to fly, Haisha had no pressure at all to garrison the barrier wind tunnel. You practice well first, and I will build an ecosystem first. When the time is right, I will let you inherit the Star Meditation Secret Book. Inheriting the Star Meditation Secret Book was one of the agreements between Tucker and Valentine Wood. I know. Haisha, who is not far away, nodded carefully in response. Then Haisha added, in addition, I will help you with the guard outside. You don't have to worry about the things outside. Just build the ecology inside with peace of mind. Yes, Tucker responded lightly, and then he put the steam magic bracelet into the barrier, and then stepped into the magic hut. With a magic hut, Tucker can have a very comfortable practice environment anytime and anywhere. Huh? Tucker, who entered the hut, exhaled lightly. Quack. The taboo crow in Tucker's left pupil immediately pecked at Tucker's pupil impatiently and hissed in a low voice. As soon as Tucker released the restrictions, the taboo crow immediately flew out impatiently and landed in its own gravel nest, jumping back and forth continuously. This guy is particularly familiar with the nest. After feeding the taboo crow, Tucker sat down quietly on the meditation seat and entered a state of slight meditation practice. After more than 100 breaths, Tucker, who had adjusted his state, moved his mind, and the book of the old stars on the desk not far away flew over. The pages of the book quickly spread out by themselves. Then, woo woo woo, accompanied by the heavy, low, melodious, and deep roar of steam from the meditation stars, mixed with the roar of steam from the old stars. A large amount of steam gushed out along the pages like a wave. Tucker took a deep breath and looked at the world barrier outside. World barrier is like a translucent glass crystal, which is both a condensed solid and a source energy liquid. When Tucker touched it, the world barrier was as solid as a stone wall. But you can see those barrier elves swimming and playing in the glass crystal. The world barrier has extraordinary solid-liquid duality. Even at the top of the dome, it will have meteorological properties. The commonality of the three states of solid, liquid and gas is the magical world barrier. Arriving at a deeper position of the world barrier, and there are fewer people stationed here. Then Tucker should start his crucial step of entering the barrier. Using his own steam, world as the fire, and the old steam of old, star as the source and driving force, to ignite the great barrier of the extraordinary world of the Augu twin stars. It is not feasible to use steam, world, to ignite the barrier ecology with ordinary source energy steam. Tucker has tried it before. But it can be ignited with old steam. But it takes a certain scale to make the special ecology of steam, world barrier, operate and expand. And this time, Tucker plans to stay in the barrier wind duct area here for a long time. Use the book of old stars to spray old steam for a long time to ignite the world barrier with the effect of quantitative transformation into qualitative change. In this way, the barrier between the world barrier and steam is broken, and a new world-class steam ecology is created. Woo woo. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311. When it was confirmed that the old days, steam gradually condensed into a steam ring around the magic hut and was not blown away by the wind and waves of the barrier wind tunnel, Tucker gradually felt relieved. If the precipitated old days, steam was blown away by the wind and waves, then Tucker would have to move. Fortunately, the restraining force of the steam magic hut was strong enough. The condensed steam ring circulated steadily in the barrier wind tunnel. It would even actively absorb the source energy of the barrier wind tunnel and allow it to participate in the source energy cycle of the steam magic hut. Turning on the system. Tucker examined the many suitable places for hanging up and developing on the system searched page. The first to bear the brunt were the several steam towers Tucker selected at the Kayanaya Mermaid Island hub node. Kayanaya Mermaid Island is more in line with the trajectory of the times than Tucker imagined. There are quite a few steam towers in it. When each source energy tower robs source energy experience, it also leads to that each steam tower that forms a separate tower steam ecology cannot give Tucker too much source energy experience. It is best for a large ecosystem to have only one core where source energy converges. This way, it is more suitable for Tucker to anchor the core point for long-term development. While thinking, Tucker looked at his magic hut again. This made Tucker raise his eyebrows slightly. In itself, this barrier wind tunnel will bring a lot of pure source energy, but it is just too violent. Normally, it is not easy for extraordinary people to absorb it, but the problem is that the anchor area development of the system does not care whether you are violent or not. The amount of source energy circulating in this area per unit time is quite large. The basic source energy experience can reach as much as 12.2. You should know that the basic source energy of the source boundary island is only 18.2. The second ring state has about 25. If the magic hut is used to support the third ring state, or even the fourth ring state, the source energy experience will be close to 40. A very good place to develop. Tucker's mouth drew a little smile. It's just too empty here. The only thing that can keep the ecological cycle going is source energy. But it's similar on Kayanaya Mermaid Island, where talent fragments are extremely rare. It will take about a month and a half for the system to re-anchor the development zone. During this period, practice the extraordinary state steadily. Now I don't need much experience in source energy. The advancement of the extraordinary state is the key. While thinking, Tucker gradually gathered his mind and entered the steam, all-day, star meditation. Not long after. Woo woo woo. Behind Tucker, like the surface of the sea of stars, there was a slight roar of steam sequence, followed by a round of meditation vision of the all-day star gradually rising from the surface of the sea of stars and reaching the sky above the area where Tucker sat cross-legged. Continuously completing the steam ecological cycle with Tucker. Tucker, who was doing the steam, all-day, star meditation, carefully felt his extraordinary state now. Extraordinary state is the core of the extraordinary. It can be said that the extraordinary who have condensed the extraordinary state can be regarded as truly touching the threshold of the extraordinary world. The essence of the extraordinary state is to build a new life form based on the sequence, so as to get rid of the constraints of the weak body and soul. Tucker heard that in the Black Witch God Court, those extraordinary wizards who have practiced special extraordinary states. Once the extraordinary state is condensed, they will first pull out their souls and crush them on the spot. Then use the extraordinary state to take off clothes, take off the flesh and blood body, and burn the flesh to ashes. Then, with the outline of the virtual and real two-phase state of the extraordinary state, they continue to practice and grow, and finally complete the construction of 100% extraordinary state. Those wizards in the Black Witch God Court are ruthless and incomprehensible. Do they have such a big hatred with their own souls and bodies? But it can also be seen from this. The importance of extraordinary state to an extraordinary person. Lord, all-day, light flame state, this is Tucker's current extraordinary state. For a fourth-level extraordinary person, the upper limit of the extraordinary state is 20%. And it needs to reach 20% to support the promotion to the fifth level of the extraordinary. For a fifth-level extraordinary person, the upper limit of the extraordinary state is 50%, and it needs to reach 50% to complete the promotion to the sixth level. For a sixth-level, bishop-level extraordinary person, the perfect extraordinary state is naturally 100%. Perfectly condensed 100% extraordinary state. There will be no shortcomings in the soul, body, or extraordinary will. And this is why those senior bishops are so powerful. With 20% of the extraordinary state, Tucker can take materials to advance to the fifth level. And Tucker's current extraordinary state is only about 5.6%. If it weren't for the transformation of the life frame into the leader level and the lord level, the upper limit of the extraordinary state would have been greatly increased. Tucker, who is already level 49, can already be promoted to the fifth level. Although Tucker's extraordinary state is advancing slowly, But the huge benefits of the leader level and lord level extraordinary states make a large number of extraordinary people flock to it. Whether in Saint Land or paddling New Island, many extraordinary people would fight to the death for an elite life frame. Up to 65 times the life tankiness of the basic Steam Wizard. And as Tucker continues to absorb the world star grid, he can continue to improve the upper limit of his extraordinary tankiness. With such a high upper limit, the extraordinary state highlights a strong ability to fight and resist. As a wizard, if you are not a little bit tough, you have no soul. As the Steam Magic Hut began to stockpile more and more old-day steam, the effect of the ecological cycle began to play out. Tucker's Lord Old Day Light Flame State's advancement speed is also constantly increasing. About half a month later, just as the assassin who sent Tucker and Haisha here said, the 4th level elite mermaid marine warrior. There are really extraordinary people from the Stone Golem Empire of the East Continent who are not afraid of death and will come to attack. About 40 or 50 3rd level extraordinary people, plus a dozen 4th level extraordinary people, riding the wind. When they came here, they took out various magic scrolls, alchemical bombs, and even extraordinary firearms. They attacked the people stationed here. The 5th level Shadow Spider Lord had not eaten for a long time. When he saw these people coming, he immediately took action. When he saw the 5th level Shadow Lord here, the group of sneak attacking extraordinary people were immediately frightened and panicked, and fled in a hurry. After the small sneak attack, Tucker invited Haisha to come over. Then he began to use the Book of Old Star Meditation to let her inherit the Old Star Meditation. Let Haisha inherit the secret Book of Old Star Meditation, which was also one of the agreements made by Tucker and the Flying Fish Lord Valentine Wood. A few days later, Haisha left happily after the inheritance. Then Tucker continued to calm down and began to practice steadily in the magic hut to advance the extraordinary state. As the level got higher and higher, Tucker also clearly felt that it took longer and longer. Tucker knew all of this. This was all normal. Didn't wizards build safe towers so that they could practice in peace for a long time? It is said that many high-level extraordinary people meditate for years, or even more than 10 years. Tucker, a 4th level Steam Wizard, doesn't need such a long time to practice at a time. But every time he practices, he needs 2 or 3 months, or even half a year. Tucker, immersed in the extraordinary state of precipitation, completely forgot the passage of time in the outside world. Chapter 312, Promotion to Level 5 Trinity. Supernatural Sequence, Steam, Wizard, Level 50. Dark Sea of Origin, Level 50. Supernatural Powers, Phase Walking, 665 Fragments, Level 50. Eternal, Heart of Flame, 1300 Fragments, Level 50. Supernatural Talents, Precision, High Dimension, Correction, SSS Level, 2100%. Steam, World, Original Spiritual State, SSS Exclusive Level, 2100%. Barrier Wind Tunnel. Inside the magical hut. Looking at his current supernatural level 5 and realm, Tucker took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, with a little joy on his cheeks. Finally promoted to level 5. In the meditation practice of this barrier wind tunnel, Tucker put all his energy into the practice and advancement of the supernatural state. It took more than 4 months. Tucker advanced, Lord, Old Day, Light Flame State, to 20% of the peak of level 4. Reaching 20% can already be promoted to level 5. For the sake of safety, Tucker meditated quietly for another half a month, and carefully polished his Lord, Old, Light Flame State. After confirming that his extraordinary state had a solid foundation and there were no major problems, Tucker began to try to break through. The 2 materials he had obtained before had been tempered by Tucker on the way to Kayanaya Fishman Island. The materials obtained on Kayanaya Fishman Island had also been refined by Tucker during the meditation practice of these few months. Moreover, Tucker had repeatedly tempered and polished each material. It was natural that he had to spend more effort on his own promotion materials. Soul, Red Dragon Lord Crown material. Life, Stone Bone Bird Lord Crystal material. Source Energy, Ocean Giant Whale Lord material. For other extraordinary people, the 5th level promotion was a huge risk. But for Tucker, who was extremely talented and had top-level refining methods, it was just a matter of course. After adjusting his own extraordinary state and Steam, Wizard ecological cycle, Tucker prepared the promotion potion and began the promotion. The whole process was not too turbulent. The word stable is the most accurate description. The steady breakthrough state that countless extraordinary people dream of is carried out perfectly in Tucker's hands. After about a week of careful digestion, Tucker successfully promoted to the 5th level of extraordinary soul, source energy, life. The combination of 1 crowned lord plus 2 lord level materials. It was perfectly absorbed by Tucker's Steam Wizard sequence tree. The sequence tree promoted to the 5th level is getting stronger. Even now the Steam Wizard sequence tree has begun to actively absorb the origin characteristics of the world, and began to actively build its own sequence ecological world. You know, building a sequence ecological world is one of the foundations for the promotion of extraordinary masters. Tucker, who has a strong talent and background, began to lay the foundation for the promotion of extraordinary masters early. To a certain extent, the practice of mid-level and high-level extraordinary people is to lay the foundation for the promotion of extraordinary masters. Tucker's promotion to the 5th level sequence tree transformation. Tucker's supernatural state also completed the transformation. When the supernatural state is transformed, the source energy will be transformed. Finally, the soul and body will be transformed. It can be seen from the order of transformation. Steam Wizard sequence tree is the absolute core. The supernatural state, Lord, Old Day, Light Flame state, is the supernatural body that supports the operation of the sequence, and the secondary core. The supernatural state completely wraps the sequence tree, and the foundation of the sequence tree can make the supernatural state strong enough. Source energy is the bridge between the supernatural and the outside world. Finally, the body and soul. For Tucker, it is still necessary to preserve the body and soul at this stage. The soul rune carries several witchcrafts, soul curtain, spiritual hand, etc., which are very powerful and have many magical uses. The flesh and blood body can bear more damage and serve as a buffer zone for the defense of the supernatural state. Well, unconsciously, I have reached the level where I can stop treating my body as a person. Tucker pondered for a moment and couldn't help but smile. From the 49th level of the 4th stage to the 50th level of the 5th stage. Although it is only a level upgrade, it is a transformation of a large class. Just sitting here, relying on the 5th level, Steam Wizard, sequence, the source energy stimulation, rune echo, ecological suppression and so on between oneself and the outside world are far beyond the previous 4th stage, and the strength has been greatly improved. Feeling the extraordinary 5th level state in which he has fallen, Tucker gradually gathered his mind. He raised his head and looked out the window of the magic hut. Originally, when Tucker started practicing, the magic hut supported the 2nd ring state, magic hut. After the cycle of the old star steam ecology and the high-intensity cycle of the barrier wind duct, today's magic hut has initially condensed the 3rd ring state. Yes, with Tucker's promotion to the 5th level, the magic hut has also completed the construction of the 3-ring magic hut. Although the 3rd ring is not very obvious, but the outline can be seen. This is most obvious on the system's anchoring page. Barrier wind duct, 3 rings, steam, magical tower, energy experience. 30.5 hour. It has been nearly 3 months since the beginning of anchoring, plus the energy experience that Tucker had previously accumulated. Tucker has nearly 200,000 energy experience. But the consumption of more than 50 levels of extraordinary witchcraft and the improvement of extraordinary abilities is quite astonishing at each level. Tucker plans to reserve it first, and it will not be too late to upgrade it when needed. Of course, Tucker's main focus is not on energy experience. It is the degree of fit between the steam ecology of old day, steam, magical tower and world barrier. During the months of training here, Tucker completely released his innate ability of steam, world, constantly guiding old day, steam and world barrier to conduct ecological cycles. Now, it is time to test the results. Tucker felt this for more than 10 minutes. Huh? Tucker, who opened his eyes, breathed a sigh of relief. Then, a little smile gradually appeared on his face. Not bad, not bad. Tucker thought to himself while rubbing his palms. Although the response of World Gate was very weak, it still responded after all. And World Gate not only responded, but also perfectly matched with my extraordinary magical power, phase walking. This is simply wonderful. Now, I can almost try my Trinity plan. Go to the Stone Golem Empire in the East Continent to massacre the city, ahem, to conduct a starburst experiment, which is much easier and simpler. The Augu Twin Star Supernatural Realm is the Twin Star Realm. And the Twin Star Supernatural Realm has the World Gate that the single supernatural world does not have. Using the world transmission power of the World Gate, it is easy to travel freely between the East and West continents. Even, cultivate the World Gate well. Continue to expand the World Gate ecology. Maybe in the future, the Augu Twin Star Supernatural World will enter the development route of the Gate World. Supernormal Gate World is a supernormal world worth cultivating in the three-eyed God Holy Spirit Kingdom. Unfortunately, decades ago, the Lord of the Sun Rock Empire and the Grand Duke of Cyrenius made a bet that whoever won would own the World Gate area. After the Lord of the Sun Rock Empire lost, he did not follow the moral principles of martial arts and secretly used a large amount of deposited source essence to blow up the World Gate. This made the Grand Duke of Cyrenius so angry that he slaughtered 5 supernormal city-states of the Sun Rock Empire before he calmed down. If the Grand Duke of Cyrenius could kill the Lord of the Sun Rock Empire, then the Grand Duke of Cyrenius would have destroyed the Sun Rock Empire and unified the Western continent long ago. But the problem is that the Grand Duke of Cyrenius could not kill the Lord of the Sun Rock Empire. In this case, the Grand Duke of Cyrenius did not dare to easily destroy the Sun Rock Empire. Keeping a certain territory of the Sun Rock Empire, it can also contain the Lord of the Sun Rock Empire and make him afraid to act rashly. Once the Sun Rock Empire is completely destroyed, do you think that the ruler of the Sun Rock Empire, who has nothing to worry about and no longer has any fear, will take advantage of the fact that Grand Duke Syrians is away from the world to do the same to the Principality of Syrians? This is why Grand Duke Syrians dare not destroy all the extraordinary city-states in the Sun Rock Empire. The same problem also occurred in the Stone Golem Empire. When Grand Duke Syrians was at the 9th level, he was an invincible 9th level existence. The general 9th level crowns would be beaten to the ground by Grand Duke Syrians. But the Stone Golem continent restrains source energy magic, and Grand Duke Syrians is a wizard. The 9th level Grand Duke Syrians cannot march east to the East continent. And when Grand Duke Syrians absorbed the power of the forbidden land of the ancient Chaos continent and was able to break through after returning, he became a non-purely native extraordinary master. The World Channel allows Grand Duke Syrians to pass through and enter the extraordinary world of the Augu Twin Stars. But the double world barrier does not allow it to pass. Therefore, Grand Duke Syrians, who is at the level of Supermaster, has a strong strength, but cannot enter the East continent, and can only sigh in despair. But, the ruler of the Sun Rock Empire can go to the East continent. The ruler of the Sun Rock Empire, who cannot beat Grand Duke Syrians, can escape to the East continent with his life saved. This is another reason why Grand Duke Syrians has never dared to touch the Sun Rock Empire. Now the three-legged situation in the extraordinary world of the Augu Twin Stars is full of historical problems if you go a little deeper and open 1 or 2 pages. Although the World Gate was bombed, the characteristics of the World Gate still exist, and one day in the future, the World Gate will come again. Of course, this is all later. At present, what Tucker does is to use the steam world and the world barrier to complete a certain steam ecological cycle, so as to use his own world to guide the ultra-long-distance transmission ability of the World Gate. In this way, Tucker can use his own magical power, phase walking, combined with the guided World Gate power, to easily descend on the East continent. Descending is a small problem. The big problem is coming back. Tucker can leave a 6th-order soul curtain shadow in the magic hut. Leave a lot of phase power and world power on it, guide the World Gate well, and jump back directly from the East continent over a long distance. The biggest problem solved by the Trinity is to come back quietly from the East continent. Source Island, World Barrier, East continent, use the World Gate to connect them together, and Tucker can travel freely. This is Tucker's Trinity plan to destroy the Stone Golem Empire. Doesn't the Lord of the Stone Golem Empire want to use the power of the Empire to get promoted? What Tucker has to do is to cut off the firewood from the bottom of the pot, so that you can't even be a king. Without the help of the king's ecology, how can you get promoted? Let's try it first and see how far we can jump by borrowing the World Gate. With a thought, the 6th-order soul curtain shadow jumped out directly from the shadow behind Tucker. World, phase walking, the 2 major forces continue to settle on the soul curtain shadow. When the 2 forces are stabilized, Tucker quickly guides the power of the World Gate. After the 3 forces were stabilized and balanced, Tucker used his own world power to match the barrier world. Soon, Tucker felt the transmission vein extending from the world gate to the soul curtain shadow. After preparing the anchor point for the transmission back, Tucker began to accumulate the power of phase walking. After a dozen breaths, Tucker felt that he had accumulated enough. Taking a deep breath, Tucker calmed his mind and followed the transmission power of world gate. He suddenly threw himself into the depths of the East Continent. Buzz! In an instant, Tucker felt like he was fired by a cannon. The powerful space force pressed from all directions. Fortunately, Tucker's world power was strong enough, and Tucker's own extraordinary physique was not weak. He was fully able to withstand the squeezing force of this transmission space. In the transmission state, the world around him flashed by like a marquee, and then turned into a hazy line. After a few breaths, the pressure around him dissipated. The picture of the world reappeared in Tucker's eyes. At this time, Tucker was in the sky, and the clouds kept passing by him. Woo woo woo. With a low roar of steam, the golden steam and feather blade behind Tucker bloomed quickly. With a slight flap of the feather blade, Tucker stabilized his falling trend in the air. With his hands in front of him, Tucker pushed open a gap in the thick clouds. But below was a large tract of farmland, and many ant-sized farmers were working hard in the fields. Soon Tucker found traces of extraordinary aura in a place similar to Noble Castle Manor, surrounded by hills. The surrounding farms and pastures were all around the Noble Castle Manor. It's a bit like the primitive and ancient ecology of noble serfs. It is said that many extraordinary worlds are like this. Tucker did not go down to explore and disturb this area. He just observed carefully. To fight a war alone, there are too many aspects that Tucker needs to prepare. At present, it is just a preliminary attempt to enter the East Continent, and Tucker will not take any action. After flying with the clouds and observing for several hours, Tucker used his world to communicate with the outside world. Soon the world responded to Tucker. Following the subtle veins, Tucker activated the transmission power of world gate. Buzz! The same feeling of space compression as before. After the abstract hazy veins dissipated, Tucker appeared in the magical hut, in the 6th level soul curtain. Tucker walked out of the soul curtain and smiled softly after feeling it carefully. Trinity, a great success. After many attempts, I can even accurately control the delivery location of the world gate through strength and direction. At present, it seems that I can be delivered to very long distance. This means that I can go deep into any corner of the Stone Golem Empire in the East Continent. After all, the area of the East Continent is not too large, and there are not many oceans in the East Continent. Use a world as my testing ground. This is what a wizard should do. And now I can also obtain a large amount of blood source essence from the Stone Golem Empire to practice my extraordinary defense, Master Blood Source Scale Armor. Tucker made a deal with Valentine Wood before. Tucker needs to let Aisha complete the Inheritance of Star Meditation and guide her to thoroughly master the Old Day Star Meditation secret book. Then he needs to write a letter of recommendation to Aisha, so that Aisha can go to St. Lander to serve in the Church of the Three Eyes. Therefore, there will be a period of time when Aisha follows Tucker to practice in this barrier wind tunnel area. What Tucker got from Valentine Wood was this ancient cultivation secret book of Master Blood Source Scale Armor. Master Blood Source Scale Armor is not a sequence seed or something like that. It is a defense secret book based on the supernormal state. The supernormal state of the supernormal is difficult to eliminate. Once the supernormal defense is cultivated, it is equivalent to putting on armor for the supernormal state, and the defense ability will be further improved. Tucker, who has a high life tank, will naturally not miss such a powerful Master Blood Source Scale Armor. However, practicing Master Blood Source Scale Armor requires a lot of blood source essence power. And those supernormal people who believe in the Dark Sun in the East Continent can provide Tucker with a lot of blood source essence. After thinking for a while, Tucker came to the desk and began to write a letter to Dr. Stanley. To eliminate the Dark Sun Church and the resistance forces in the East Continent, the first step is to have a deep and comprehensive understanding of the East Continent and the Stone Golem Empire. Tucker didn't know much about the Thousand Asian Mermaid Island, and didn't know where to learn about the East Continent. And Dr. Stanley must have connections and be able to find people who understand the East Continent. Chapter 313. On the altar covered with a black tablecloth, black candles burned with blood-red flames, stretching out a blood-red ritual area. A small ritual pottery jar with a live fish. A bowl of blood scooped from the blood pool with blood essence. A blue withered spirit grass sprinkled with some spiritual source water. As the ceremony was set up, Tucker chanted in a low voice in front of the ritual altar. The spirit of the master from the long river of heroic spirits. You are the enlightening teacher who built the sequence armor. You are the dragon terminator feared by the dragon clan. You are the kind teacher who guides future generations to build extraordinary defensive armor. I pray that you will trace back to the 5th order red dragon rune armor in the long river of sequence history. With this as the core, trace back to my extraordinary state. As Tucker chanted in a low voice. After several times, buzz, the candles on the altar quickly magnified the flames, forming a large bridge between reality and nothingness. A mighty river of heroic spirits was faintly visible. The master heroic spirit that Tucker prayed for in the ritual also emerged. Then part of the power of the master heroic spirit quickly penetrated into Tucker's steam wizard sequence tree. The dragon heroic spirit that was deposited in Tucker's sequence tree awakened. Roar, roar, roar. The roar of the angry dragon sounded beside Tucker's ears and deep in his soul. This is the dragon scale armor of the 5th level red dragon. And it is the crown material that Tucker took when he was promoted to the 5th level. Under the effect of the master heroic spirit ritual. Soon, a layer of illusory red dragon scale armor emerged on Tucker's extraordinary state. It is obviously not realistic to build the extraordinary dragon scale armor at once. It takes many times and repeated guidance to condense the final extraordinary dragon scale armor. Feeling that it is almost done, Tucker dispersed the ritual. Then he carefully felt the ritual that was performed this time, and the extraordinary dragon scale armor obtained from the heroic spirit backtracking in the sequence. Master Blood Source Scale Armor, this has the name of Master, and Tucker and other mid-level extraordinary people can use it. First, it means that its upper limit is extremely high, and it can be used at the master level. Second, it means that this book has the Master Heroic Spirit Ritual, that can guide the heroic spirit retracing. The ritual practice method. In the extraordinary world, it is not uncommon. Tucker's soul curtain is like this. To a certain extent, Tucker's absorption of the barrier power of the world barrier to strengthen his extraordinary ecology is also using the extraordinary ritual. Master Blood Source Scale Armor. The first step in building the extraordinary defense is to find a suitable scale armor. Tucker can't make scale armor out of thin air. Well, it can't be said that it can't be fabricated out of thin air, but it's hard to say what it is. If you construct it randomly and grow hair all over your body, it will be an ominous sign at most. If you grow long and indescribable forms all over your body, it will resonate with the extraordinary sequence and cause the collapse of the entire sequence. That would be a catastrophic distortion of the extraordinary form. And the Dragon Clan Crown Lord material that has been absorbed by Tucker himself is definitely a perfect fit for himself. From the heroic spirit that digested the material, it was traced back to obtain its scale frame structure, and then integrated into its own extraordinary state. This is the first part of the practice of Master Blood Scale. The 5th Order Crown Red Dragon absorbed and digested by Tucker. At the 5th Order level, it condensed a powerful rune crown. It is extremely talented and has excellent bloodline. This dragon scale is naturally a more powerful existence. It must be the best of the same level when guided. It is both safe and powerful. This is the benefit of the heroic spirit tracing back of the Master Blood Scale. In the process of the extraordinary promotion, the absorption and precipitation of powerful materials is itself a small treasure. As a wizard, there are many means. How to dig it depends on their own means and abilities. Tucker absorbed a lot of dragon materials. Even if Tucker learned means such as heroic spirit dragon breath, it is completely possible to absorb the characteristics of the dragon's dragon breath through the hero spirit tracing back ceremony to make his dragon breath witchcraft more powerful. In fact, Tucker went out today and really gained a lot. Among them was information about several dragon breath witchcrafts. A few days ago, Tucker wrote a magic letter to Stanley. Dr. Stanley replied that afternoon. From the 6-page magic letter, it can be seen that Dr. Stanley was indeed quite relaxed while driving the Blood Devil. After all, the Blood Devil now has the power of 2 bishops, although neither is a top bishop. But when the 2 join forces, they can barely be considered a master bishop. More importantly, the Blood Devil has more than 205th level sequence undead. This is a powerful force that even the bishops need to be wary of. In the magic letter, Dr. Stanley told Tucker that they had gone through several rounds of offensive and defensive battles during this period. Both sides suffered losses. Obviously, the war could not be decided for a while. Then Dr. Stanley also asked Tucker how his practice was going, etc. Finally, Dr. Stanley pointed out to Tucker the place where Tucker wanted to get information. The merchant in the shipwreck market, the old merchant Mikafu on the Calf. A long time ago. Kayanaya Fishman Island is one of the hubs of trade between the east and west continents. Even some small merchant ships are allowed to pass as long as they pay taxes. The business here is already quite prosperous. Those old sea demon ships, steamships, etc., were pieced together by the fishermen of Kayanaya Fishman Island to form the extremely famous shipwreck market of Kayanaya Fishman Island. Actively embrace the new era. It must be said that the sea prophet of the mermaid tribe is really a very foresighted tribe leader. Compared with the flying fish tribe abandoned by the times, the development of the mermaid tribe is undoubtedly very consistent with the trajectory of the times. From the old businessman named Mikafu in the shipwreck market, Tucker not only got a lot of information about the stone golem empire of the East Continent, he also got the local clothing and costumes, the East Continent language stone, etc. With these things, there is no problem lurking in the East Continent for a long time. After all, no matter what, the stone golem empire of the East Continent is also a continental empire with a population of hundreds of millions. Only with a deep understanding can we better strike the power of the Dark Sun Church in the East Continent. Afterwards, Tucker also went to the war supply tower of Kayanaya Mermaid Island. As the defender of the war, Kayanaya Mermaid Island naturally could not let everyone bleed in vain. War costs money, and real money needs to be invested in it. Originally, Tucker did not have much hope. As a result, Tucker really gained something. Several powerful dragon breath witchcrafts were listed on the magic screen of the war supply tower. 2-star, 3-star, 4-star, everything is available. Especially the rune 3-star and rune 4-star dragon breath witchcrafts, the price is not low. However, Tucker is preparing to prepare more heads of 5th level or even 6th level strongmen in the case of massacre in the East Continent, and there is still hope to take them down. In the past few days, during the preparation period, Tucker plans to initially condense his Master Blood Source scale armor. Then he went to the East Continent. From the information he got, Tucker was quite happy. The East Continent is a peculiar continent with large-scale forbidden magic power. In addition to the forbidden magic power, there are indeed several areas in the East Continent that are suspected to be treasure areas. These treasure areas are also Tucker's goal when he enters the East Continent. Chapter 314, Bloodbath in 4 Cities, Burning the Stone Demon. At dusk, the halo of the setting sun fell on the blood-colored peak. It triggered the blood-colored vision of Blood Demon Dusk Mountain. The entire huge Blood Demon Dusk Mountain was like a huge blood mist spitting machine. It spewed out thick and heavy blood mist, which flowed down the ridge valley. Not long after, the Blood Dusk City State at the foot of the mountain was shrouded in thick blood mist. Blood Dusk City State. In a bustling tavern, the magic oil lamp had already been lit. The blood mist outside did not affect the bustle in the tavern at all. Obviously, the residents had long been accustomed to the blood mist spewing from the Blood Demon Dusk Mountain every day. Yesterday I heard from the magician of the manor that another extraordinary city-state was destroyed. It is said that the extraordinary city-state has developed rapidly in recent years relying on the Dark Sun Church, and the number of extraordinary people is much greater than other places. The extraordinary city-state that originally had a promising future was suddenly destroyed. It is said that it was hit by 5 forbidden spells. As the second-level knight leaning on the bar of the tavern told this story, many extraordinary people around, as well as warriors without extraordinary sequences, looked over. During this period of time, the news that several extraordinary city-states in the Stone Golem Empire were destroyed by forbidden spells spread very fiercely. It caused great turmoil in the entire Stone Golem Empire. It is said that some rich people with manners began to flee the city-states. Those capable magicians are using various means and channels to explore this information. After all, no one wants that terrifying guy to get close to the extraordinary city-state area where they are. Is it still the forbidden spell similar to the mushroom cloud? Someone raised his voice and asked. If it's not the forbidden mushroom cloud spell, what else could it be? The forbidden mushroom cloud is really too terrifying. It is said that the violent roar can be heard 10 kilometers away, As if, the roar of the god of death. This is the third extraordinary city-state destroyed by the forbidden spell in the past month. That damn demon. Don't the bigwigs in the Empire know to send strong men to catch this guy? If we let that damn demon continue to wreak havoc like this, I don't know how many extraordinary city-states will be harmed. That's right. The top leaders of the Empire and the Church, it would be best to catch that demon and burn him to death as soon as possible. That being said, before that demon is caught, we can only pray that the great god of Dark Sun will protect us and don't let that damn demon come to us. Indeed. May the great god of Dark Sun protect us. As someone chanted loudly. Immediately, most of the guests in the tavern showed pious expressions. May the great god of Dark Sun protect us. The prayers rang out in unison. For the Blooddusk city-state, there are three things that cannot be avoided. Birth. Death. Believe in Dark Sun. The entire Blooddusk city-state was built on the basis of belief in the great Dark Sun. After a prayer, the tavern became lively again. At this moment, a loud voice overwhelmed the tavern's renewed bustle. Hey, stranger. Why didn't you pray to the great god of Dark Sun just now? What? In the Blooddusk city-state, there are people who don't pray to the god of Dark Sun? Suddenly, many guests in the tavern glared at him. Then, the distortion of Dark Sun lingering on their bodies began to wriggle slightly, and everyone began to be fanatical and hateful of the stranger. In the Blooddusk city-state, if you dare not pray to the god of Dark Sun, you are a pagan and need to be burned to death on the spot. The world of faith and God does not allow the existence of any foreign objects. The foreigner in the mouth of the tavern guests. He was sitting in a dark corner, wearing a gray wizard hat and a black wizard robe. As everyone looked at him angrily. But the stranger stood up calmly. Everyone realized that this stranger looked like a handsome young man. However, he had embarked on the wrong path of not believing in the god of Dark Sun at such a young age, which was even more unforgivable and needed to be corrected and baptized. The stranger spoke in the not very proficient language of the East Continent. Let me quibble. Oh no. Let me explain. When the afterglow of the setting sun fell on the Blood Demon Dusk Mountain, the blood mist that spewed out was like an avalanche, rushing down and submerging the entire Blooddusk city-state. Tucker, wearing a wizard hat and a wizard robe, through the dim window of the tavern, he carefully examined the Blood Demon Dusk Mountain in front of him, which seemed to be stained with blood. He had traveled in the Stone Golem Empire for more than half a month. Tucker carried out the plan to eliminate the city-states that believed in Dark Sun, according to his own route. Tucker would not care about ordinary extraordinary city-states. Tucker wanted to destroy those city-states established with a belief in Dark Sun. The Dark Sun established a city-state. The Dark Sun Church's altar was constantly capturing the souls and wills of the surrounding residents, twisting their beliefs, and making them unconsciously become the minions of the Dark Sun, and then sinking in distortion and distortion. Every Dark Sun city-state established by the Dark Sun Church was a huge source of Dark Sun pollution. The first means to destroy the Dark Sun city-state was the Flame of Crows. Tucker released the Sale's Forbidden Crow. As a horror level, Forbidden Seal, it was completely a messenger of death. With the screams of the Forbidden Crow, the Flame of Crows followed the veins of the Dark Sun and soon ignited all the Dark Sun believers in the entire city-state. It won't take long before the sky of the entire extraordinary city-state will be filled with black crows. And the one who enjoyed the forbidden spell starburst was naturally the Church of the Dark Sun Church, and not a single dregs was left for him. The power of the forbidden spell starburst and the huge mushroom cloud vision that ignited the clouds looked huge and too terrifying. However, it was more of a psychological blow and a forbidden spell deterrent, plus the amazing spread effect. Don't look at the huge momentum of the forbidden spell star explosion. But in the three Dark Sun supernatural city-states that Tucker slaughtered, the forbidden spell star explosion was just a noise. For real massacres and killings, you have to look at the Satyr's Forbidden Crow. As a horror level, Forbidden Seal, Satyr's Crow is really cruel. Death follows like a shadow, sowing infinitely. After Tucker's forbidden spell star explosion in the first supernatural city-state, within a few days, the news quickly spread in the Stone Golem Empire. Afterwards, Tucker successively used Satyr's Crow and Forbidden Spell Star Explosion to destroy two supernatural city-states that believed in Dark Sun extremely. And today, this Blooddusk city-state is the fourth target. Looking for a tavern. Tucker originally planned to take action at nightfall. Unexpectedly, this group of evil god believers contaminated by Dark Sun were so pious. Tucker just didn't get up and pray with them. Judging from their appearance, they probably wanted to tie Tucker up and burn him to death. In desperation, Tucker could only stand up and say, "Let me quibble. Oh no. Let me explain." As Tucker's voice fell, cackle. The scream of the crows from death sounded. Crash. In an instant, everyone in the tavern was set on fire by the crow flames of the sales crows. A moment later, crash. The glass of the tavern was suddenly broken. The black mass of sales crows poured into the street like a black torrent. A carriage that just happened to pass by was directly overturned by the surging sales crows. At this time, the crows were burning with crow flames. The horses pulling the carriage body, and the rich man with a strong smell of the dark sun in the carriage were quickly set on fire by the crow flames. The horses and the rich man were quickly turned into a large group of crows under the burning of the crow flames. Ga, accompanied by a deep and heavy hiss. The sales crows dispersed in all directions. The sales crows, who have a certain forbidden spirituality, can follow Tucker's will to actively ignite the extraordinary people with the breath of the dark sun. The stronger the breath of the dark sun, the more likely it will become the target of the forbidden crows. Every sales crow burning with the flame of the crows is a death sower. When the night officially falls. Horror level, forbidden sealed item sales forbidden crow. Death and disaster began to bloom wantonly in the blood-dusk city-state buried in the blood mist. The crows were screaming. Screams sounded from all directions, interweaving into a big net of despair in the blood-dusk city-state. Today's blood mist is like a tomb. The night deepened. As more and more residents of the city-state who believed in the dark sun were buried by death and disaster. The wide streets began to become deserted. Except for the crows, there was no trace of human figures at all. Squeak. Tucker pushed open the half-body door of the tavern. Stepping on the blood mist, Tucker strolled in the streets of the blood-dusk city-state. The entire city-state is becoming a dead city. Looking up, Tucker's eyes penetrated the blood mist that enveloped the blood-dusk city-state. A cold moon hung high above the sky. In addition to the cold moon, there was also inside and peeping from the kingdom ecology. Tucker, who entered the shadow state, was shrouded in the blood shadow wizard robe. Tucker was not afraid of the inside of Ferdinand Felix, the lord of the stone golem empire who controlled the kingdom ecology. The inside of the kingdom ecology is not a projected insight. You cannot look directly at the target, and you can only have a general vague feeling. Lord Ferdinand Felix can feel that this city-state is suffering from the ravages of death, but he can't find Tucker's trace in the city-state. Normally, a transcendent who carries out large-scale slaughter in the kingdom ecology will inevitably be hated by the kingdom ecology of the stone golem empire. And the King Ferdinand Felix can easily lock the target by borrowing the hatred power of kingdom ecology, making the target know where to hide in kingdom ecology. Unfortunately, Tucker had already crushed the ecological veins of hatred from kingdom ecology. Every strand of hatred vein was cut off by Tucker and anchored on the earth. Tucker completely avoided the hatred from kingdom ecology in the kingdom ecology of the stone golem empire. Now Tucker is completely rampant. And this is the core reason why Tucker dared to come to the stone golem empire alone to carry out wanton slaughter. Only Tucker can do such a thing. Ga. As he moved forward, there were constantly sales crows flying towards Tucker like returning to their nests. When these sales crows passed near Tucker, the blood-colored threads were absorbed by Tucker like a fine rain curtain. These blood threads are the essence of blood source, containing a certain amount of blood source essence power. After being absorbed by Tucker, they were all precipitated in the blood pool. Tucker used it to practice master blood scale armor, directly casting forbidden spells, simple and crude, but without any technical content. Even fresh blood could not be collected. Using the Sayer's Taboo Crow is a real technical job. Killing people, tempering blood sources, and finally gathering them together. What is professionalism? This is professionalism. Just as Tucker was continuously using the blood pool to receive these essences of blood sources. Cack. Hoo-la-la. Suddenly, the crows fluttered and screamed sharply, flying around. At the same time, the houses on both sides of the street seemed to come alive. They quickly condensed into two huge palms, like a wall, slapping towards Tucker. At the same time, the air around Tucker seemed to be imprisoned. Even the gravity of the ground suddenly increased by more than 10 times. Air imprisonment lock, earth gravity binding, these are two common methods used to restrain fragile wizards. Two huge palms slapped down at the bound Tucker. Boom, boom, boom. For a moment, the ground shook and the whole street shook violently. As the waves of the earth rune fell, the visible waves of the earth radiated in all directions along the impact position. The stone bricks paved on the street surged like waves. Tucker, who avoided the attack, stepped in the ripples of the earth waves that surged from the mystery of the earth rune, and slid forward like a surfer. It didn't stop until the ripples of the earth waves disappeared. Boom, 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 boom. The earth shook violently as if it was hit by a meteorite. As the blood mist was dispelled, on both sides of the house, two more than 20 meters tall, like heavily armored soldiers, the outlines of the 6th-level stone golems appeared. At the same time, in front and behind the street, two figures also emerged. One was a middle-aged burly man wearing dark rune armor and holding a 6th-level, 3-ring dark dragon spear. His thick dark blood was so sticky that it couldn't be dissolved. The other one is a 6th-level dark sun shepherd bishop, who is proficient in certain witchcraft. His main job is to herd stone golems. These two 6th-level stone golems are the powerful magical creatures he herds. He can use stone golems to suppress and restrict enemies with magic. But he himself can be exempted from the magic suppression of stone golems. Two 6th-level senior bishops, plus two 6th-level stone golems, facing a 5th-level wizard. Just looking at the literal lineup, a complete one-sided crushing. At this time, the two 6th-level bishops, but their expressions are unprecedentedly serious, and they are even more ready. Bishop, Dark Sun Magic Lancer, the extraordinary state Dark Sun Blood state is fully released, and he is in his peak state as soon as he appears. Bishop, Dark Sun Shepherd, each shoulder holds up the Dark Sun Life Candle, the candle flames bursting, and before the fight begins, it is a situation of life and death. Even his killer move, two 6th-level stone golems, was released early. And the reason why the two are so cautious? Naturally, it was because the man in front of him was the blasphemer Tak Lamor. Ordinary residents of the Stone Golem Empire might not know the name of the blasphemer. But for the strong men of their level, it was well known. Everyone knew that this super genius had strong means and strength. The Son of God fell at his hands. There were countless geniuses of the Dark Sun Church who died at his hands. Even the 8th-rank Crown Archbishop suffered a great loss at his hands. Although this was the Stone Golem continent, and although they had stone golems that could contain the fluctuations of source energy magic, they still did not dare to underestimate the 5th-rank blasphemer Tak Lamor. They went all out as soon as they attacked. Die? A lower or contain the deterrence of will, like a thunderous crash. At the same time, the Dark Sun Magic Gunner, Bishop stepped on the sound waves and rushed over with his spear. The dark rune mysteries gathered to the extreme, like a black hole. Dark hole stab, this was the dark rune gun technique that he had practiced for a long time. 100 meters away, between steps, the afterimage arrives instantly. The Dark Sun Magic Lancer, Bishop holding the rune magic spear pierced through Tucker's outline with one shot. But it was just an afterimage. What an amazing speed and reaction, the timing is almost perfect. The Dark Sun Magic Lancer, Bishop was slightly shocked when he missed the shot. He used the power of sonic deterrence to carry the characteristics of darkness to attack with a secret gun technique, Dark Hole Stab. Ordinary bishops dare not underestimate it. But the 5th-level blasphemer Tucker easily dodged it. Keep chasing and killing, create opportunities for Barak. Tucker followed the opponent's attack traces and easily avoided the attack. He walked into the alley on the side in a phase. He glanced at the two more than 20-meter-tall behemoths from the corner of his eyes. Tucker frowned slightly. The stone golem has a strong immunity to magic. Witchcraft is the blossoming of the deep interweaving of source energy and rune mysteries. And creatures like stone golems will naturally make source energy inactive and make runes fall into depravity. Now I can still mobilize source energy in my body. Once it is released, witchcraft will quickly disappear. Fortunately, the power of supernatural powers will not be imprisoned or constrained. Well, let's try. In line with the attack vein of the Dark Sun Magic Lancer, Tucker avoided the opponent's attack after another phase of travel. For Tucker, the forbidden spell explosion has no technical content. Similarly, the attack of this 6th-level, Dark Sun Magic Lancer, Bishop also looks very dumb in front of Tucker now. A phase of travel landed in the alley more than 50 meters away. Taking a deep breath, Tucker mobilized the supernatural power, Immortal Flame Heart. At the same time, He urged the power of the supernatural power to condense the supernatural fire oil. Facing the huge stone golem in front of him, the rich magical fire oil mixed with a magical flame suddenly burst out. Hula! Along with the surging and heavy magical fire oil, Tucker's magical fire quickly ignited the huge stone golem. Stone golem. This powerful magical creature, like a guardian god in the East continent. It was easily ignited in front of Tucker's magical flame. Burning for a moment. The magical creature stone golem suddenly felt that it was being burned by some powerful flame. Ah, ah, ah. The stone golem, feeling the pain, wailed in pain. It quickly waved its stone arms to extinguish the flames. Unfortunately, the magical flames had already penetrated into its body, and a stupid guy like the stone golem could not be extinguished at all. Immortal magical fire. This is a flame transformed by the system. The raging flames that burned the stone golem and made it scream were reflected on the cheeks of the two Dark Sun bishops. The psychological defenses of the two of them were being quickly destroyed. They dared to come here because they relied on the stone golems. But now the stone golems were all burned to death. How could they fight? Fear gradually grew in the hearts of the two Dark Sun bishops. Even the forbidden stone golems could be burned to death? Is this the method used by the blasphemer Tucker Lamorza, wizard? Chapter 315, Combat Tactics Linked, one dies and the other is sent away. Hulala. Just when the bishops of the Dark Sun Magic Lancer and the Dark Sun Shepherd were still trembling in their hearts, the unethical blasphemer Tucker once again spit out magical flames. He also ignited the second 6th level stone golem. Then the two stone golems began to roll on the ground and wail in pain. It was clearly a magic flame, but it was able to ignite the stone golems that imprison and suppressed magical power. This is unscientific. The two Dark Sun bishops looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with horror and astonishment. The incredible ability of the God-favored one tore a worldview that they did not recognize from their worldviews. The two were still frightened, but they had no intention of retreating. The Dark Sun Shepherd Bishop Berik looked at Kjell with indifference, and said in a hoarse and resolute voice, "While the stone golem is still alive, it still has the magic banning effect. I will burn my life and sacrifice my power to control it for a short time. Seize that little time and opportunity, and you must kill him." Hearing what Berik said, Kjell's face darkened. He knew Berik was going to fight to the death. "I understand. Just go for it." Kjell smiled palely. If you die, I can't escape." "Yes." Berik took a deep breath, his body trembling slightly. He will really destroy everything related to the Dark Sun. With this in mind, the Dark Sun Shepherd Bishop Berik used his extraordinary state as candle oil and his soul as candle wick, silently chanted the secret spell, and burned his life fiercely. Kaka. A rusty chain suddenly pierced his heart and penetrated his chest. Hulala. The rusty chain, as thick as a thumb, continued to spread and rise. With each part that spread out, the life breath of the Shepherd Bishop Berik weakened a little. Death level taboo seal, fate, chain. You need to use your own life to nourish it. Normal nourishment will consume a lot of life. When activating fate, chain, life will pour out like a flood. Fate, chain will eat away the vitality of the user. Fortunately, he is a 6th level bishop, and his vitality is strong enough to support the use of fate, chain for a period of time. Stone Demon, curse, chain Bishop Berik quickly activated fate, chain to cooperate with the stone golem he did. At the same time, fierce flames condensed like pillars spewed out. "Be careful." Bishop Kjell roared. He tapped his feet and quickly avoided the flames. But Berik, who activated the ability of taboo means, was sprayed with magical flames. Sizzle, sizzle. In the surging flames, Berik was burned and hissed. But even so, the herder Bishop Berik still activated the powerful taboo means. It was as if the death glimpse from the abyss purgatory gathered in Tucker's heart. Tucker just wanted to move, but found that 2 rusty chains had been locked on his 2 arms. Taboo means. Tucker's thought just emerged. A black shadow rushed towards Tucker like a meteorite. Dark Hole Stab, the dark rune secret, mixed with the rich power of the Dark Sun, intersected and bloomed to the extreme. The tip of the spear was the ultimate destruction. Phase Walk, Tucker wanted to use his magical powers, but he couldn't escape. The raging herder, the Dark Sun Bishop, burned his own life and imprisoned Tucker. Die? The deterrent sound was like thunder, and the dark spear tip stabbed like a volcanic eruption. Tucker's rune, Earth Turtle Shell, also bloomed. Boom, The terrifying dark rune secret and the earth rune secret intertwined and confronted each other. The airwave rushed like a torrent. The walls on both sides were directly blown away by the airwave. The rune secrets and source energy of the Dark Sun Magic Lancer Bishop were contained in the gun and not overflowed, so they would naturally not be restrained by the source energy and runes of the stone golems that still existed. Tucker, on the other hand, used the power of the world to prop up the magical characteristics of the stone golems around his body and release the earth shield. The dark spear tip fought against the earth tortoise armor. After all, the dark rune secrets of the dark magic spear were better. Ka. Tucker's earth rune shield quickly cracked and then shattered. The spear tip of the Dark Sun Magic Lancer hit Tucker's body fiercely. Boom! The Blood Shadow Wizard robe, like a sticky shadow force, blocked the spear tip in the form of a buffer. At the same time, the golden dragon scale armor emerged to block the remaining power of the dark spear tip. Which robe? Dragon scale armor. Seeing this scene, the murderous look of the Dark Sun Magic Lancer Bishop became more fierce. He naturally knew that wizards had many methods. But those many methods all needed time to settle. The blasphemer Tucker in front of him had not practiced for a long time. He had so many tricks. The spear tip suddenly retracted, and the darkness of the night around him gathered like a whale sucking water. A very destructive shot burst out again. The Dark Sun Magic Lancer Killer had practiced a lot of close-range gun skills. Boom, boom, boom. Shot after shot exploded in Tucker's chest, and the darkness of more than 10 meters around him surged like a wave along with the spear tip of the Dark Sun Magic Lancer. The cracks on Tucker's dragon scale armor on his body were sunken. In close combat, in a flash, the Dark Sun Magic Lancer Bishop Killer had already completed several gun attacks. As a wizard, Tucker's magical power echoed and cast spells, but after all, it was not as fast as the Magic Lancer's close-range shots. Hoo-la-la! The magical flame spewed out violently again. With a light tap of his feet, the darkness was like an afterimage, and the Dark Sun Magic Lancer Killer quickly moved to the side to leave the area. As long as you dodge quickly enough, you can avoid the wizard's spells to a large extent. Fighting with a spellcaster at close range, the Dark Sun Magic Lancer has sufficient experience in this regard on the battlefield of the extraordinary plane. However, when the Dark Sun Magic Lancer Killer moved quickly, he found that the flame was like a fire snake, spewing out in front of the wizard, but drew a strange arc, and the traces were hazy and almost virtual, chasing him, as if it had locked him with incomparable accuracy. And the speed was several times faster than him, and he couldn't dodge it even if he wanted to dodge. Such an incredible scene shocked Kuhl. For a while, the information about the many talents and deeds of the God-favored ones emerged in Kuhl's mind. If I fight with this wizard, I will be the one who dies in the end. Break your dragon scale armor, and you will die. The Dark Sun Magic Lancer Kuhl, who was determined, stopped moving. Holding the rune magic spear, he fired another shot at the trapped Tucker. Crash! The magical flame instantly ignited the Dark Sun Magic Lancer. And the Dark Sun Magic Lancer Bishop was just like the Dark Sun Shepherd in the distance. His whole body was on fire, and he fought to the death. At this moment, the two powerful bishops were determined to kill Tucker at all costs. The Dark Sun Magic Lancer, whose body, soul, extraordinary state, and even sequence ecology were ignited by the flames, roared crazily. Die, 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 die for me. The Dark Sun Magic Lancer, who was carrying the magical flame, had all his knowledge bloomed to the extreme at this moment. The darkness within a radius of hundreds of meters was turned upside down by Key's magic spear. In an instant, Tucker's dragon scale armor was also broken. Destroy his extraordinary state, and he will die. This was the resolute killing intention of the Magic Lancer Kuhl, who was on fire. Boom, boom, boom. Shot after shot, each shot was like a dark wave hitting, extremely destructive, and incredibly fast. The Magic Lancer Kuhl, who was attacking quickly, knew very well that he only had such a short time to attack the wizard. After 7 or 8 shots, the Magic Lancer Kuhl felt something was wrong. Every time he shot at the opponent, the strong penetrating power should have penetrated the opponent's body. But, at this moment, every shot that landed on the opponent, which was enough to annihilate all the extraordinary states of the 5th level extraordinary people, was like a stone sinking into the sea, and it did not cause any ripples. As if his attack fell into the opponent's extraordinary state and did not cause any waves at all. Just as Kuhl continued to attack. Gurgle. The strange sound instantly poured into the depths of his soul. When the magic lancer Kuhl looked at the wizard in front of him again, he found that the distance between the two was so far, like the distance of death. Satyrs, forbidden crow, end of vision. As the flame spread into his body, Tucker's end of vision examined all corners of his extraordinary state, extraordinary sequence, soul, and body. Borrowing the flames, the horror level forbidden disaster, this is a complete extreme blow from the inside out. Crack! The crow's scream passed by. The body of the magic lancer Kuhl collapsed and turned into a pool of blood. At the same time, the blood-colored satyrs, forbidden crow flew back from outside and landed lightly on the shoulder of the Dark Sun Shepherd Bishop. Barding was activated. Crack! The forbidden chain that imprisoned Tucker was quickly gathered. The tragic situation of the two bishops fighting to the death was pinched by Tucker in all directions in an instant. Chapter 316, Extraordinary Magical Powers. Deep in the streets of broken walls and ruins, the night was creeping. The sticky blood mist mixed with the smell of blood poured into Tucker's lungs. Although Tucker's chest had been stabbed by the bishop magic spearman and was bleeding. Tick, tick. A little blood kept dripping along the broken dragon scales. Hua-la. As the flames containing the power of light rose, Tucker's extraordinary state, Lord, Old Day, Light Flame State, quickly bloomed. Tucker, who entered the light flame state, was like a little sun, burning hot. Not long after, the chest of the body destroyed by the dark power was almost restored. In the confrontation between middle and high-level extraordinary people, if you want to stand, you really have to rely on the extraordinary state. Tucker murmured to himself while carefully feeling his injuries. The close-range fight of the Dark Sun magic spearman just now. In the blink of an eye, enough amazing destructive power has already erupted. Tucker's rune, Earth Shield was broken, and the dragon scales fused to his skin were torn apart. Fortunately, Tucker's master, blood source scales, had already begun to be cultivated, and had made some progress. Thanks to Tucker's blood pool, the strength of master, blood source scales, was much higher than that of the 4th level dragon scales. Of course, the most important thing was Tucker's current, Lord, Old Day, Light Flame state. This was 65 times the tankiness of Tucker's basic life. Master, blood source scales, combined with 65 times, Lord, Old Day, Light Flame state. Tucker was now a super blood cow, able to fight and resist. Although the Dark Sun Magic Lancer Bishop broke Tucker's physical chest, Tucker looked miserable. In fact, it was only his physical body that was miserable. Tucker's extraordinary state was as stable as Mount I. The opponent's attack only knocked out half of the life of the Steam Wizard. Tucker has 65 times the life strength of Steam Wizard. Tucker absorbed so much World Star Grid to precipitate such a strong extraordinary life tank, in order to be able to stand when it is necessary to resist damage. Now it seems, the extraordinary defense and extraordinary state are quite excellent. The defense of Master Blood Source Scale Armor is both hard and soft. It blocked the attack of the 6th level bishop and also buffered a lot of destructive power. As a wizard, you must stack the thickest armor to withstand the most severe attack. As the light flame state gradually dissipated, Tucker re-entered the shadow state. His eyes swept across the broken walls and ruins around him. The magic lancer in front of him was directly destroyed by the end of the vision at close range, and his body was gone. Not far away, the burning Dark Sun Shepherd Bishop was controlled by Satyr's Taboo Crow, and the Taboo Crow was pecking at the Taboo Seal. The two huge stone golems were still rolling on the ground and wailing in pain. Many houses were crushed by the rolling of these two big guys. Although the two big guys screamed, their magic forbidden abilities still suppressed a large area around them. If it weren't for the two big guys' suppression of source energy and rune mysteries, Tucker wouldn't have been so passive. Suppressing magic, and even suppressing rune mysteries, is indeed a rather troublesome thing. In the Stone Golem Empire, many large city-states, city walls, houses, towers, and palaces are forged with magic forbidden stones. The battles of the extraordinary warrior sequence in them are not much affected. After all, they don't need to release source energy and runes. But wizards can't do that. Once the source energy and rune mysteries leave their own distance, their power is suppressed in all directions, and they become duds directly. Thinking of this, Tucker rubbed his eyebrows. Fortunately, my magical powers are not affected by the magic forbidden characteristics. If it were other wizards in this battle, I'm afraid they would have died 7 or 8 times. Anyway, These senior bishops are still a threat to me. I can't underestimate these old guys who have practiced for hundreds of years. After a phase, Tucker landed next to the Dark Sun Shepherd Bishop. At this time, the Forbidden Crow of Sayers had eaten the dangerous forbidden sealed item. With a light wave of his right hand carrying the legendary demon ring staff, the flames quickly disappeared. This Dark Sun Shepherd Bishop was almost burned to death by Tucker's magical flames. Fortunately, he was not dead yet. Sacrifice while it is hot, and you can get the 6th level Soul Curtain Shadow. Tucker did not delay, and immediately took out the ritual template and began to sacrifice the Soul Curtain Shadow. You know, Tucker originally wanted to capture 2 alive, and at least he caught 1 at this time, which was not bad. Not long after, the 6th level Soul Curtain Shadow fell out of the Shadow Fire Curtain. Throw the 6th level Soul Curtain Shadow into the shadow behind him. At this time, the 2 6th level stone golems also stopped struggling and were about to be burned to death. Tucker took a deep breath and spit at the sky. A large piece of magical flame spewed out, and then turned into a rain of fire and fell. Not long after, the surrounding area was already a sea of fire. During this period, Tucker successively destroyed several Dark Sun city-states built by the Dark Sun Church. The Stone Golem Empire has sent a large force to hunt Tucker. At present, the Lord of the Stone Golem Empire has discovered that there is movement in the city-state at the foot of the Blood Demon Dusk Mountain. Then, it won't be long before a large number of Dark Sun Church and Stone Golem Empire strongmen will arrive at the Blood Demon Dusk Mountain. While cleaning the battlefield, Tucker used the flames he spewed out. After burning all the traces of himself left around him, Tucker began to disperse the crows. Not long after, cackle. In the deep night, a large number of crows broke through the blood mist and scattered in all directions. After these crows leave the Satyr's Forbidden Crow for a distance, they will become ordinary crows. But this does not prevent these crows from becoming Tucker's ecological eyes and ears. Scattering the crows in the territory of the Stone Golem Empire, Tucker can feel a lot of things. For example, Tucker can feel the Stone Golem Empire Lord mobilizing the ecological power of the kingdom, the power of the Dark Sun Faith, etc. Once the Stone Golem Empire Lord Ferdinand Felix wants to start the promotion ceremony, Tucker can know it at the first time. Moreover, Tucker now has many ways to destroy Ferdinand Felix's promotion ceremony. As long as Ferdinand Felix dares to break through, then Tucker dares to put on a big show for him. After the crows dispersed, Tucker followed the road out of the city. Outside the city, there are many idle manors and villages. Well, set off a firework to let all the residents around get up and go back to sleep. By the way, tell the residents here that the believers of the Dark Sun Church and the city-state have been wiped out by me. There is a forbidden spell as a knock on the door, and the surviving residents will be more likely to spread the forbidden spell and the fear of death. Tucker threw a forbidden spell starburst into the sky. Boom! The roar of the starburst was like the roar of death, waking up the sleeping residents. Looking at the huge mushroom cloud in the sky, the reality they observed was more cruel than nightmares. In the roar and flames of forbidden spells, Tucker did not move deeper into the territory of the Stone Golem Empire, but walked along the quiet path in the moonlight, heading towards the Blood Demon Dusk Mountain emitting a bloody halo. In the Stone Golem continent, because of the forbidden magic characteristics, there are many mysterious ancient treasures that have never been developed. This Blood Demon Dusk Mountain is such a mysterious treasure with powerful forbidden magic power. The sky was initially bright, and the blood mist had not dissipated. The Blood Dusk city-state, which fell into eternal sleep, welcomed new guests. 2 bishop teams. A strong man at the level of the 7th level archbishop brought a 6th level bishop, a total of more than 10 people. Such a large battle is naturally to capture the blasphemer Tucker. Soon, the 2 bishop teams collected enough information. The Dark Sun Bishop Bereek died in battle. The bishop-level city Lord Kuhl of the Blood Dusk city-state died in battle. What shocked many bishops the most was that in the ruins of the battle, they found 2 bishop-level stone golems burned alive. The magical creature stone golem that specifically restrained the power of magic was burned to death by the gods favored one with fire magic. This is simply outrageous to the extreme. However, some strong men still found out the difference and got some new information. After some sorting, the magic messenger flew to the capital of the Stone Golem Empire, Holy Demon Stone Golem King City, with the latest information. Holy Demon Stone Golem King City, on the high tower. Your Majesty, we speculate that the evil blasphemer has some kind of magical firepower. Magic power is different from magic power. It can cause damage to the magical creature stone golem. After our inspection, we found that the blasphemer's firepower is very strange, and it seems to be able to burn the stone golem's ecology deeply. Ferdinand Felix, the king who was always expressionless in his mood and wore a luxurious silk robe, crushed the marble guardrail beside him with a click. Magic power. Looking into the depths of the distant territory, feeling the torn and difficult to heal kingdom ecology, the strange light in his pupils flickered slightly. The destruction of the forbidden spell and the disaster of the taboo are polluting and counteracting the entire kingdom ecology. If the kingdom ecology wants to operate and expand completely and provide assistance to the king's ecology, then it is necessary to ensure the supreme authority of the kingdom ecology. At least within the kingdom's territory, it must be ensured that no one dares to challenge the king's authority. And now, that blasphemer is madly provoking the entire stone golem empire with his own strength. As a wizard, he can even kill the stone golem that is the natural enemy of wizards. This blasphemer. How many tricks does he have? The king Ferdinand Felix took a deep breath and slowly exhaled the foul air, regaining the temperament of a superior who can plan and control the mountains and rivers. Send an order to summon Michel Samuel and the Holy Son Matthew Fan. In addition, isn't Put-Able also back from outside? Yes, Your Majesty. The 5th level Shadow Knight on the side said respectfully. Your Excellency Put-Able just came back from the Black Witch God Court a week ago. King Ferdinand Felix nodded slightly. Then summoned Put-Able together. As ordered. The 5th level Shadow Knight left quickly with the king's order. Black Witch God Court. King Ferdinand Felix smiled lightly. I really missed the feeling of the brutal training back then, the struggle of the trial between life and death, and only after the transformation can there be hope of survival. Otherwise, only death will be waiting. As the S-level extraordinary genius Put-Able of the Stone Golem Empire, he also survived the trial of Black Witch God Court. I hope that he who has been promoted to the 7th level will not let me down. Otherwise, he will also become a stepping stone for me to be promoted to the extraordinary master. Blood Demon Dusk Mountain. In a valley, the blood mist is hazy. Tucker, who was sitting cross-legged on a rock shelf, was as hot as fire, and bursting with rolling heat waves. A large amount of essence blood source was absorbed by Tucker, and it was tempered with a hissing sound. Then the blood source essence slowly penetrated into Tucker's old day, light flame state. After being tempered by Tucker's magical flame, the blood source essence was fed back to the surface of the extraordinary state again. The layer of Master Blood Scale armor covering the surface of the extraordinary state is already clearly visible. It is much more condensed than before. In the past few days, Tucker has been meditating and practicing on the Blood Demon Dusk Mountain. In half a day, Tucker's extraordinary state has returned to its peak state. It's just that the 4th level dragon scale armor is damaged, which makes Tucker a little regretful. Although Tucker is now practicing extraordinary defense and extraordinary state, who can refuse additional dragon scale armor? In the next few days, Tucker performed the Master Heroic Spirit ceremony, recalled the heroic spirit of the Crown Red Dragon, absorbed a large amount of the characteristics of the Heroic Spirit Dragon scale, and strengthened the framework of his own blood scale armor. Then he was immersed in the practice of Master Blood Scale armor until now. Not long after, Tucker finished the practice of Master Blood Scale armor. Tucker stood up and carefully felt the results of the practice, and nodded with satisfaction. Then Tucker looked at the valley with thick blood mist. This valley not only has powerful magic forbidden characteristics. There are still many scattered taboo characteristics. At the same time, Tucker felt the most clearly the broken layer characteristics. This majestic and vast Blood Demon Dusk Mountain is not safe. Of course, whether it is dangerous or not depends on the person. For Tucker, who has the horror level, taboo crow on the magical power of phase walking. Be careful, it is not a big problem. Squeak. Squeak. In the magic hut, the little duck squeaked again in a hurry, looking anxious. Since coming to the Blood Demon Dusk Mountain, every once in a while, the little duck in the magic hut will squeak quickly. It seems that there is a treasure waiting for it outside. The little duck that naturally has the ability to sniff treasures behaves like this, so it goes without saying that there must be something in the Blood Demon Dusk Mountain. Tucker, who has recovered to his peak state, naturally wants to take a look. Raise a duck for 1,000 days, use it for a moment, it depends on you. As soon as Tucker opened the magic hut, The little duck squeaked whoosh and turned into a residual image and disappeared into the depths of the blood mist. Such a fast speed, turbo boost. Tucker's body folded, and he turned into a sales crow. With a slight roar of the steam core, Tucker also used a turbo boost and quickly followed. About an hour later, outside the entrance of an unstable passage of a layer domain small world, Tucker in the shadow state stood still quietly. The little sniffer in Tucker's hand was very miserable. Its tail was broken, and it was bleeding all over its body. Its mental state was also depressed. It ran very fast, and almost lost its life. Fortunately, I raised you to almost level 40, if it was more than 20 levels before. That 5th level layer domain blood mist demon snake would have beaten you to death with one tail. I have found the place, you should go in and have a good rest. As Tucker opened the magical little door, the little sniffer reluctantly got in. Concentrating his mind and looking at the layer domain small world in front of him, Tucker's face showed a faint smile. I didn't expect that there is a hidden layer domain small world ecosystem here. It seems that the Trinity has found an anchor point in the East Continent. And on the way here, there is not only a powerful magic forbidden force, but also a layer domain trap. The safety level here is beyond doubt. Well, let's see what the development characteristics are like here. Tucker opened the system and searched the surrounding area. He had practiced in the world barrier for a long time before. Now Tucker can anchor a new development area again. After the search, when Tucker looked at the first development area, Tucker was slightly startled. Huh? This is... After examining it for a moment, Tucker frowned slightly and checked the system. As more and more information was found, gradually, a smile rose on Tucker's face. Unbelievable, really unbelievable. In the Undead Sea Canyon, there is a Source World Island. And in this huge forbidden magic mountain, there is such a magical power. Once I master such power, I will not be afraid of this forbidden magic power at all. In this case, this stone golem empire. I am afraid it will not survive for too long. Blood Demon Dusk, Layer Domain Small World, Source Energy Experience. 8.6 Experience Hour. Special Resources, Talent Fragments. 1.8 Fragments Day. Forbidden Magic, Pass Fragments. 2.2 Fragments Day. In the layer domain small world in front of us, there is no problem with source energy experience and talent fragments. The key lies in this, forbidden magic, pass, fragment. According to the system's explanation, this, forbidden magic, pass, is a gifted magical power. It has certain talent characteristics, but more magic power characteristics, and was eventually judged as supernatural power by the system. Forbidden magic, pass, allows Tucker to exempt the forbidden magic characteristics from curbing his own source energy and rune mysteries. In the forbidden magic area, free passage. This is the magical power of the extraordinary magical power, forbidden magic, pass. And, once I have forbidden magic power. As a wizard, I am not afraid of those so-called forbidden areas for spellcasters. The extraordinary world is so big that I can go anywhere. It can be said that this, forbidden magic power, is a powerful magical power that can make me change qualitatively. I must use it to the maximum. Tucker opened the system and directly anchored the Blood Demon Dusk, Layer Domain Small World, in front of him. Chapter 317, Letter from the Bishop of the Wizard Stronghold. Woo woo. As the Sixth Order soul curtain bloomed, a strong steam roared. The extended, mechanical light feather blade, illuminated the entire layer domain world like a small sun. The layer domain world in front of him was about the size of a town with 1,000 people. The ground was mostly black rocks. There were a few weeds in the cracks of the rocks, which was the only green embellishment of the whole barren world. A dark, deep and unstable layer domain channel connected the inner and outer worlds. The surroundings were silent and dark, and a few stars could be vaguely seen in the depths of the darkness. You can still see the stars here, which made Tucker quite satisfied. The entire layer domain world was like a floating island floating in the depths of the void. After walking back and forth in the entire layer domain world several times, Tucker was more and more satisfied with it. Trinity. Source Realm Island, Double Realm Barrier, East Continent. The landing point of the East Continent, this layer domain world in front of him, is quite good. A powerful, forbidden magic place. Outside is an unstable space with multiple domains. The most critical thing is that the entire Blood Demon Dusk Mountain is filled with a large number of calamity taboo forces. These taboo disaster forces are more of the power radiated by some fragments of taboo seals mixed in the depths of space. This makes those powerful extraordinary people dare not enter easily. The power of taboo disasters is really not something that ordinary extraordinary people can bear. Under the combination of many factors, this blood demon Dusk Mountain has become Tucker's favorite wizard stronghold. As a wizard, in his own origin world, he must build his own wizard stronghold. First, there is a place where he can practice safely for a long time. Second, he can slowly manage his own tower ecology here, so that when he is promoted to a high level, he can better fit the extraordinary world, and conduct a feedback cycle of the origin of the world. The third aspect is that in small and medium-sized extraordinary worlds such as the Augu twin stars, the effect of origin shelter is very powerful. It can provide Tucker with a very strong shelter. Even the extraordinary masters above level 100, or even the legendary masters above level 200, cannot easily break into it. Even as powerful as gods, they can only project. For extraordinary people, their own origin world is a perfect shelter. Naturally, they need to build their own base and manage and develop it well. Original shelter, this is the advantage of small and medium-sized extraordinary worlds. Although those large extraordinary worlds have higher upper limits and are more likely to give birth to extraordinary people with strong talents. But large extraordinary worlds are very easy to be broken into by extraordinary masters. In history, there have been many cases where super high-level extraordinary people were wiped out by the extraordinary masters who broke into them. But such things will not happen in small and medium-sized extraordinary worlds like the Augu twin stars. Extraordinary masters from foreign lands cannot break in at all. Tucker is absolutely safe hiding in the extraordinary world. After choosing a good location, Tucker began to arrange the ceremony of Great Barrier. The Great Barrier power I am absorbing now is the Silver Holy Wall. At present, I can already have a certain degree of influence on ordinary walls. When I have absorbed enough, I can fully cooperate with my Earth secrets and guide the power of the Earth to build a high tower on the ground. Although the efficiency will be slower, it is also a good ability development. When it reaches a high level and can absorb the power of the crystal source initial wall, it will be even more powerful. Then again, I possess the power of the Great Barrier myself. At the same time, I have also comprehended the mysteries of runes that are not weak. Well, learning some earth-related witchcraft and cooperating with the power of the world barrier may produce good results. Tucker shook his head slightly while thinking. Now I have learned enough and diverse things. To enter the realm of the extraordinary master, you must return to the basics. Witchcraft means and abilities need to be streamlined. Continuing to expand meaninglessly will not make up for the loss. Even if I am talented, my energy is limited. After the tone of the Chaos Rune Mystery was set, I already have enough directions for the Rune Mystery in my hands. Too much is not enough, this is definitely not okay. With the Chaos Rune Mystery as the core, I will build my wizard path. This is the right way. About half a day later, a 50-meter wizard tower was built in this layer domain small world. Tucker also immediately released his steam magic hut on the top of the wizard tower, and then used the Book of the Old Days and Stars to start building a circulating steam ecology. When he came in, Tucker could feel that the circulation speed of the layer domain small ecology here was very slow. What Tucker had to do was to use the steam ecology to speed up the circulation of the layer domain small world and open up the large circulation between the layer domain small world and the blood demon Dusk Mountain outside. Completely reshape and change this layer domain small world. In this way, the number of source energy, experience, talent fragments, and forbidden magic, magical fragments will be greatly increased. Change the world to adapt to itself, everything is based on me. This is also one of the pursuits of wizards to occupy many extraordinary worlds. In the magic house, Tucker threw 2 fireballs into the magic closet. Hoo-la-la! The hot flames and light quickly lit up the entire magical house. Tucker sat down on the sofa and turned on the system. Tucker just anchored this layer domain small world. It has developed rapidly for 2 months. The source energy experience has increased by more than 10,000. The talent fragments have increased by more than 100. These conventional gains are more or less, and there is no qualitative change. It takes a long time to accumulate before it can play a greater role. What Tucker is more concerned about is the magical fragment, forbidden magic, forbidden magic, fragments, a total of 138. The same as the fragments Tucker harvested before 10 fragments can condense the primary, forbidden magic, pass. If you want to become stronger, you have to keep increasing the number of fragments. The basic forbidden magic, pass fragments are only 2.2 fragments day. If you want to hoard 1000 fragments, it will take a year and 3 months. It is necessary to build a Steam ecosystem so that Tucker can obtain more innate, magical power fragments. 100 fragments are equivalent to the complete forbidden magic, pass innate magical power. Let's try it. Half an hour later, Tucker initially adapted to the new magical power of 100 fragments. Following the passage, he came to the layer domain crack canyon passage outside the Blood Demon Dusk Mountain outside. In the layer domain small world, the forbidden magic feature is very weak and negligible. After all, there is the forbidden magic pass ecological power running inside. As soon as he came outside, Tucker immediately felt the difference. Before, the source energy and room mysteries that Tucker's entire world had generated on Tucker suddenly disappeared, and Tucker seemed to have opened the shackles. He threw 2 small fireballs out casually. Bang! Bang! The small fireball exploded wantonly, blooming with red flames, basically unaffected by the shadows. Shadow walking, wind magic, spiritual hand, earth shield. Tucker kept performing and adapting to various kinds of magic. If the forbidden spell was not too powerful and easy to be discovered, Tucker would also like to try the forbidden spell to see the effect. However, there was no problem with the many witchcraft methods, so the forbidden spell was obviously not a big problem either. Although there is still some suppression and confinement, it basically does not hinder my witchcraft. But in the Stone Golem continent, the magic forbidden strength of the Blood Demon Dusk Mountain is about 8. The powerful magic forbidden danger zone can reach about 10. And there are holy magic stone statues and a large number of high-level stone golems stationed in the royal city. It is said that the magic forbidden strength can reach 20 or even 25. And this is the magic forbidden strength of the Stone Golem continent. In the outside world, the magic forbidden strength is even more exaggerated. After the ecology of the Blood Demon Dusk Mountain is built, it must develop steadily for 2 or 3 years. In this way, when we explore foreign lands in the future, it will not be said that I, the three-eyed god's god follower, was killed on the spot by a magic forbidden method. When Tucker returned to the Steam Magic Hut, a magic letter appeared steadily on the disk of Tucker's magic hut. And the one who wrote the magic letter to Tucker was the Archbishop of the Three-Eyed God Church Liege of Padron New Island. Senior Riage used to like to launch sneak attacks in the East Continent without following the rules of martial arts. Well, I've been doing well in the East Continent recently. Is Senior Riage coming to me to exchange ideas? Tucker had just opened the magic letter. The magic letter crashed and began to burn. The outline of Archbishop Riage's face emerged in the flames. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, S-Class Genius Boarding Sect. Senior Riage. Tucker immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. Senior, what is your method? You can even project through magic letters. Well, don't you care about what I want to talk to you about? The flame projection face slowly said. Compared to you looking for me, I hope you don't look for me. Tucker thought for a while and said seriously. Riage. For a moment, Archbishop Riage didn't know whether he should say it or not. After a long while, Riage slowly said. You have caused quite a stir in the East Continent during this period. You have used the Sales Crow on the forbidden spell Starburst continuously, which has had a great impact on the forces of many parties. Even our next war plan against the Stone Golem Empire needs to be changed because of your existence. And, a few days ago, Grand Oak Sales asked me a lot about the current situation of the East Continent, as well as your current level, strength, etc. through magic letters. Grand Oak Sales also talked about the information about the Chaos Rune Stone Pillar Ancient Land, saying that we, the 8th and 9th level crown bishops, should be prepared. We may be involved. When you are promoted to a high level in the future, you will also have the hope of participating in the next round of Chaos Rune, Stone Pillar Ancient Land. Of course, at present, more things are happening in the supernatural ocean, such as the foreign supernaturals who have arrived one after another. Those guys are becoming more and more unscrupulous. They even openly robbed our island banks and merchant ships. There are many foreign supernaturals who are inquiring about you, and of course there are many who have ulterior motives. 2 days ago, there was also a young foreign bishop who stepped on the waves of dozens of meters high and broke into our Padlin, New Navigation Island, and said he wanted to challenge you. The elderly Riage was talking in a rambling manner. It seemed like a casual chat, but it actually contained a lot of information. Tucker was listening and secretly writing down a lot of useful information. For example, the Principality of Syrians and the Church of the Three Eyes had a war plan against the Stone Golem Empire. Tucker had not been assigned a mission before, and now Riage had come, obviously with the idea and intention of letting Tucker participate in the plan against the Stone Golem Empire. For example, the Principality of Syrian has an information intelligence network in the Stone Golem Empire, otherwise they would not have known what Tucker did here so quickly. For example, Chaos Rune Stone Pillar Ancient Land. This sounds like a mysterious ancient land. For example, with the arrival of more and more powerful extraordinary people, the extraordinary ocean is becoming more and more turbulent. Fortunately, Tucker hid in the East Continent. If he was discovered in the barrier, he might be surrounded by many people. Senior, please tell me your main purpose. Tucker spoke until Lei Yag had almost finished speaking. Archbishop Lei Yag smiled gently and said slowly, "Your performance in the East Continent is amazing. Whether it's the annihilation of the Dark Sun Church's power, the devastating blow to the Stone Golem Kingdom's ecology, or the magical means of fighting against the Stone Golems, they are all extraordinary. Before, I was worried that your strength was a little insufficient, so I didn't let you participate in the war plan against the Stone Golem Empire, so that you could practice well in the ocean. Now it seems that I worried too much?" Having said that, Riage paused and his tone became much lower. This war plan against the Stone Golem Empire was secretly promoted by two supernatural masters taking advantage of the arrival of the Chaos Rune. One is naturally the Grand Duke of Syrians, and the other is the Grand Master Bishop of the Three-Eyed Church, who is very optimistic about you. Then the King Ferdinand Felix, I guess, has received news about this. That's why he wants to be promoted to a supernatural master as soon as possible. Of course, the specific situation involves a lot of in-depth information. The flame projection of my magic letter can't last long. In a month, at the latest a month and a half, you will return to the Thousand Asian Mermaid Island, and I will contact you then. At that time, we will discuss the contents of the war plan in detail. Then, I will take you to participate in the first war plan against the Stone Golem Empire. This is a war plan led by a foreign crown rank powerhouse. It will allow you to truly understand the war between high-level supernaturals. Following Archbishop Rege's explanation, Tucker took a deep breath and his eyes condensed slightly. Is the war against the Stone Golem Empire about to begin? Two extraordinary masters are secretly pushing it, and there are also foreign crown-level strongmen leading the team. I don't know where exactly they are going to attack. The Royal City? Or some other key nodes of the Stone Golem Empire? When Tucker came to his senses, Bishop Riage's magic letter projection had disappeared. The magic hut returned to silence again, with only a few sparks occasionally. Well, I was originally planning to ask Bishop Riage how he made this magic letter projection. It seems that I can only ask Bishop Riage for advice and learn from him next time I see him. This layer of small world is almost dark and the temperature is extremely low. While thinking, Tucker threw 2 fireballs into the fireplace again, slightly increasing the flame heat wave to increase the temperature of the magic hut. Accompanied by the jumping flames, Tucker sat comfortably on the sofa, bathing in the warm firelight, thinking about his subsequent practice plan. The ecological magic network is now gradually taking shape in my Steam Wizard ecosystem. Thinking this, Tucker couldn't help but laugh. Especially my ecological magic network actively absorbs the origin of the world, and I happen to have plenty of the origin of the world to supply to the ecological magic network. This makes the ecological magic network more and more powerful in accommodating source energy, spells, and rune mysteries. 1/3 of the strength of the forbidden spell can be condensed in it, and those 3-star and 4-star witchcraft can be condensed in its entirety. And my witchcraft is fully deposited in the ecological magic network, so you can imagine how terrifying the capacity of my ecological magic network is. Many powerful high-level extraordinary wizards, Their ecological magic networks are probably not as powerful as my ecological magic network. The improvement of the ecological magic network will be fine according to the current momentum. Thanks to the power of the ecological magic network, I can accommodate Natoman's 3-star, 4-star, even 5-star, 6-star forbidden spells are in the ecosystem and can be used at any time. The first wave of instant 3-star and 4-star witchcraft is completely fine for me. So, 1-star and 2-star witchcraft are basically useless to me. Just leave them in the wizard ecosystem as embellishments of a certain witchcraft sequence. At the same time, they are still useful in daily use, such as lighting the fireplace, blowing the wind, lighting, etc. 3-star and 4-star witchcraft can respond to my rune mysteries. They can continuously improve their power as I comprehend the mysteries of the runes. As the level is raised, the power should not be underestimated. The 4-star heroic spirit dragon breath that I had my eyes on before can be obtained. The magical flame, combined with the dragon breath, is not this stronger than simple fire breathing. No matter what, a dragon breath wizard is more deterrent than a fire breathing wizard. At present, I have the forbidden spell Starburst for large-scale destruction. As for the single target forbidden spell witchcraft, if there is any, it should not be missed. The forbidden spell Starburst is powerful, but when the enemy is close to the face, you can't use a forbidden spell Starburst to kill both the enemy and me. There are cases in the extraordinary world where one's own witchcraft is killed by its own explosion. If I have a single target forbidden spell, with my precision, high dimension, correction, there is also a good space for play. Defense has extraordinary state, extraordinary defense, survival is not a problem. Range damage has reserved dragon breath and forbidden spells. The lack is in the ultimate breakthrough of a single point. Because there is no witchcraft suitable for a single point breakthrough, my precision, high dimension, correction talent ability is a little bit wasted. With the right witchcraft, I can better play this talent ability of mine. After all, it is an SSS exclusive talent. A good saddle must be matched with a good horse. Single forbidden spell, at least a single 4-star witchcraft is required, and even multiple single witchcrafts are required. After roughly formulating the idea, Tucker entered the daily practice state. Rune mystery perception. Extraordinary state advancement. Extraordinary defense construction. All aspects of practice cannot be left behind. As Tucker practiced, the steam ring of the 3-ring state, steam, magic hut began to gather in the ring state. The blood-colored mist outside was constantly absorbed and entered the ecological cycle. In just a few days, energy experience, talent fragments, and magical fragments have been visibly improved. After about a week, the effect of the 3-ring state began to emerge. 3-ring state, steam, magic house, layer domain small world, energy experience. 21.5 experience hour. Special resources, talent fragments. 4.5 fragments day. Forbidden magic, pass fragments. 6.2 fragments day. All aspects have been improved by about 2 or 3 times compared to before. If the steam, magic house is promoted to the 4th ring state, the source energy gathered will be even more, and the resources produced by the idle development will also be more. Many extraordinary people of other sequences will follow the wizard later. The magic house and the ring tower are a very important part of the reason. While Tucker was practicing peacefully, Layage began to write to Tucker constantly, telling Tucker the intelligence content of the East Continent. Tucker only then knew that the East Continent, which looked very peaceful, was secretly turbulent, and even brewing murderous intentions against him. Michelle Samuel, the 8th-rank crown bishop who has great strength and has many grievances with Tucker, is stationed near several city-states built by the Dark Sun Church with a new generation of Son of the Dark Sun. Obviously, His Majesty Ferdinand Felix really intends to use Son of the Dark Sun as a hook to catch Tucker. In addition, more than 20 years ago, the S-level extraordinary genius Abel who caused huge waves in the East Continent also returned from the Black Witch God Court after the death trial. In addition, there is also the super genius 6th-rank bishop of the Taboo Star Curtain Society, and so on. At present, strong people gather near the Dark Sun city-state established by the Dark Sun Church. Just waiting for Tucker to appear. You want me to go out, but I just won't go out. Tucker practiced in the depths of the Blood Demon Dusk Mountain with peace of mind. Curtis Mountain city-state. Ling. The bell containing source energy fluctuations on the Holy Scripture Tower of the Dark Sun Church. The melodious sound of bells floated over the entire mountain city-state. A large number of devout believers of the Dark Sun Church, along the streets and corridors, holding black candles in their hands, gathered towards the Dark Sun Church. On an ordinary balcony of a high tower, Tucker, wearing a blood shadow wizard robe and a demon ring staff, quietly examined the believers who gathered at the Dark Sun Church. These devout Dark Sun evil god believers, their Dark Sun beliefs are constantly gathered in the church scriptures and passed on to the Dark Sun evil god. The Dark Sun evil god borrowed the faith of these believers to continuously gather the power of the Dark Sun in the Western continent and give Saint Land the Dark Sun's blows and attacks. Not long after, Tucker set his sights on the city wall not far away. Behind the city wall, there are stone golems of various sizes. The low-level ones are only about 3 or 4 meters. The high-level ones are more than 10 meters and close to 20 meters high. These stone golems gathered together, bringing a strong magic banning feature to the entire Curtis Mountain city-state, about 9 points. But for Tucker, this little bit of forbidden magic power is not enough. After more than a month of idle training, Tucker's forbidden magic passing ability has been greatly improved. Forbidden magic passing 342 fragments, level 50, 342 fragments of 50 level magical power. Let Tucker basically ignore these 6th level and even 7th level stone golems. This Curtis High Mountain city-state is not weak, but there are many bishop masters. Thinking of this, Tucker smiled lightly. This is exactly what I want. Today, Tucker is here to kill the bishop and take the body. Take out the black Dark Sun believer robe that has been prepared long ago. Tucker uses world to restrain his extraordinary aura, and at the same time anchors a large amount of Dark Sun's faith in his shadow surface area. With such attire and disguise, Tucker is the most devout Dark Sun believer. Then, Tucker walked into the alley and mixed in the crowd and walked towards the Dark Sun Church. Tucker's idea is very simple, that is to sneak into the Dark Sun Church temple. Silently approach those 5th order extraordinary people, and even the lone 6th order bishops. Take advantage of their unpreparedness, use the Sagir's crow to control them, and then seal them. Tucker, who has phase vision and world perception ability, can find out the location of those lone bishops. If he really attacks them, those powerful bishops may not be able to react. Anyway, it's the same if he catches them secretly. If he is discovered, Tucker will let go and fight, and the effect will be the same. Tucker is not afraid of the forbidden magic, the greatest power of the stone golem continent. Tucker can resist the power of a city alone, which is not in vain. Tucker's silent actions, unknowingly, several hours have passed. Until dusk. Boom. A 6th order knight smashed the wall of the tower like a cannonball and rushed out. Blasphemer. His roar exploded like thunder. In an instant, the beautiful dusk of the entire Curtis Mountain city-state was broken and resounded through the sky. What? Blasphemer? Everyone around the high tower of the Dark Sun Temple looked up at the sky at the same time. In the hazy dusk light, time stopped. Only the bishop knight who broke through the tower barrier like a cannonball, carrying the broken rubble, fell in a parabolic trajectory. Crack! Crack! The crows suddenly screamed, breaking the stagnation of dusk. In an instant, everyone recalled the forbidden spell fear dominated by the blasphemers' massacre of the city some time ago. Panic, despair, wailing, screaming, riots, like pollution and plague, spread wildly. Streets, corridors, alleys, squares, all places were full of surging panic and desperate wails. It's the blasphemer. That damn demon is coming. Run. The blasphemer is coming. The blasphemer is here to massacre the city again. Great God of Dark Sun, pray for your arrival to destroy the blasphemer who blasphemed you. There are also some fanatical and delusional people who kneel down to pray for the arrival of the God of Dark Sun. Unfortunately, the gods did not respond to him. What responded to him was the trampling of the crowd rushing over in panic. In the sky, as the bishop knight fell, at the gap in the wall of the tower that the bishop knight smashed, Tucker with a cold expression appeared. A flash of fire flashed deep in his pupils. Wow! The magical flame burned directly on the bishop knight. There's something. The dangerous Dark Knight Taboo helmet can actually break free from the close-fitting boarding that blocks the sail's crow. Although one trick can make you eat everything, it is obviously not enough to only have one trick. Even if he didn't use the sail's crow, Tucker had many ways to catch this 6th level knight bishop. Just the burning of Tucker's magical flame, this extraordinary knight who was not very flexible might not be able to withstand it. Just when Tucker was about to attack again, Tucker's face sank slightly. However, he saw that the sky quickly dimmed, and all kinds of light were constantly being drawn away. The panicked crowd in the distance and the panicked noise of fleeing quickly disappeared. Tucker seemed to be falling into the endless darkness and abyss. Some kind of rune field? Or some strange means. Tucker watched the magical scene with interest. At this moment, there were footsteps in the darkness. Rustle. Rustle. Tucker examined himself for a moment and smiled softly. As expected of a transcendent who returned from studying abroad, a black wizard from the Black Witch God Court, he does have some means. Tucker immediately pinched his right hand slightly. The three-core steam started to operate quickly. Woo woo woo. Accompanied by the low, melodious, and ethereal roar of steam, a large amount of rich source energy steam spewed out, pushing open the surrounding darkness. Well, I only have 3 steam cores, and it's time to buy a few more. The demon ring staff can also be upgraded. At the beginning, the legendary skeleton materials were sufficient, and other materials were invested in the method of forging with heroic spirits. There will be no problem in upgrading to the 6th level in the future. Feeling his equipment configuration, Tucker thought to himself. In the darkness not far away, a door was suddenly pushed open. A dark wizard, whose figure was completely shrouded in a 7th level dark wizard robe, entered this extreme darkness. What is this? Tucker pointed to the surroundings and asked calmly. When you become my dark puppet, you will naturally understand. The dark wizard's voice was rough and hoarse. Tucker's eyes were slightly focused as he carefully examined the dark wizard in front of him. After a moment, Tucker suddenly laughed. Interesting. Interesting. The stitching and replacement are almost perfect. If you are given some more time, the complete fusion and replacement will probably not be visible even to me. I didn't expect that the S-level extraordinary genius that the Stone Golem Empire is proud of would be parasitized by the wizards of the mysterious boarding sect. Tisk tisk. It turns out that you should see more of the outside world to experience the darkness and cruelty of the extraordinary world. As Tucker spoke, the dark wizard's body stiffened slightly. It's the end of the month, please vote for me. Chapter 319, Fight Against the 7th Level Bishop. I don't know what you're talking about. The 7th Order Archbishop level Black Wizard said indifferently. Of course you know what I'm talking about. Tucker said in a calm and indifferent tone. You are very powerful. After all, you have been promoted to the 7th Order, and the real level is hard to say, while I am only the 5th Order. The level gap is indeed a bit big. And the extraordinary people who come out of the boarding sect will have many insidious and vicious means. But, once you want to do it. Tucker's eyes suddenly condensed, and the fierce, cruel, and tyrannical bloody killing intent surged up like a mountain. That was Tucker's terrifying killing will that killed people everywhere and piled up like a mountain, like a demon king who destroyed the world. Even around Tucker, there appeared extraordinary visions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. I can be sure, it's definitely not me who escapes today. And from now on, you can't stay in this world. S-level extraordinary genius who devoured the Stone Golem Empire, seized his talent, occupied his extraordinary state, and even reshaped his destiny. I think the Black Witch God Court will thank me for exposing a boarder like you. Do you want to try? The boarding sect is a very strange school in the wizard sequence. On the surface, they are no different from ordinary wizards. But the core ability they practice is the wizard ability of boarding and borrowing. Through boarding and borrowing, they can carry part of their core abilities into the new body, and perfectly integrate with a new body, and then start a new wizard journey. It is very similar to the method of taking possession of the body. However, other geniuses are afraid of the boarding and borrowing method of the boarding sect. Tucker is not afraid of this boarding and borrowing method. The first to bear the brunt is the horror level, Sales Crow. If the enemy dares to come in, I'm afraid it will give Sales Forbidden Crow a meal. Secondly, boarding and borrowing life requires the suturing of the fate veins. Tucker is a genuine top expert in veins. In the confrontation at the level of fate veins, who knows who will sew whom? As Tucker explained. The Black Wizard's pupils flickered with a strange light. Poor Abel never thought of it. He just wanted to come here to capture this 5th level blasphemer. As a result, he hasn't caught the person yet. The other party saw through his details at a glance. He directly grasped his biggest handle. If he had known that this 5th level blasphemer was so dangerous, he would never have come. This 5th level wizard discovered his biggest secret, and there is no doubt that he must be silenced. But the 5th level steam wizard in front of him, Blasphemer Tucker, he is very strong. Among all the 5th level extraordinary geniuses that Putable knows, Blasphemer Tucker in front of him is definitely a ceiling level existence. This seemingly inconspicuous darkness shrouds, and the rising of steam. There was a deep level confrontation between them. His darkness wanted to deprive the other party of all perception of the outside world. But the other parties, steam, and world, easily broke the suppression of darkness. And as the other party's steam source energy increased, the other party had some intention of pushing back his dark suppression. The turbulent confrontation in the dark had already begun. The confrontation of extraordinary will and momentum. The influence of one's own rune elemental power on the surrounding world, and the deep control of one's own world. These are all aspects of silent game. The confrontation between the strong, a glance, is a game and a test. The other party is a 5th level extraordinary person, only at the middle level. And he is a 7th level extraordinary person, at a high level. If it's a tie, he will lose. What's more, his darkness is vaguely unable to resist the situation of the other party's steam power. Feeling the terrifying murderous intent released by the other party like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, Putable gradually felt a strong threat. The wizard in front of him was a ruthless man who raised the horror level, Satyr's Crow. In the vast supernatural world, Satyr's Forbidden Crow is a large series of forbidden sealed objects. There are many crow breeders. But this is the first time he has seen someone who has raised horror level, Satyr's Crow alive. And the information he got is that this god-favored, one of the three-eyed god, has descended for the three-eyed god. You know, there are thousands of god-favored ones of the three-eyed god, but only a few can make the will of the three-eyed god descend. Even the Son of God can only make the will of the three-eyed god descend. After thinking for a while, Putable suddenly laughed. I thought the name of God-favored one Tucker Lamore was just a false name. Now it seems that His Highness the God-favored one is really heroic and admirable. Your Highness the God-favored one, I have no intention of being your enemy. In fact, when necessary, I can provide you with information. How about we cooperate? Tucker was slightly startled by the other party's explanation. After looking at the other party up and down for a moment, Tucker said slowly, "You're turning against me too quickly." Putable said in a low voice with a faint smile. "Then do you think that a boarder like me should continue to serve the Black Wizard God Court, and be accidentally discovered in the future, and then be directly destroyed by the strong men of the Black Wizard God Court? Or should I cooperate with your Principality of Syrian, although I may not be reused, but at least my life will be safe?" The sobriety of the boarder in front of him made it difficult for Tucker to refute for a while. Just as the wizard in front of him said, being a boarder of an S-level extraordinary genius is already the pinnacle of boarding, and the right thing to do is to run away quickly. But, even if that's the case, Your Excellency turned against us so quickly, it's too unbelievable. Tucker naturally didn't believe a word of what the other party said. But Putable said indifferently, "If you promise not to reveal my identity information, I will naturally be happy to cooperate with you. I just don't want people to know my true identity. Even if you leak the information, it doesn't matter. After all, I plan to leave the Black Witch God Court when I return to the Stone Golem Empire this time. In the outside world of the extraordinary, as a high-level extraordinary person, there is no place I can't go. Your Excellency wants to use this information to pinch me, but there is no need. After all, he is a senior wizard who has been walking in the extraordinary world for many years." In just a few words, the threat of Tucker's handle on him was reduced to the minimum. "As long as I run fast enough, the handle you hold on me is completely useless." Tucker rubbed his palms for a moment and said lightly, "A 7th level wizard, although a high-level wizard, may not be able to play a big role. There is a gap between us level extraordinary geniuses. Your Excellency wants to cooperate with me, but it depends on whether you have the strength to cooperate. Moreover, Your Excellency has prepared so many methods in secret, and I have to learn a lot." Tucker's voice fell. Putable's face changed drastically. He was originally on high alert. But even so, the opponent's attack was still without any signs. His dark insight could not detect the situation inside the steam source energy world supported by the opponent. The next moment, boom, the roar of the forbidden spell suddenly exploded. The terrifying forbidden spell exploded, directly tearing open the dark element field, accompanied by the collapse of the entire tower. Rumble. The flames of the mushroom cloud slowly rose. Rumble. The Tower of the Dark Sun Church, under the terrifying destructive power of the forbidden spell, seemed to be exploded and collapsed. The terrifying vision was like the end of the world, and the shadow of death loomed over the hearts of all the residents of the city-state. Damn lunatic. Put Abel, who escaped using the dark jump and landed on the roof of a tall building, had a gloomy face. He quickly used his dark supernatural state to extinguish the flames, but found that the flames were extremely difficult to extinguish. Gurgling. More than 10 bubbles rose up, wrapping the strange flames and expelling them from the body. Put Abel, who was thrown a forbidden spell as soon as he came up, and was even affected by it, felt aggrieved. After all, he was once an A-level supernatural genius, and now he is an S-level supernatural genius, and he is also a 7th level supernatural. Although he was promoted to the 7th level not long ago, it is not something that a small 5th level supernatural like you can write on his face like this. You have a forbidden spell, but I don't have one. At the same time. Buzz buzz buzz. Accompanied by layers of air waves, a huge black ball with a diameter of more than 100 meters appeared on a roof of the city-state. The 5-star forbidden spell, Darkness, Annihilation, Forbidden Cage. It can lock the enemy and instantly imprison the surrounding 100 meters, and then gather it to complete the ultimate annihilation. He ran so far in an instant. Fortunately, my forbidden spells are not vegetarian. Once you are imprisoned in it, you will definitely die. But even so, Put Abel did not dare to say that he had imprisoned the opponent 100%. He knew that the flexibility of this blasphemer was unique. Buzz buzz buzz. Swish chish. When Darkness, Annihilation, Forbidden Cage was completely gathered and annihilated to the extreme, Put Abel's face became more and more solemn. There was nothing in Darkness, Annihilation, Forbidden Cage. Although the forbidden spell was powerful, it was completely useless if it could not hit the enemy. However, what Put Abel was worried about was not that his forbidden spell did not hit the enemy. It was, he lost his perception of the 5th level wizard. This was the most fatal. It was the wizard who attacked first. Now, he was going to passively take the beating again, unless he ran away immediately. How could a mere 5th level wizard like him possess so many incredible methods? You know, I have mastered a certain origin of the world, but I can't see his existence at all. At this moment, Put Abel finally understood why this Tucker Lamore could blaspheme the gods and why he could intimidate an entire country. His methods were so incredible that even he felt his scalp tingling when facing them. Chapter 325 Star, Forbidden Dragon Breath. There were crowds of people in panic and commotion in all directions. Panic was spreading. The crisis of death was brewing. Behind a glass window, Tucker quietly looked at the S-level 7th Order Extraordinary Archbishop outside. He is worthy of being a returnee from the Black Witch God Court. He can dodge such a forbidden spell. He really has some tricks. Well, but then again, the forbidden spell Starburst is a large-scale destructive witchcraft, which has tedious steps such as long-range release, landing, and explosion. For a strong man who is on guard, it is not a big problem to be able to avoid it. Such a large forbidden spell is not meant for a single-point breakthrough. It is still very difficult to pour directly into the enemy's mouth, unless the enemy is really bulky. It would be great if there was a single forbidden spell. Instantaneous direct reach, destruction upon hit. At the same time, carefully examining the 7th Order Archbishop's external detection methods, Tucker saw the outline of the dark forbidden spell in the corner of his eye. That large forbidden dark spell of his is also extremely threatening to me. If you take it head-on, you will be seriously injured at least. Then I will be the loser. Defensive forbidden spells, if you encounter them, you must not miss them. But Tucker took a deep breath and smiled softly. The hidden nature of the world made it impossible for that guy who just entered the 7th level to find me, so I have a slight advantage. Tucker's super high talent that broke the upper limit of the extraordinary world made Tucker far superior to his opponent in mastering the world. Steam. Start. Tucker gently pinched his right hand, and the demon ring staff echoed. Woo woo woo. As the steam core surged, a large amount of source energy steam poured out. The next moment, the dark explosive bomb as big as a head, like a storm, followed a trail and attacked. Boom boom boom. The explosion of the ultimate dark room mystery instantly raised the 5-story stone building to the ground. It would not take long for a 7th level Archbishop level spellcaster to flatten a city, and it was too easy to destroy a stone building. Although he knew that the other party released steam source energy to lure him to attack, Able had to attack. Before the second round of forbidden spells of the other party's ecological magic net was condensed, Able wanted to force the other party as much as possible, so that it would not be so easy for the other party to condense the second round of forbidden spells. As soon as a wave of dark explosion magic balls was launched, buzz! The spiritual world suddenly became dark, and a huge palm slapped down at Able. Able made a dark jump and left the original place. Just landed on the roof of a building about 50 or 60 meters away. The huge palm was actually like a shadow. Almost at the same time, it crossed a phase and chased after him, and even, it shortened the distance. Huh? How can he predict so accurately? Able frowned slightly. Is it in line with the trajectory and veins of the world? Able is an S-level extraordinary genius. Through darkness, conformity, when he uses his talent to conform to darkness, he can feel the subtle veins of the world's dark source energy flowing. Many powerful talents can sense the veins and trajectories of the world to a certain extent. He used the talent of darkness, compatibility, to match the origin of darkness. Among the intelligence collected by Able, there is information about the blasphemer's S-level, precision, and phase characteristics. The opponent manipulated the huge palm to chase him at this moment, just like that. He jumped several times in the air. Every time he fell, the huge dark golden palm was getting closer. HMPH. Able snorted coldly and pushed forward with one hand when he fell again. When the huge dark golden palm was about to get close to him, a dark holy shield engraved with dense black runes was held up by his hand. The hand of spiritual movement and the dark holy shield collided with each other. Rumble. The earth shook, and cracks appeared in an area of 20 to 30 meters. The violent roar of the source energy, carrying the soul secrets and the dark secrets, was like a torrent, venting wildly from the collision area. The energy that was ejected and contained the profound meaning of the runes was enough to easily destroy a large area of the wall. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, dense wind blades swept over. Each wind blade contained a very strong wind rune profound meaning. One wind blade might not be a big threat, but the problem was that these wind blades were dense and endless, like a rainstorm. He looked at the soul palm in front of him that was clearly blocked by himself but still had a lot of stamina. And those majestic wind blades that were whistling. Able was extremely careful at this time, holding up the dark holy shield to block the wind coming from all directions. 2 spells in parallel. No. Ecological magic network builders don't need 2 spells in parallel. But he is indeed controlling and casting 2 rune mysteries at the same time. And this damn dark golden palm in front of him is still getting stronger. Break through the barrier between himself and the spell sequence, and continuously supply source energy to the already condensed spell. Hiss. Able took a breath of cold air. He studied in the Black Witch God Court and knew very well how difficult it was to be able to supply source energy and even enhance the spell while the spell was flying in front. Once he entered a stalemate, his shield would be exhausted sooner or later. As long as the opponent's attack means were sufficient, they would be endless and would not be interrupted at all. A completely seamless witchcraft attack, at that time, he would only be beaten continuously and fall into a passive state in all directions. With this thought in mind, the legendary dark ring staff in Able's hand absorbed his dark and extraordinary state. It suddenly converged, and the light in the surrounding space was slightly distorted. Then, as the convergent power bloomed, a large area of darkness instantly spread in all directions. The hand of spiritual movement suddenly fell into the air. The large wind blades only fell into the scattered dark mist shadows and hissed. It seemed that the actions of this dark wizard archbishop had been anticipated. A large piece of flame spewed at the scattered dark gray shadows. For a moment, the red flames quickly swept the entire street, and even the sky that fell into the dusk was instantly dyed blood red. The flames penetrated into the surrounding buildings, and then spread along the alleys to the surrounding streets. Woo woo woo. Accompanied by the low and vast roar of steam. The hot flames became particularly turbulent, as if endless. Continuously spreading to the streets farther away, the whole city was about to be ignited by Tucker's flames. Amid the roar of steam, Tucker continued to pour out fierce flames, burning the extraordinary state of the 7th level bishop wantonly. At the same time, in the spreading extreme darkness, a bright red light burst out. Forbidden spell. Looking at the bright and subtle red light, Tucker's expression gradually became solemn. And it is a single target locking forbidden spell. It locks me according to some special forbidden spell power characteristics by expanding its own darkness and radiating several streets around. I would rather use the extraordinary state and extraordinary defense to bear my flames than use the forbidden spell to snipe me. Is this the ultimate skill? Tucker quickly activated World to match Precision, High Dimension, Correction. For this kind of single target extreme aiming, correction must be used to counter it. If you want precision, I will make you unable to be accurate. At the same time, Abel, who completed the fate anchoring in the depths of darkness, suddenly activated the second forbidden spell he had practiced. Fate, 0 point, Starfall, follow the fate trajectory and veins. A ray of red light instantly penetrated hundreds of meters, at an incredible speed. Then with a whoosh, more than a dozen residential buildings were penetrated at almost the same time. From the position of the red light that penetrated, the cracks on the residents quickly spread to all corners of the entire building like a spider web. Boom! More than a dozen residential buildings collapsed in all directions. The reason why there were more than a dozen residential buildings was that there were no more residential buildings behind them. After this extreme forbidden spell light penetrated more than a dozen residential buildings, it directly passed the city wall and hit the far depths of the wilderness outside the city. Tucker's vascular vision could not see the end of the red light. This is too far away. The power is also ridiculously strong. If it is hit, the extraordinary state will be extremely damaged if it does not collapse. Looking at the forbidden spell attack that was distorted and deviated from the trajectory by himself, Tucker was thoughtful. Precision, High Dimension, Correction, restrains the extreme of a single point. When the extreme forbidden spell light came, and Tucker used High Dimension Vision to see that this was a fate lock. Then Tucker used World to distort the trajectory of the fate around him, and used High Dimension, Correction, to continuously correct the trajectory of the forbidden spell light in a large area. Then, he successfully deviated the attack point of the forbidden spell. Rather than saying that the opponent was not accurate, it is better to say that the opponent was too accurate. Because it was too accurate, it was easy to be deviated. As the extreme forbidden spell penetrated more than a dozen high-rise buildings, in the depths of darkness, the extraordinary state was burned, and even Abel, who had begun to affect the extraordinary sequence, had a dark face that was almost close to his dark state. Hit, miss. Abel, whose throat was a little dry, could not accept this result, but the fact was that the 5th level blasphemer seemed to be able to restrain his fate locking method. This method is definitely not something that can be avoided by ordinary maneuvers. Before this, many people have tried to avoid this move, but all ended in failure. Feeling the strange puppet threads that kept emerging on the body, Abel knew very well that if he didn't leave now, he might not be able to leave. The two sides fought and fought against each other, and all kinds of means were used for game and confrontation. He suffered damage, but the forbidden spell failed, and he was already at a disadvantage. Retreat. Goo 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 goo. The black bubbles that continued to emerge pulled out all the puppet threads. Then Abel's dark state quickly dispersed into hundreds of dark shadows, dispersing to the underground, the dark realm, the spirit realm, the shadow realm, and all directions outside the real city. Seeing many Abel fleeing everywhere, Tucker rubbed his eyebrows slightly. Seeing that the situation is not right, running away immediately is too cowardly. The Black Wizard has many ways to save his life, and it is not easy to catch up. Even if I catch up, his 2 forbidden spells are a big threat to me. And there is no need to chase that guy, he can't run away. It may be useful in the future. Tucker looked down at the small amount of high-dimensional life veins in his hand. This is the high-dimensional vein of Abel. Tucker's attack just fell on the opponent, and Tucker quietly pinched a small amount of the opponent's high-dimensional life veins. After collecting this vein, Tucker looked at the ruined city below. The 6th level Bishop Knight who was ignited by Tucker before was on fire and was trying to escape. Carrying Tucker's magical flame, he can still run so fast, which is also a skill. Tucker came here mainly to catch the bishop this time, so naturally he should not be missed. After catching up, after several rounds of fighting, Tucker easily captured the 6th level Bishop Knight, and then Tucker left quickly without delay. A few hours later, after receiving the intelligence, the 3 Archbishop teams arrived and looked at the half of the city-state that was burned down. Their faces were not much better than Abel's. What worried them the most was another piece of news. That was the 7th level Archbishop level S level extraordinary genius Put-Able, and the blasphemer Tucker. The strength of the blasphemer Tucker was not inferior to Put-Able. Although Put-Able had only been promoted to the 7th level not long ago, he was still at the 6th level. But the problem was, the blasphemer Tucker was only at the 5th level. For a while, even those 7th level Archbishop level strongmen were a little uneasy. If a small team like them chased the blasphemer Tucker, if they really met him, it would be hard to say who would kill whom. Kyanaya Mermaid Island. On the top of the 3-ring tower. The number of shipwrecks in the shipwreck market has increased a lot compared to before. This war is getting more and more intense. Even. Tucker looked at the world barrier passage leading to the ocean of the western continent in front of Kyanaya Mermaid Island. I can still hear the slight roar of the sea demon turret. Tucker, standing by the window, quietly examined the situation of Kyanaya Mermaid Island through the bright French windows. In the area blocked by the energy barrier not far from the room, Archbishop Layage was sitting at the desk, writing something. A few days ago, Tucker returned from the eastern continent and took a short break. Today, he was invited by Archbishop Layage to officially participate in the war plan against the Stone Golem Empire of the eastern continent. Whether it is the battle for many nodes of the double world barrier, or the current war between the two armies of Kyanaya Mermaid Island, the strong confrontation. The root cause is in the eastern continent, the Stone Golem Empire. As long as the Stone Golem Empire of the eastern continent is eliminated and the foundation on which the Dark Sun Church relies for survival is destroyed, the war will naturally end. Squeak. With a sound, the door was pushed open. A female mermaid wearing a blue robe walked in. Her appearance was the same as that of a human, except that most of her body was covered with scales containing water runes. The water-based supernatural defense and the body, the supernatural state are almost integrated. Obviously, whether it is a higher-level supernatural state, supernatural defense means, or the mastery of rune mysteries, they are much better than many 7th-level supernaturals. At least much higher than that S-level supernatural genius Put-Able. That Put-Able is about level 71 or 72. And he was promoted to the 7th level not long ago. And this ocean prophet has already reached level 79, and he has the foundation to be promoted to the 8th level. Tucker thought about it and saluted, "Meet Senior Ocean Prophet Magben." Looking Tucker up and down for a moment, Ocean Prophet Magben showed a slightly relieved smile on his cheek. "A few days ago, I heard that His Excellency the God's Blessed One caused a lot of trouble to the Stone Golem Empire in the East Continent, leaving the Stone Golem Empire helpless. His Excellency the God's Blessed One has just been promoted to the 5th level. If he has the realm of the 6th or even 7th level, the Stone Golem continent is not to be feared." Tucker said modestly, "Your Excellency the Prophet, you are too kind. Sit down." The Ocean Prophet Magben said softly. After the two sat down, Magben thought for a moment before speaking. "Archbishop Layage said before that you wanted to exchange some powerful witchcraft on our Kyanaya Mermaid Island." "Yes." Tucker nodded. "I see that the military supply department has 3-level and 4-level heroic spirit dragon breath witchcraft. I wonder, are there 5-star or even 6-star dragon breath witchcraft? Or other powerful single forbidden spell witchcraft? We don't have 6-star dragon breath witchcraft and single forbidden spell witchcraft here on Mermaid Island. However, our mermaid tribe has 3 copies of this 5-star dragon breath witchcraft. 3 5-star dragon breath secrets?" Tucker raised his eyebrows. "Did they dig out the dragon's nest?" "Sure enough, these tribes that have lived for a long time have a rich foundation. Stability is the first productive force, and the system is not deceiving me. Can you tell me about the effects and characteristics of these 3 5-star dragon breath secrets?" Tucker asked in his mind. After killing many 6th-level strongmen in the East Continent in several waves, Tucker has accumulated a lot of resources. Naturally, he can afford the price of this 5-star forbidden spell witchcraft. Even if the other party doesn't like those scattered materials, Tucker's traditional refining craftsmanship can still earn a little money. The 3 dragon breath forbidden spells are all the heroic spirit dragon breath secrets. At least the consumption and digestion of Lord-level dragon materials can master a powerful enough forbidden spell dragon breath in the heroic spirit retrospection. The first dragon breath secret is biased towards large-scale burning. A breath of forbidden spell dragon breath spews deep into the sky, leading to surging forbidden spell rain of fire. If the source energy is sufficient, it is no problem to extinguish a city-state with one breath. I remember that your highness, the gods favored, your fire witchcraft has such a powerful method, right? Haha. Senior, you know a lot about my methods. Tucker said lightly. Magben smiled lightly. Your highness, the god-favored one, your magic skills have long been compiled into books and sold everywhere, and the Steam Daily in various places has also reported on your magic skills. You have many imitators. For example, the ordinary magic of Flame Bomb shines brightly in your hands, and there are countless wizards who learn this kind of magic. In many places, if you can't make a grease bomb, you are embarrassed to call yourself a wizard. Magben's words made Tucker rub his eyebrows. Ahem, am I also bringing up such a bad trend? What about the second one? Tucker asked. The second forbidden spell witchcraft is the dragon breath driven by extreme flames. It focuses more on the destructive power of the flame ability itself. If you have a special flame talent, or have a deep understanding of the mysteries of the flame runes, this second witchcraft is a good choice. Then there's the third forbidden spell dragon breath witchcraft. The third dragon breath forbidden spell witchcraft is quite peculiar. It can condense the power of the spew dragon breath into 2 stages, forming a dragon breath star eclipse arrow with amazing destructive power. This third forbidden dragon breath spell has 2 stages, which is very rare in witchcraft. As Magben finished his explanation, Tucker pondered over the 3 5-star forbidden dragon breath spells. Chapter 321, The Power of the Supermasters in the Eastern Continent. The first dragon breath forbidden spell is equivalent to a super enhanced version of the fire-breathing wizard. It works, but only a little. The second dragon breath forbidden spell is equivalent to an enhanced version of Tucker's eternal flame. The effect is higher than the upper limit of the first forbidden spell. There is a qualitative change, but it is not enough to make Tucker completely change. The third dragon breath forbidden spell witchcraft is different. First of all, this is a relatively rare forbidden spell with 2-stage ability. The normal releases the dragon breath, which is considered a 5-star forbidden spell power. In terms of power, it can still manipulate space. And the condensation of the second stage of witchcraft ability is to condense the power of the forbidden spell together to form the second stage forbidden spell ability, dragon breath, eclipse arrow. Archery is something. It is difficult to master without precision. And with precision, it is like a god's help. What if there is an SSS exclusive, precision, high dimension, correction? After thinking for a while, Tucker looked at the mermaid's ocean prophet Magben. Senior Prophet Magben, I want to buy the third one, the forbidden spell witchcraft that can condense, dragon breath, star eclipse arrow. Although Tucker also wanted to be willful and take them all. However, financial resources did not allow Tucker to be so high profile. Magben nodded slightly. This forbidden spell witchcraft of the heroic spirit is called Ancient Spirit, Star Dragon Breath. It needs to withstand the pressure of the will of the ancient dragon heroic spirit and complete the inheritance. If there is any interruption in this process, all the previous efforts will be wasted. There are many spellcaster sequences in our tribe, and they have all tried to learn and inherit this ancient forbidden spell witchcraft. But, you have learned powerful witchcraft such as forbidden spells before, so you should know that the threshold is very high. No one has completed it yet. You want to complete this ancient forbidden spell inheritance, and the cost required. Tucker said. I heard that the mermaids need a lot of corpses of 5th level and even 6th level extraordinary people recently. I currently have 3 sealed bishops and 4 bishops' bodies in my hands. 16 sealed 5th level masters and 37 corpses of 5th level extraordinary masters. After listening to Tucker's words, even the ocean prophet Magben was a little stunned for a moment. The god-favored one is only 5th level, can he capture a 6th level bishop? Although the strength of the bishop is relatively weak due to the scarcity of resources in the East Continent, it is not easy to capture him. While thinking, the ocean prophet Magben smiled. It seems that His Highness the God-favored one has gained a lot in the East Continent. So many resources are basically enough to exchange for the third 5-star dragon breath forbidden spell. If His Highness the God-favored one is willing to trade the resources in your hands with our Kyanaya Mermaid Island, it would be even better. Meet with Magben, the ocean prophet of Kyanaya Mermaid Island and the high priest of the mermaids. Tucker's main purpose was to trade. Do you have a steam caller? Tucker asked. Now that Tucker has been promoted to the 5th level, it is time to prepare for the steam caller. For Tucker's current level, strength, and financial resources, the steam core is not a rare resource. Tucker's subsequent practice will naturally not be blocked by these resources that are not in short supply. If His Majesty the God's favored one needs it, we can still draw out a lot of them. About 120,000 magic gold per piece. Ocean Prophet Magben said. Hiss. Is the price of the steam core so expensive now? I remember that you could get one for 70,000 or 80,000 magic gold before. Tucker said with a little pain. That was the price a year ago, almost 2 years ago. The current market price is about 120,000 magic gold. Ocean Prophet Magben explained in detail. Then order 5 first. Ocean Prophet Magben nodded. Then the two of them traded the resources in their hands, and Tucker chatted and asked, Does Mermaid Island have 6th level materials? There are some leader level ones, but I guess Your Highness, the God-favored one, you wouldn't look down on them. No Lord level ones. Very few. The Ocean Prophet Magben shook his head. You also know that promotion to the 6th level is a very important step. The upper limit of the extraordinary state is 100%, and the sequence has been expanded to the extreme state of the mid-level extraordinary, and the plasticity has become extraordinary. 6th level lords are rare in themselves. Looking at the ocean, how many can you see? Secondly, most of the extraordinary people who have cultivated to the peak of the 5th level are powerful. No matter what, they need to prepare a core material for promotion to Lord. There are few in themselves, and the demand is huge. Even here on our Mermaid Island, there is no 6th level Lord level material. But Your Highness, the God-favored one, you can go to the temple to ask. The three-eyed God temple has a solid foundation. Looking at the extraordinary world, it is also one of the best. There should be some foundation of 6th level Lord level materials. There are not many 6th level materials in the temple. Tucker shook his head and said, Although the temple has a strong foundation, the problem is that there are many geniuses in the temple, and there are too many people who need materials. Many of the 5 vice bishops and the Knights Templar with a strong foundation are stuck at the 5th level, just wanting to obtain the appropriate Lord core materials. It's not only the case in Saint Land, but also the same in Padlin Xinhang Island. For top-level materials, there are always more monks than porridge. Hearing this, the Ocean Prophet Magben was a little emotional. This kind of top-level resources is indeed lacking in everyone. That's why I asked if there are suitable 6th level Lord level materials here on Kayanaya Mermaid Island. Tucker smiled lightly. When the two were almost done with the transaction, the source energy barrier not far away was volatile. Archbishop Riage, who had already written and sent the magic letter, stood up and walked out. Looking at the transaction between the two, Riage smiled heartily. Originally, I wanted to broker your deal. It seems that it is no longer enough. It was only because you, Senior Riage, told Senior Magben, the Ocean Prophet, that I was able to complete the deal. Otherwise, it would be troublesome without preparation. Tucker stood up and saluted Archbishop Riage. During this period, Riage had written to Tucker a lot, allowing Tucker to have a deep understanding of many situations in the Stone Golem Empire. Since you are almost done with the deal, it is time to get to the topic of our meeting today. Activate the source energy barrier of the entire house. Sitting on the sofa, Riage thought quietly. There are 3 places in the Stone Golem Empire that are crucial, namely the ancient Temple of Extraordinary Heroes, the Fountain of the Origin of the World, and the Holy Demon Stone statue. Among them, the ancient Temple of Extraordinary Heroes and the Holy Demon Stone statue are the most critical. The former contains the corpse of the Extraordinary Master, and the latter is a magical creature of the Extraordinary Master level. Does the Stone Golem continent have the power of the Extraordinary Master level? Tucker asked in surprise. Yes. Riage nodded. Inside the ancient Hall of Heroes, there is a powerful corpse of a master. You must have heard about the rumors that Grand Duke Syrians went to the ancient Chaos continent, gained something, and after returning, he broke through and became a master. Yes, I have heard about it. The powerful corpse of the master in the ancient Hall of Heroes of the Stone Golem Empire, like Grand Duke Syrians, also went to the ancient Chaos continent several times, gained something, and after returning, he also completed the promotion to master. But there is obviously something wrong with what he swallowed and absorbed. Not long after the breakthrough, he fell. Otherwise, the current Agu Twin Stars superworld would not be in its current state. Is that so? Tucker thought. As for the Holy Demon Stone statue, it is a stone golem of the Transcendent Master level. But you also know that the stone golem has nothing good except that it has thick skin and flesh, can fight and resist, and has a strong anti-magic characteristic. Now, our plan is to destroy the ancient Hall of Heroes first, then destroy the fountain of the origin of the world, and finally attack the Stone Golem King City and kill Ferdinand Felix. Our own strength is difficult to support us to directly attack the Stone Golem Empire. And this time, under the dispatch of the two Transcendent Masters, there will be two top-level 9th-level crown superpowers to act with us. And they have already sneaked into the Stone Golem continent. Before we start the war, notify them that they can support us at any time. 9th-level crown? Superpower? Layage's explanation made Tucker hold his breath slightly. Tucker vaguely sensed the arrival of the foreign superpower. The long-lasting and unchanging pattern of the Augu twin star transcendent world is about to be rewritten. Chapter 322, Forbidden Spellcrow Holy Demon Statue. The Thousand Asian Mermaid Island, there's indeed a burial place for giant dragons. This is Tucker's feeling after inheriting the 5-star Forbidden Spell Witchcraft Ancient Spirit, Breath of Star Dragon. Under the world barrier, it is about to enter the depths of the waterfall layer of the dark side of the world. There is the burial place of giant dragons occupied by the Thousand Asian Mermaid Island. The giant dragons that enter the burial place will die quickly, rot, wither, and even their bones will disappear. This is to prevent those undead wizards from digging out their corpses after their death, so that they can't live a sleepless life after death. Although the dragon has been sleeping for a long time, it has built a peculiar heroic dragon tomb ecology. Bone-like chains are hung all over the sky where the undead are floating. The powerful heroic spirit, Dragon Breath Forbidden Spell is presented in the form of sequence seeds. Although the heroic will of the ancient dragon is terrifying. However, Tucker still steadily resisted the heroic will of the ancient dragon and completed Ancient Spirit, Breath of Star Dragon. When Tucker left the heroic dragon tomb, all the mermaid spellcasters who witnessed Tucker's completion of the inheritance showed envy. This is the place where their tribe is coordinated. They have tried it before, but unfortunately no one succeeded. How can they not be envious when they see someone mastering the powerful forbidden spell power? Moreover, the geniuses of the mermaid tribe also knew through gossip that this other people's child is a god-favored one. The news that the god-favored one and the mermaid tribe are deeply cooperating also spread like wildfire. Nowadays, it is a lot of benefits to get a little bit of light from the god-favored one. Blood Demon Dusk Mountain, Layer Domain Small World. Magical Hut. Ancient Spirit, Star Dragon Breath, 5 stars, level 52. Looking at the powerful Dragon Breath Forbidden Spell Witchcraft that has been upgraded to 52 levels after adding points, and his own empty source energy experience. Tucker rubbed his eyebrows slightly to relieve the pain and happiness. A 5-star forbidden spell is powerful, but the energy experience consumed is not much different from a 6-star forbidden spell. They are just like two gold-eating beasts. Even if I have gained a lot of energy experience, I still can't bear it. While thinking, Tucker looked out the window of the magic hut. I don't know when this 3-ring magic hut can be promoted to the 4th ring. Promote the 4th ring as soon as possible. Otherwise, the energy experience will always be in a state of bankruptcy. Who can bear this? For a wizard with a tower territory, it is not difficult to obtain energy. That is to expand the tower, build a large-scale energy lighthouse, and form a huge energy circulation system. For the Steam Wizard Tucker who has the ability of Steam World to connect the Steam and World ecology abilities, it is even simpler. With his own Steam Magic Tower as the core, ignite the Blood Demon Dusk Mountain, and then guide the energy within a radius of hundreds of kilometers to gather in the layer domain small world. Let the source energy of the small world in your own domain be enhanced to the extreme, and then cooperate with a magical tower of higher ring state. The source energy experience will be explosively improved. But the problem is, this Blood Demon Dusk Mountain is not Tucker's territory. If Tucker dares to leak out the Steam source energy, it is simply saying to the Stone Golem Kingdom ecology, I'm here, come and hit me. Leaked in the morning. That night, I'm afraid a group of strong men will come to knock on the mountain gate. If the Stone Golem Empire is destroyed. As one of the powerful participants in the capture of the Stone Golem Empire, Tucker can completely divide a large area of his own wizard territory and enjoy a large area of source energy. A powerful wizard, if he wants to upgrade quickly, a large area of source energy territory is indispensable. Many high-level wizards, even masters of extraordinary powers, are constantly opening up new extraordinary worlds. A large part of it is to grab more resources and make their own promotion path smoother. 2 fireballs were added to the magic fireplace, and the flames began to rise violently. Tucker sat cross-legged on the wool blanket in front of the fireplace. I felt it carefully when I came from the world barrier. The Chaos Rune mystery has begun to emerge slightly. Although I can use the Chaos Rune Stone to comprehend the Chaos Rune Stone now, the efficiency is too low. It's just a waste of time to start comprehending it too early. At this stage, I still focus on comprehending the basic rune mysteries, while promoting the practice of the extraordinary state, the practice of extraordinary defense, etc. When the time is right, it's not too late to start comprehending the Chaos Rune mystery. Well, almost. I can go and talk to that S-level extraordinary genius Put-able. By the way, let's go and see the Holy Demon Stone statue of the extraordinary master level. Before, Tucker grasped a little vein of the S-level extraordinary genius Put-able of the boarding sect from the high-dimensional world. As long as the other party is still in this extraordinary world, Tucker can find him. Tucker calmed down. World began to focus on Satyr's taboo crow deep in the pupil, near a forest area in the Holy Demon Stone statue King City. Cack! A sudden, sharp and low crow cry broke the silence and disrupted the rest of the other crows. For a moment, many crows flapped their wings in anger. Cack! 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 Soon, the crows started a crazy communication mode in the 8th level bird language. Seeing that a crow war was about to break out, a crow broke away from the main force and flew to the Holy Demon Stone statue King City outside the tree forest. Before, Tucker used the Satyr's forbidden crow to destroy several city-states of the Dark Sun Church. There were hundreds of thousands of Satyr's crows, which were dispersed by Tucker to various places in the East Continent in the past 2 or 3 months. Some of them have already approached the Holy Demon Stone statue King City. Using Satyr's forbidden crow's end of vision, find crows to establish a vein, and then perform ecological projection to complete the control of crows. This series of small operations is not difficult. When Tucker asked Senior Liege for advice, Liege did not hide his secrets, and taught Tucker many special tricks and other means. Tucker entered the extraordinary ocean and learned a lot of useful things from many predecessors. For example, Dr. Stan Lee before. Now he has to write to himself every few days to inform Liege of important intelligence information from the East Continent. The powerful Dark Curtain barrier completely isolates the outside world from detection. Put-able is writing a magic letter at the desk. This extraordinary world called the Aogu Twin Stars where I live will be in line with the Chaos Ruins in the future. The power of the origin of chaos will emerge in the whole world. Here, in the next 10 years or so, will become an excellent place to comprehend the mysteries of Chaos Runes. Therefore, many forces have intervened. Such as the power of the 7 gods under the three-eyed god. The power of the Black Witch God Court. Well, I am now in the Black Witch God Court, which I have told you before. There is also the Taboo Star Curtain Society. Of course, the god of Dark Sun, who has been growing stronger in recent years, naturally invaded this world long ago. The situation here is more complicated than I imagined. It seems that they are competing for a more suitable place for comprehension, or maybe this binary supernatural world itself has traces of war history. At present, this binary world has been shrouded in the haze of war. A few days ago, because of a defeat in a battle, I have felt that the desperate king secretly coveted me. Humph. That king wanted to use the kingdom's ecology to complete the promotion of the supernatural master. The end of this kind of desperate gamble is often extremely tragic. He even wanted to use me as his stepping stone, stupid guy. Fortunately, I have many means, so I am not afraid of his secret coveting. However, the above-mentioned intelligence content, the interweaving of these forces, although they are all very important, but compared with what I will explain next, they are nothing. Put-able paused for a moment when writing here. He carefully thought about it, and then wrote carefully. I met a genius, a super genius who can definitely subvert your cognition. It is a feeling that cannot be described in words. I have just been promoted to the 7th level not long ago, but I am also the 7th level, and I also have 2 S-level extraordinary talents plus 2 top-level A-level extraordinary talents. And that extraordinary genius is only the 5th level, and he has been practicing for a very short time. But, facing that genius, I can only tie with him. Obviously I am the stronger party, but I can't get the upper hand at all. His methods are incredible, completely beyond my cognition of any fifth-level extraordinary. It feels like the foundation of a supermaster is accumulated in the body of a fifth-level extraordinary. Yes, that's the feeling. I just said that I lost in a battle because of this super genius named Tucker Lamore. And when I collected the relevant information, I found something very interesting. That is, this super genius named Tucker Lamore has been hiding and practicing secretly since he became famous. He is like a ghost, and no one can catch his trace. Even the arrangement of the Eye of the World of the Star Curtain Association in the Western continent did not catch that guy. I have suffered a loss in his hands, so you can imagine how powerful this guy is. However, even with such amazing strength, that guy is still so cautious that it's outrageous. He is as cunning as an old fox that has been tortured by wind and frost. I thought about it and seriously suspected that this guy was parasitized and occupied by someone. After all, which normal genius would be like this? This must be an old fox. I hope the organization can investigate the true identity of this cunning and ruthless host. In addition, he wrote a magic letter intermittently. After writing about 7 or 8 pages, Abel stopped writing. Fortunately, this place is not far from the Chaos Ancient Continent, otherwise, the Chaos Magic Messenger will lose this letter again. It's okay if the magic letter is lost, but the magic messenger has been lost several times. Well, I have lost several magic messengers in the past few years. Is my luck bad? It seems that I need to find a prophet who knows the fate ritual to help me drive away bad luck and gather luck. But then again, this time I have occupied the body, soul, and extraordinary state of an S-level extraordinary genius. S-level extraordinary talent itself is the intersection of the fate veins, and it is naturally a lucky person. I hope this chaos magic messenger can hold on for a longer time. In addition, I hope good luck will favor me. Abel's self-explanation was abruptly interrupted. Because there was a crow outside the window looking at him with interest. This was obviously an ordinary crow, but Abel thought of someone. The more he looked at the crow, the uglier Abel's face became. Abel took a deep breath, opened the window with a sullen face, and released the dark barrier. But the crow actually jumped in boldly. "Good afternoon, Mr. Black Wizard Abel." The crow spoke in human language to say hello, saying that he was a polite bird. But the crow's politeness only made Abel's face more and more dark. Abel closed the barrier again, took a deep breath, and slightly relieved the anger in his heart. Although he wanted to kill this damn crow, he knew that once he did so, a large group of crows would immediately fly to the top of the city wall, calling to expose his old bottom. Although he had made sufficient preparations for running away, he delayed his plan to comprehend the mystery of the Chaos Rune because of such a small venting of anger. That would be too much of a loss. After all, he is now an S-level extraordinary genius. It was enough to eat a full stomach in this Chaos Rune feast. The more serious thing was, how did the other party find him? If the other party found him by asking, groping, and roughly judging and analyzing, it would be fine. He just had to leave here and find a corner where no one was, well, a corner where there were no crows. Then this guy wouldn't be able to find him. But if it was through some other means, it would be a bit troublesome. The wizard's methods were strange and unpredictable. He was well versed in this, and naturally understood that other wizards would also be proficient in similar methods. "What do you want to ask me for?" Abel asked indifferently. "Within a week, you must project your dark power into the holy demon stone statue and hide it," the crow said straightforwardly. "Are you ordering me to do something?" Abel stared at the crow in front of him. "No, not an order, but a friendly and well-intentioned advice." "What if I don't?" The crow tilted its head and pondered for a moment. "Do you see the railing on the window outside? Soon, your body will be hung on it to greet all citizens in a friendly manner. Also, let me tell you a little secret. The top crown rank strongmen have arrived at the gate of the world passage. Now, the entire Augu extraordinary binary star world is allowed to enter but not leave. I think you should have noticed it when you came in." Abel's face became more and more gloomy, and water was about to seep out. "If you are willing to cooperate well, I promise that there will be a place for you in the Stone Golem continent. In the future, if you conquer the Stone Golem continent, you can get a piece of territory and practice peacefully. Anyway, you are also an S-level extraordinary genius. The Principality of Syrian welcomes talents like you. If you don't say it, no one will know your true identity, right?" and the qualifications of an S-level extraordinary genius have reached the peak of geniuses that can be born in the extraordinary world. The Principality of Syrian doesn't have to worry about anyone being killed by you. Tucker's words made Abel's eyes twitch violently. Look, are you talking like a human being? However, Abel really thought about the other party's words seriously. After all, staying in the Black Witch God Court is not a long-term solution, and he has long planned to run away. If the big tree of the Stone Golem Empire falls, it would be a good idea for him to change to another big tree. Moreover, he did not perform well before, and the Stone Golem King Ferdinand Felix really wanted to kill him. Ferdinand Felix, who came out of the Black Witch God Court, how could Abel not know what he was thinking? Turning against him at the last minute and stabbing Ferdinand Felix hard. Abel was happy to do so. While thinking, Abel asked slowly, "Are you sure I just need to deliver a little dark power to the Holy Demon Stone statue? Don't you need me to do anything else?" The crow looked at Abel for a few seconds before speaking. "It's enough to deliver the dark power to the Holy Demon statue. Too much action will only arouse suspicion." After pondering for a moment, Abel smiled. "That's a Holy Demon statue of the Transcendent Master level. Even if I get close, I will be strongly forbidden to do magic. I am looking forward to what you can do to the Holy Demon statue. It's just a little experiment." The crow responded calmly. "The war is coming, and I just need to do the work of the Raven Essence of the Screaming. And you? I'm afraid you have to be more careful." Tucker followed a final vision of the Forbidden Crow of Sayers and carefully examined Abel in front of him. Since the other party cooperated, Tucker didn't mind reminding him. Anyway, he didn't need to pay anything, and he could deter the other party to a certain extent. "After all, you don't look very lucky." Abel, who was stared at by Tucker, seemed to be petrified at that moment. After a long time, a little vitality appeared on his cheeks. "You can't sense luck." "I can only sense a little, but not much. Something is draining from you. I guess there's a price to pay for living in a hostel, right?" Abel did not speak, and Tucker took it as his tacit consent. "If you take good care of this crow, maybe it can bring you some luck." After saying that, Tucker withdrew from the final vision of the Forbidden Crow of Sales. Crow? Luck? Looking at the sales crow in front of him, whose magical power faded and turned into an ordinary crow, Abel stared for a moment, thinking. Chapter 323 Plot. This magical method of boarding sect parasitism. It can completely occupy the other party's body, like a cicada pupa, and finally complete the transformation and gain new life. It looks quite good. Even Tucker has some ideas to use this method to sow other people's extraordinary talents for his own use. But Tucker looked at Abel and found that things were not as simple as he thought. If it was really as good as Tucker imagined, then the boarding sect would not be so popular. While occupying the body, it will continuously leak something. Luck and fate. After thinking for a while, Tucker took a deep breath and gradually suppressed this aspect. This is a completely unprofitable operation for Tucker. After all, Tucker was promoted to a supermaster, and even stepped into the legendary realm in the future. It is possible to obtain a deeper, master talent, or even, legendary talent, again, and it is not impossible to awaken, myth talent. Moreover, for these top talents and abilities, Tucker can also continuously upgrade them. There is absolutely no need to use such a low-level method to improve oneself. After calming down, Tucker's mind flashed with a towering 100-meter giant that he had seen with a crow before. The master's aura was as heavy as a mountain, and his defense was like a world barrier. With one punch, he could cast the forbidden spell of the earth, the patron saint of the Stone Golem Empire, Holy Demon Stone statue. This was Tucker's main purpose in contacting Abel. Tucker had been in the Stone Golem continent for some time. For this kind of half-brother of the stone giant, the Stone Golem, Tucker had a detailed and in-depth understanding of many aspects. It was roughly confirmed that the Stone Golem should share a brain with all the stone men. Even the Holy Demon Stone statue at the extraordinary master level would not necessarily use it more than others. In the information Tucker obtained, the Holy Demon Stone statue had not moved for more than 10 years. The Holy Demon Stone statue was controlled mainly by the Stone Demon Heart Ring. Otherwise, the Stone Golem would not be constrained by humans. There are many wild stone golems deep in the Stone Golem continent, and they generally don't pay much attention to humans. Unless humans use grazing to capture them and then put Stone Demon Heart Ring on them. Stone Demon Heart Ring, will grow with the growth of the stone golem. Even if the Holy Demon Stone statue of the stone golem continent has become a super master level, it is still ordered to be controlled and guard the Holy Demon King city. Since King Ferdinand Felix can control the Holy Demon Stone statue through Stone Demon Heart Ring, then can Tucker use his high-dimensional vein manipulation ability to cut off the control of the Stone Demon Heart Ring on the Holy Demon Stone statue? You know, the East continent has been reluctant to move the stone golem continent. On the one hand, it is because of the power of forbidden magic, and on the other hand, it is also because of the protection of the 100-meter-high Holy Demon Stone statue. The Supermaster level forbidden magic power still has the destructive power of the Supermaster level. Although stupid, but the explosive power of a punch and a forbidden spell is really not something that ordinary superhumans can withstand. Once the Holy Demon Stone statue fails, then, without the Guardian, the Stone Golem Empire is like a lost lamb in the wilderness. What awaits it is death. It's just a matter of time and method. The entire Stone Golem Empire will collapse quickly. Going a step further, what if the Holy Demon Stone statue has a polar reversal? What if it is controlled by Tucker? That situation is too beautiful. Tucker dare not easily imagine it. So, the Holy Demon Stone statue is worth a try. It may not be too conspicuous for a simple crow to approach, but it will be bad if it is discovered and expelled. The Holy Demon Stone statue is cleaned and guarded by professional personnel. But if Put-Able goes there, it will be a little different. Tucker has grasped Put-Able's veins. When part of Put-Able's power penetrates, Tucker can use the end of vision to examine it, and the whole process will be silent. Observe in detail first, and then confirm that it is possible. Tucker will find a way to get closer. After all, this is the power of the extraordinary master level. This is the core power that is enough to reverse the confrontation between the two sides. Whichever side the power of the Holy Demon Stone statue leans towards will have absolute initiative. Once the stone statue continent is taken down and settled in the East continent, Tucker's future practice will be guaranteed. The Augu Twin Star supernatural world will enter the Chaos Rune era, and no one will cause trouble on the entire continent. It is a rare time to recuperate. Moreover, the top resources of the entire continent can be chosen by Tucker at will, and the benefits are simply too many. As for attacking the Dark Sun Church, it is actually secondary in the face of the control of the entire continent. To a certain extent, once Tucker and others take over the East continent, the Dark Sun Church will lose half of the territory it occupies. There is great hope to expel the Dark Sun Church from the Augu Twin Star supernatural world. While thinking, Tucker thought to himself, "Let Put-Able complete his operation. Wait a few days, and I will go over to review it after he completes the plan." In the next few days, Tucker carried out his daily practice. The advancement speed of the supernormal state slowed down slightly as he continued to enter a deeper level. Fortunately, Tucker can increase the advancement speed by increasing his understanding of the mysteries of the Flame Rune and the Light Rune. For a 5th-level supernormal person, it often takes at least 20 to 30 years of practice, and at most 40 to 50 years is possible. Tucker has raised his level to this level in just a few years, which is already amazingly fast. In the future, he wants to go higher and further. Tucker also needs to consolidate this foundation step by step. Senior Lei Yage and others are still preparing for the attack force on the Ancient Hall of Heroes. The power of the Ancient Hall of Heroes is very strong. It is impossible to go deep easily without sufficient preparation. However, once Tucker's plan changes, I am afraid that it may not be necessary to attack the Ancient Hall of Heroes. Finally, 5 or 6 days later, Tucker got the news. Put-Able not only completed the infiltration of the dark power of the Holy Demon Stone statue, but also exceeded the task. After all, the Holy Demon Stone statue has not moved for more than 10 years, and the guards and maintenance personnel have long been slack. A great existence like the Holy Demon Stone statue still needs our care. Most of the time, those maintenance personnel are cleaning up the dust, driving away birds, and preventing them from building nests on it. Put-Able easily approached the Holy Demon Stone statue, and delivered a large amount of dark source energy into the gaps in the stone armor of the statue. Tucker used the crow projection again. When Tucker used the high-dimensional vision to see from a distance, the heavy breath of the extraordinary master was like a mountain, blocking Tucker's sight. Fortunately, Tucker combined Put-Able's dark breath with the end of vision, and when he observed closely, Tucker saw deep inside the stone golem. From the perspective of the high-dimensional veins, the ring-like, stone demon heart ring, like a towering mountain, was anchored deep in the crystal core of the stone golem at the level of the extraordinary master. The power gap is too big. Tucker shook his head after examining it for a moment. I forcefully grabbed the anchor and manipulated this stone demon heart ring. The stone golem's power was fed back, and I'm afraid it would shock me to death. This guy seems to be over 130 levels. The level gap is too big, forget it. Although I can't manipulate this stone demon heart ring, but Tucker used end of vision to examine the veins of the holy demon stone statue. But I can liberate this big guy. Once this big guy's released, then the death knell of the stone golem empire will also sound. If the distance is too far, it will be difficult to operate. And it will take a long time to complete this operation. Lord Riaj has the intelligence network of the stone golem empire. I wonder if you can arrange for me to enter the vicinity of the stone golem. It seems that I have to trouble Lord Riaj again. Chapter 324 The Empire's Forbidden Spell Death Knell. The firelight flickered in the quiet hut. The projection of the magic letter, which was as big as a cushion, was meditating with eyes closed. When the closed eyes slightly opened, a sharp light flashed. In other words, after you get close to the holy demon stone statue for a period of time, are you sure you can interfere with the holy demon stone statue, or even gradually disintegrate the restraint of the stone demon heart ring on the holy demon stone statue? Yes. Tucker nodded firmly. Tucker was still very sure about this. Tucker had watched it very carefully before. It was the control of the holy demon stone statue through the special link of the stone demon heart ring. Once Tucker used the correction to cut off the vein, then the stone demon heart ring, held by Ferdinand Felix, the lord of the stone golem, would be equivalent to being useless. With Tucker's confirmation, Riaj, who had just stabilized his mind, was in turmoil again. Even across a long distance, a smile could not help but appear on Riaj's face projection. Originally, the attack on the Hall of Heroes is to further weaken the strength of the stone golem empire. In this way, it will be easier to attack the capital of the stone golem kingdom and kill Ferdinand Felix, the lord of the stone golem kingdom, in the future. But no matter what, the holy demon stone statue is a mountain that everyone has to face. A mountain that can easily make the plan fail and cause heavy casualties. For this reason, everyone has formulated a variety of plans to contain the holy demon stone statue to reduce casualties. But no matter what, we have to face the terrifying holy demon stone statue of the transcendent master level, which is 100 meters tall. And now, Tucker actually has such a heaven-defying means that he can directly solve the biggest obstacle of the holy demon stone statue. Once the holy demon stone statue is solved, 2 top-level 9th-level crown powerhouses, plus the protective power on the other side of the barrier. Gather some power from the Principality of Syrians. Let the Grand Duke of Syrians guard the western continent. The powerhouses enter the eastern continent. One battle may determine the outcome and directly collapse the stone golem empire. In the past, I dared not even think about it. But at this moment, such a wonderful situation was created by Tucker. This is a completely unimaginable method. If someone else said this, Layage would naturally not believe it. But the proposal in front of him was said by Tucker, the God's Blessed One. It is naturally credible. After all, the God's Blessed One has created many miracles. What do you need me to do? Layage asked while thinking. Tucker thought for a moment before speaking. Senior Layage, you should just follow the previous plan. Attack the ancient heroic temple and distract their attention. On my side, I will quietly enter the stone statue capital through your intelligence organization in the East Continent. And through your intelligence network personnel, use the power to let me get close to the holy demon stone statue, and the longer the better. Although I can sneak in by myself, the probability of being discovered is still quite high. Follow the existing veins and rules to get close, then the probability of being discovered is very low. And it will be very safe. Layage smiled softly when he heard it. The maintenance of the extraordinary ecology is intricate and difficult to sort out. Humans, as individuals with destiny veins, maintain the same destiny ecology, which is mysterious and difficult to figure out. In the past, you didn't follow the common sense of destiny veins. Layage paused. This time, I'm going to follow it. Tucker thought for a while before saying it. If the veins of fate are in my favor, I will follow them. If they are against my will, I will go against the current and reshape the star grid of the veins of fate. Lei Yaja nodded slightly. The peak of the 9th level, the Extraordinary Master, is a brand new realm. Every Extraordinary Master realm is achieved by breaking a lot of shackles and fetters. You can have such a mind and understanding of the veins of fate. You have surpassed many people. When Grand Duke Syrians talked to me before, he said that you have the potential to be promoted to an Extraordinary Master. If our Wagu Twin Stars Extraordinary World is going to give birth to the next Extraordinary Master, I think it is likely to be you. Tucker smiled and said, Senior Lei Yajet, I am only in my 50s, and it will take a long time to reach the 9th level. After so long, no one else can impact the Extraordinary Master. Is the promotion of the Extraordinary Master so difficult? Lei Yajet nodded. Yes, it is very, very difficult to be promoted to Transcendent Master. Once promoted to Transcendent Master, the essence of life will be transformed. Lifespan can easily cross thousands of years, just like a living epic painting. You can imagine how difficult it is. That Transcendent Master level stone golem is, after all, a Transcendent Master. You can interfere with and untie the restraints of that Transcendent Master, which is incredible. Tucker smiled faintly and said nothing more. Precision, high dimension, correction, this is a talent ability that transcends the framework of the Transcendent Talent System. Naturally, it can do things that ordinary Transcendents cannot understand. Then Ryaj continued. I have a very hidden intelligence network in the capital of the Stone Golem Kingdom. I will contact them as soon as possible and then let them connect with you. When the time comes, if you need anything, they will fully cooperate. At the same time, I will inform the Grand Duke of Celians of this information and let him secretly mobilize for war. This time, we must defeat the Stone Golem Empire in one battle. Let the entire East Continent be under our control. Tucker, who listened quietly, nodded gently. Disintegrating the Holy Demon Stone statue is such a major matter that requires the full cooperation of many parties. After all, this is the foundation of disintegrating the fate of a kingdom. It will inevitably be seen by those who have insight, divination ability, and the extraordinary people of the prophet sequence. The war between the two sides is not just about strength. The confrontation at the level of mysticism also exists. Fortunately, Tucker has the forbidden crow of Sayers. He can avoid the exploration of the fate veins to a large extent. It is for this reason that Tucker dares to act as the gravedigger of the Stone Golem Empire. However, even if the Holy Demon Stone statue is disintegrated, the Stone Golem Empire still exists. It still requires a large number of strong people to mobilize for war in order to destroy the Stone Golem continent. A few days later, Tucker received a magic letter from an informant in the capital of the Stone Golem Empire. After a few days of careful preparation, Tucker set off and went to the capital of the Stone Golem. A few days later, a young man named Taniru had a vision and dream for a big city. With the help of his friend, he passed through the narrow and cramped underground corridors with stuffy and humid air and arrived at the dream city of the Stone Golem capital. Then with the help of his relatives, this hard-working and energetic young man joined the cleaning work of the Holy Demon Stone statue. This job is not ideal. Not only does he have to get up early and go to bed late every day, but the wages are not high and he is often scolded by the manager. However, the young man Taniru has never complained about this. Every day, Taniru would arrive at the Holy Demon Stone statue early, with the breath and veins of the devout Dark Sun faith, and complete the prayer at the foot of the Holy Demon Stone statue. Then he worked hard at the foot of the Stone Golem, and in his spare time, he would take a short rest at the foot of the majestic Stone Golem. Taniru's piety and seriousness towards the Holy Demon Stone statue often caused his companions to sneer. But Taniru didn't care, but persisted day after day. Unconsciously. Several months passed silently. The East Continent also ended the golden autumn and entered the cold winter. The rings of time constantly pushed the trajectory of the times forward step by step. Until, the snowflakes began to fall. When the first snow of winter arrived at the capital of the Stone Golem. On this day when the goose feather snow fell in the capital of the Stone Golem with a howling cold wind. Nightmare-like news came from the depths of the Stone Golem continent, shocking the entire Stone Golem King's Council. It is said that on that night, the lights in the King's Council Hall were on all night. The crushed heads of several unfortunate maids were thrown out. The guards outside did not dare to breathe. What made the Stone Golem King so angry was that the ancient Hall of Heroes, deep in the stone golem continent, was besieged by more than a dozen high-level masters of the Principality of Syrian. An 8th-rank warrior, 2 7th-rank warriors, 6 bishop warriors, dozens of 5th-rank extraordinary warriors, and 30,000 extraordinary legions stationed in the ancient Hall of Heroes were all killed, and only a few escaped. In addition, the ancient Hall of Heroes was looted. Even the floors and stone pillars that contained the characteristics of the heroes were all taken away by those guys. Those guys were more robbers than robbers, without a trace of humanity. Most importantly, the corpse of the extraordinary master was also found by the strong men of the Principality of Syrians, who opened the seal, dug it out and took it away. The whole thing made the Lord of the Stone Golem, Ferdinand Felix, extremely angry. But even so, Ferdinand Felix did not leave the capital easily. Instead, he sent another 8th-rank high-level extraordinary warrior and put able to explore. Winter is coming, and the ancient Hall of Heroes is destroyed. This winter is destined to be a difficult winter. In the depths of winter, heavy snow followed heavy snow for more than half a month. The thick snow seemed to bury all the conspiracies, undercurrents, unknown plans, and unspeakable restlessness. Today, the long-lasting snow finally stopped. The clear sky, the cold sun hanging high. The clear sky after the heavy snow should have swept away the haze of the stone golem capital. The dullness and depression in the air were not released. Instead, as the sky cleared, there was a bit more solemn paleness. So much so that the sharp humming sound of the wind passing through the treetops became sticky and weird. In the air, the palpitating feeling danced with the wind, as if there was some twisted terror and disaster wriggling in the invisible corner. Under the holy demon stone statue, the crowd was clearing the hard snow. A palm was vaguely stretched out from the shadow of Tanir, who was working. The white and slender fingers slowly intersected with the clear sunlight, as if welcoming the long-lost light. It took more than 3 months, and it's finally done. The hidden silhouette in the shadow whispered. Tucker, who entered the intelligence group as Tanir, was operated by the members of the intelligence organization. Tucker followed the ecological trajectory and veins that originally belonged to the capital of the Stone Golem Kingdom and carried out his own plan. No one noticed anything unusual. Tucker worked day after day to correct the high-dimensional veins of the stone demon heart ring that controlled the holy demon stone statue. Tucker's correction method was very special. It was not directly cut off, but the veins were re-anchored after cutting off. However, when re-anchoring, it was not anchored on the stone demon heart ring. Instead, a large number of veins were anchored on a few veins. Although this would take a lot of time, there would be no abnormality. During this period, whether it was the perception of the holy demon stone statue by the stone golem king or the activation of the stone golem, it was all normal. Or the deduction and insight of the extraordinary sequence of those priests, prophets, etc. They will not find any problem with the holy stone golem. When the time comes, cut off those few veins. This extraordinary master-level holy demon stone statue will be released instantly. All the imprisonment will collapse. It can be said that the building of the stone golem empire is supported by these few tiny veins. And today is the day to release the holy demon stone statue. At the same time, today is also the day that Tucker and Senior Riage agreed to attack the capital of the stone golem empire. The indescribable feeling of fatigue permeated from the inside to the outside. Even breathing was very laborious. Ferdinand Felix knew that something was wrong. But he didn't know where the problem was. Kingdom ecology? The Hall of Heroes? Or did that damn wizard put able cast a spell on himself? Yesterday, Ferdinand Felix found Michel Samuel and the Dark Sun Archbishop A. Merlin. However, the divination conducted by the combined power of the three people only heard the cry of crows and the roar of steam. There is danger. But where the danger lies, there is no way to know. The sky cleared up. King Ferdinand Felix was ready to take a look at the clear sky after the snow. Every time he saw the majestic holy demon stone statue, Ferdinand Felix could always feel at ease. It was the patron saint of the stone golem empire. As long as the holy demon stone statue existed, the stone golem empire would be able to stand firm. The light after the snow was very bright, and it should be able to bring warmth to people. But Ferdinand Felix felt as if the coldness blew into his heart. On the holy demon lookout, Ferdinand Felix examined the burly holy demon stone statue. Suddenly, Ferdinand Felix felt that the holy demon stone statue was very strange. It was the same as before, but a little different. In a moment, the whole world was quiet. Then, boom, rumble. Rumble. The ground began to shake. The 100-meter-tall holy demon stone statue seemed to wake up and slightly shook the snow on its body. With such a slight movement, the whole land was rumbling. Huh? Would the holy demon stone statue make such a big move? Ferdinand Felix frowned slightly. But an incredible scene appeared. The holy demon stone statue shook off the snow. It raised its feet. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the large number of houses and buildings below being trampled and broken, and the panic and confusion of a large number of people. The holy demon stone statue, this huge thing, just walked towards the direction of the stone demon statue's hometown, leaving the place where he was imprisoned. This. Ferdinand Felix, with a gloomy face, flipped his hand. A stone demon heart ring, slightly larger than the palm of his hand, with a yellowish color, inlaid with earth-hewn gems, used to imprison and command the holy demon stone statue, appeared in his hand. At this time, the stone demon heart ring was gray. This also meant that the stone demon heart ring in his hand had lost its restraint and control over the holy demon stone statue. Instantly, Ferdinand Felix's pupils contracted extremely. His body was shaking violently. His breathing became rapid. So, the problem lies here. Ferdinand Felix's face was pale, and his body was shaking slightly. The stone golem empire, which had lost the holy demon stone statue, was like a tall building without a pillar, and it was about to collapse in the next moment. However, the collapse of the Empire State Building was faster than Ferdinand Felix expected. Almost, it was coming at him. Buzz! A sphere that was more than 3 meters long and looked like a black hole deep in the stars suddenly appeared in front of Ferdinand Felix. This was a 6-star forbidden spell, Annihilation, Quiet Nirvana, Starburst. It was almost stuck on the face of Ferdinand Felix, the king of the Stone Golem Kingdom, and exploded. Boom! The explosion of the forbidden spell instantly destroyed the entire huge palace. The explosion and debris in the sky were blown away in all directions. The heavy sound waves of death and disaster surged in all directions. The roar of the forbidden spell officially sounded the death knell for the fall of the Stone Golem Empire. Chapter 325 1 verses 4. The moment after releasing the forbidden spell, Tucker almost simultaneously used the phase walk magical power. Even though Tucker was so fast, there were still 2 powerful locked witchcrafts chasing after him and hitting Tucker's shield, causing ripples to appear on the Earth's shield. One of the witchcrafts even had source energy interference, which was a witchcraft that could interrupt the witchcraft casting process. Unfortunately, Tucker's means of traveling was not witchcraft, but magic power. This was a magical power independent of the source energy casting system, and naturally would not be affected by source energy interference. As soon as he landed on the roof 1,000 meters away, boom boom. The forbidden spell released by Tucker was like a horn of war, resounding throughout the sky. As the forbidden spell exploded, the aftermath hit Tucker. The sun on the sky was covered by the rising mushroom cloud. Under the blazing effect of the magical flame, the entire area instantly turned into a sea of blood flames. The War of Annihilation also broke out. There were more than a dozen figures, at least at the 8th level, and several at the 9th level. So many strong men pressed towards Ferdinand Felix, who was blocking the explosion of the forbidden spell. For today's War of Annihilation, the intelligence network of Archbishop Reich was used as the infiltration network. Under the silent promotion of Grand Duke Syrians, a large number of strong men secretly entered the capital of the Stone Golem Kingdom and waited in ambush. Once the battle broke out, the Stone Golem King Ferdinand Felix must be suppressed and killed as soon as possible. After all, Ferdinand Felix had been to the Chaos Ruins continent. Many 9th-level strong men died in his hands. What's more, this is the capital of a world-class ecology, and it is Ferdinand Felix's home world. Once the terrifying distortion disaster power is completely erupted, everyone will probably suffer heavy losses. At the same time, many strong men pressed towards Ferdinand Felix. The entire capital of the Stone Golem Empire was like boiling. Rumble, 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 rumble. In every corner and in every direction, the auras of a large number of strong men above the bishop level gushed out. Together they rushed towards the capital of the Stone Golem Kingdom. In this battle, the Principality of Syrians mobilized almost all the hidden forces that could be mobilized. The main goal was to decide the outcome of the battle. Tucker was the bell ringer of the war. After casting a forbidden spell, Tucker completed his mission. Even the angry Lord Ferdinand Felix had no chance to chase Tucker, as he was stopped by two powerful 9th-level peak crowns. The battle broke out in all directions. Rumble. 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 The entire layer world was shaking, wailing, and roaring. The strong men of the Principality of Syrians attacked fiercely. Ferdinand Felix also had a lot of reinforcements. The Archbishop of the Dark Sun. The strong men of the Stone Golem Empire itself. Many of them were stationed in the capital of the Stone Golem Kingdom. The battle between the two strong men. The terrifying source energy burst out like a storm of death and disaster, constantly tearing everything it touched. Every punch radiates hundreds of meters around, forming a tearing gas explosion vacuum. Every time they clash, the surging rune mysteries are like waves. Every time a spell blooms, it is a fiery interweaving of various powers. The entire Stone Golem Empire is like a huge dye vat, being stirred ruthlessly by the war machine. Everyone in it is attacking, attacking, and attacking again. For this kind of melee between strong men, spellcasters are not at an advantage. In a chaotic situation, spellcasters are easily touched behind. With a fight between the 8th level and 9th level strong men, the layers of reality are constantly torn apart, and different traces such as the shadow layer, the spirit layer, and the dream layer emerge. In the melee of many 8th level, 9th level, and 9th level peak strong men, the Stone Golem capital, a world-class ecological area comparable to Saint Land, was directly penetrated and torn open, revealing the deep layers of the world inside. In the fight, Ferdinand Felix, the 9th level peak and the Lord of the Home Court, was undoubtedly the most dazzling. The power between his gestures made Tucker frightened from afar. And the 3 9th level peak powerhouses who besieged him were not inferior at all. When Tucker communicated with Lei Yag before, he learned that these 2 9th level peak crown powerhouses had the hope of being promoted to extraordinary masters. The strength is not inferior to that of Ferdinand Felix, the Lord of the Stone Golem. In addition, the mysterious 9th level crown of Saint Land also sneaked over. At this time, it was these 3 people who attacked Ferdinand Felix, the Lord of the Stone Golem, and pressed Ferdinand Felix to breathe. It is said that Archbishop Reagan Joe also wanted to come to this battle. Unfortunately, he was pressed in Saint Land. However, Bishop Martha Clark is said to be here. Within a few breaths, the battlefield expanded rapidly. Tucker could not participate in the battle of high-level extraordinary masters. As the phase and shadow passed through, Tucker retreated one after another. The terrifying source energy storm caused by the fight between the masters continued to expand, involving a large number of houses. A large number of ordinary extraordinary masters were involved and were directly torn to pieces by the terrifying flesh and blood storm millstone. Large pieces of blood flowed into the sky with the storm. The blood-curtained sky, symbolizing death and disaster, gradually rose. Tucker had just landed on the city wall. Several 6th and 7th level extraordinary masters who were eyeing Tucker also followed him and chased him. I don't know if they really hate Tucker. Or do they want to pick on the weak? Ch-ch-ch-ch-chi. A dozen green poisonous insects the size of a fist, with slime-like hands and feet, and a strange and misty tail half a meter long, completely stuck to Tucker's earth shield. Fortunately, Tucker's shield is the rune earth shield, which has a high defense capability. Being close to these green poisonous insects, you will be affected to a certain extent. The poisonous spells of wizards who specialize in poisonous poisons are still very threatening. The green weird poisonous insects shook their heads and opened their mouths that were bigger than their heads, biting Tucker's shield frantically. The earth rune shield was visibly eaten away. Tucker's pupils condensed slightly, and the flames burst out. With a crash, the blood-red flames quickly burned hotly on these green poisonous insects. The poisonous spells that twisted their bodies and wailed were quickly burned to ashes. The 7th level swordsman who led the way also used some kind of sword step to reach Tucker's side in an instant. Kill. A low roar was like a raging sea of blood. The sword in one hand was as powerful as a mountain. Tucker's shield could definitely not withstand this sword. What's more, there were 3 6th level bishop level spellcasters around who had already started casting spells. Tucker once again passed through a phase and brushed past a blade of the 7th level swordsman. Bang! Chi. The sword-breaking secret technique, which contained amazing energy, directly cut a more than 30-meter high city wall with one sword, and the houses beside the city wall were also affected, and half of the houses were torn apart. As the strength of the extraordinary people gradually increased, Many high-level extraordinary people who have achieved some accomplishments are also amazing. Moreover, these people cooperate with each other, and the threat level is quite high, especially the 7th level extraordinary swordsman. But at this time, Tucker, who was fighting 1 against 4, and there was a 7th level high-level swordsman, plus 3 6th level wizards, was not afraid at all. Hard resistance is not Tucker's style. Pulling is the real tone. After the long-distance pass, Tucker looked coldly at the 7th level extraordinary swordsman who was chasing him fiercely. The figure of the 7th level extraordinary swordsman was reflected in his pupils. Sails, forbidden crow, the end of vision. Crack. The crow's cry sounded. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.